The Girl with the Ruby by Melville Davison Post. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The carriage was now hidden by the wall, and without thinking, without stopping to consider how strange my words must appear, I spoke the thing that had seemed a profound, inexplicable puzzle to me. Why do you marry this Norwegian woman? Tea had been served on the terrace of the villa during the formal call of the ambassador and his daughter, and while they remained, and now that the carriage in which they returned to the city was a mere sound of wheels on the hard Cimier road, I was occupied by this disturbing query. The old ambassador did not concern me. He was not a factor in the problem, but why my host at his age, after his experiences of life, with his taste refined and exacting, should at last determine to marry this big, flax-haired, silent creature of the white north, was a problem that finally forced itself into words. I sat beside one of the little iron tables on the terrace, a cigarette dying out in my fingers. The Prince Dmitri was walking slowly along the whole length of the villa on the red tile that made a band of colour against the white walls. The villa looked out over the sweep of the Mediterranean. Below, hidden by the vines and olive trees, was Nice. On the left, like a white ribbon, the Corniche road ascended into a gap of the mountain on its way to Mentone. And west of it, like a mirage, like an illusion, was the ruined, abandoned, fairy city of Châteauneuf. I think he was the handsomest man in Europe. Middle age had merely served to refine the strength of his features. He was not poor. The upheaval of Russia had not wholly stripped him. Long before it came, he had laid down a sort of partnership with Ravillon, the great jeweller on the Rue de Rivoli and the Place Messina. It was a trade that the war had not impaired. It left the prince in command of his villa, his house in Paris, and an income. He did not stop in his measured, reflective step at my inquiry. It was only when I added the 4 final words that he paused and turned about to regard me. "Do you love her?" I said. "Love?" He repeated the word slowly, softly, as though it were the potent element in some magic rune. "Ah, no, my friend," he said. "I do not love her." From every standpoint of material interest, this marriage was desirable and excellent. The Norwegian woman was a royal princess, and like the young man in the scriptures, she had great possessions. But these considerations did not seem sufficient. "Then why did you arrange this marriage?" I said. The man came back to where I sat, his hands linked behind him, his face reflective. "Why does a man in peril," he said, "protect himself with a bolted door?" I was profoundly astonished. "Peril?" I repeated. "You in peril?" "In the very deadliest peril," he said. He went into the salon of the villa and presently returned with the most extraordinary photograph that I have ever seen. It was long and narrow, about 4 inches in length and perhaps 1.5 inches in width. 3 views of a woman's face appeared on this photograph, both of the side views and the full view. The side views were upon the ends of the photograph and the full face in the centre. The photographic work was good. That is to say, it had been taken with an excellent lens by a skilled photographer, but it lacked every evidence of those artificialities with which smart photographers add illusions to the human face. The photographs were clear, hard, and accurate, with no softening shadows. The board on which they were printed seemed ordinary and common, but the frame around this cheap board was a gold band studded with rubies. It was a wonderful frame, as beautiful as the best workmanship could make it. But it was not these considerations which impressed me. It was the human face that appeared in these three contrasted positions. It was the picture of a young girl, her hair simply arranged, as though she had not yet escaped from the discipline of a convent. It was a face of exceptional beauty. One never could wish to change a line or a feature of it. Its bony structure was perfect, but there was something more than this mere structural excellence. There was the lure of an indescribable charm in the face, a charm that one could not separate in the expression from a profound innocence of life. One felt that the lure of this human creature must be extraordinary to appear thus impressive in the hard, garish outlines of this photograph. The picture held my attention. I put it down on the table, only to take it up again, and the man watched me, as one might watch in another the effect of a drug which he had amazingly experienced in himself. I continued to examine the photograph, and the one profound conviction that possessed me was that here, preserved on the cheap surface of a photograph board, was a woman with every quality of alluring feminine charm, every quality that the big, white, silent northern woman amazingly lacked. And I wondered whence this strange, harsh photograph had come, and why the man before me had enclosed it in a frame of jewels, and kept it as one preserves a treasure. The prince sat down beyond me at the table. For a time he was silent, then suddenly he began to speak. "One morning," he said, "in the early springtime, I was idling in Ravillon's shop on the Rue de Rivoli. We had been considering the importation of jewels. Some shipment from Amsterdam had come in, and the shop was preparing for its usual summer trade with America. I had come out from the manager's room when I saw a girl pass the door. She looked in as she passed, and after she had gone a few steps beyond, hesitated, turned about, and finally came timidly into the shop." He paused and got a cigarette from a tray on the table, lighted it, and held it a moment in his fingers. "It was the girl you have just seen in the photograph. She was very plainly dressed. It was the sort of clothing that showed the evidences of gentility, I thought, and poverty. She wore a little piece of fur. It was old, and the seams of her dress had been cleaned and pressed until the fabric looked as though it would give way if an iron were again set on it. She asked to see a manufactured ruby of about 2 carats. The clerk was not impressed to consider her as a possible purchaser. He thought she was one of the class of poor shop-girls in Paris who endeavour by this means to satisfy their curiosity about jewels. The women of Paris who buy manufactured jewels do not have the appearance of this girl." The prince paused and touched the cigarette to his lips. "But there was something about this woman," he said, "that profoundly disturbed me. I did not know what it was. I do not know now. But it was something independent of her appearance, although her appearance was remarkable enough. Her hair was the exquisite mahogany of a horse chestnut, with that incomparable gloss which the shell of the nut bears when it first escapes from the husk. Her complexion was pale, almost as pale as plaster, and her eyes were blue, the blue of a delf plate. I found myself wondering what race the girl was of. She seemed a sort of blend. I thought it was French or Italian and some other blood. Some blood not of a tame, conventional race. The clerk laid a piece of black velvet on the table, brought some manufactured rubies, and placed them before her. The girl sat down at the table, and I went over and stood beside her. She selected one of the stones and asked the price, which was more than 500 francs. She seemed very much disturbed at this. She inquired if the stone could not be purchased for 500 francs. She put her hand into the bosom of her blouse, took out a little purse, and emptied it on the table. It contained 500 francs in gold pieces. The clerk replied that the stone could not be purchased for a less sum, but I interrupted him. I said she might have it at the price. It was then, it seemed, that she became aware of my presence for the first time. She got up and began to express her appreciation of my kindness. She seemed embarrassed, like a child who does not know precisely how to go about such a convention. And now that she spoke directly to me, the charm of her personality was even more inconceivably impressive. Then she made what we considered an extraordinary request. She wished to know if we could identify this stone. It was not clear why she wished to identify it. We got the impression that she intended to bring it in again later, and she would like us to be certain to identify it. The clerk would have got rid of the matter in the easiest way he could, but I compelled him to consider it. It was a good deal of trouble to undertake to establish sufficient data for the identification of this manufactured stone. We had to make a very careful record of its exact measurements, the dimensions of its faces, and so forth. I explained this to the girl. She listened attentively. She then asked for a duplicate of our record of identification, and I had this given to her. She went out of the shop with the manufactured ruby wrapped up in the duplicate of the record we had made out for its identification. The prince stopped and flicked the ash from his cigarette. He remained for a moment looking out over Nice, at the vast sweep of the Mediterranean, wrinkled by the touches of the Mistral. "I should have followed her," he said. "I was stupid to permit her to escape out of my knowledge. But under the charm of the girl I seemed incapable of any practical measure. I think at the moment she did not seem precisely real. She was like a fairy woman, something one had longed for, appearing unexpectedly by virtue of an incantation. A moment later, when I went to the door of the shop to look, she was nowhere to be seen. She had vanished. But the spell with which I was enveloped did not vanish. It remained, and I came every day to the shop in the Rue de Rivoli under the hope that she would return. I had a strong basis for the hope, and I clung to it as a drowning man would cling to a lifeline. The stone would come back for identification some time, and by that clue I should find her again. I ought to have gone to Amsterdam on the affairs of the house, and I ought to have returned to my estates in Russia, but I would not have missed a day from the shop in the Rue de Rivoli for the redemption of the world." He paused. The sun, going down behind the black ridge of the mountains, gilded the fairy city of Châteauneuf as though it were powdered over with gold dust. The wrinkles on the Mediterranean were breaking into little ridges whitened on their summits. The vague touches of the mistral seemed to approach. "It is of no use to undertake to explain the thing," he said. "There is no explanation of it. Something like the odour of a blossom had reached deliciously to every fibre in my body. I was under the dominance of a sorcery that no sort of common sense could exorcise. I was written to in vain from Amsterdam and from Russia. I remained in the shop in the Rue de Rivoli. And I was rewarded for that vigilance. One evening, perhaps a month later, as we were closing the shop, the girl suddenly entered. She welcomed me with a smile. And it seemed that all at once, by virtue of that smile, the blackness of the pit in which I had miserably dwelt was flooded with sunlight. She put on the table the ruby and the crumpled paper which bore our duplicate of identification, and she asked us to look again at the stone. I did not look at the ruby. The girl alone occupied my attention exclusively. I wished to impress for ever on my memory every detail of her. The sheen of her hair, the deep, vivid blue of her eyes, and her incomparable mouth, innocent like a flower. It was some time then before I realized that the clerk was calling my attention to the jewel. He seemed to be very much astonished. What he was saying was, "But this is not a manufactured ruby. It is a real ruby." The girl sprang up at the word. "Oh," she said, "is it true? Is it real?" The clerk asked me to examine the stone, and I did examine it. Every expert in the shop examined it. It corresponded precisely to every item of our data for the identification of the manufactured ruby. We compared the measurements with the most delicate instruments in our possession. They were all precisely correct. It was in every detail the manufactured stone which we had sold to her for 500 francs. But the amazing, astonishing, inexplicable thing was that the stone was no longer a manufactured ruby. It was a genuine ruby. We applied every test of which dealers in jewels have any knowledge. There was no doubt about it. The stone was real. By some means, a manufactured ruby worth 500 francs had changed into a genuine ruby worth 20,000 francs. The girl seemed transported with delight when we told her the result of the test, but she made no explanation. She went at once out of the shop. The cigarette had burned to his fingertips, and the prince tossed it over the edge of the terrace into the vines. "But this time," he said, "I did not propose that the girl should escape me. I followed her. She hurried down the Rue de Rivoli and turned into the Place de la Concorde. I continued to follow her. I don't think I was very discreet about it. I was too anxious to be careful. Presently she seemed to be disturbed. She had seen me crossing the street and knew that I followed her. She hesitated, uncertain what to do. Then she went on swiftly for perhaps a dozen paces. She stopped, and I thought she intended to turn round and come back, but she went across the Rue de Rivoli through the gate into the garden of the Tuileries. I followed through the gate. She walked rapidly under the horse-chestnuts. I had lost all discretion about the matter now, and I went on hurriedly, fearful that I should lose sight of her for an instant. There is a bench behind some shrubs looking out toward the Seine. She went round the shrubs and sat down on the bench. I came up, parted the branches, and looked through to see what had become of her. She was sitting huddled on the bench, her head on her arm, crying. I went round and sat down beside her. I did not say anything. I did not know what to say. There seemed nothing to say. She continued to cry softly for a good while, her face on her arm, and the undulation of her shoulders and the tremor of her hand that lost itself under the wealth of hair affected me beyond any possibility of speech. I suppose I should have sat there until morning, until the world wore out, turning on its axis, without a word, without emotion, enveloped with the sorcery of something in this woman. I don't know how to describe it. There doesn't seem to be any word in any language to describe it. It was as though every cell, every living organic cell that made up the unit of my body, starved, had a desperate, primeval, animal sensation of hunger. And it was the hunger of panic. It was the hunger of long deprivation, a hunger unfed from the beginning of the world. The man stopped and got another cigarette. You will say that I was mad, of course. I was not mad. I was as sane and intelligent as I am now, as I shall be when I marry this Norwegian woman. The thing had nothing to do with any sort of madness. It was simply something that had awakened, something that by the gracious beneficence of God is usually kept sleeping in us. I don't see how it could be explained to anybody. If a man were born blind, how could one explain colour to him? If he were deaf from his mother, how could one explain music to him? It may be fortunate. It may be out of an inscrutable wisdom that the thing is dormant in most of us. I don't know what would happen to the world if that thing awoke in everybody as it awoke in me on that afternoon in the garden of the Tuileries. Of course it did not awake there. It awoke the first time the girl came into the shop, and it was waiting when she returned. But it clamoured now. It clamoured like hungry cheetahs before the grating of a pit. And yet, with all that hell going on inside, I did not move, and I did not say anything. Presently the girl sat up. She wiped the tears out of her eyes. I remember it perfectly. She had a little handkerchief wadded up in her fingers, and she dabbed her eyes with it. "Oh, monsieur," she said, "I don't know what to do. You will follow me. You will find out everything, and you will take it for the use of your big shop." She repeated it, and the tears began again. I don't know what I said. I must have said a good deal, and I suppose it must have seemed impressive. I think it would have seemed convincing, for I was desperately in earnest. No one could have been in more deadly earnest about anything. It seemed to me that the most important thing in the world, the most important thing that would ever be in the world, was to convince this girl that she could trust me. I did not know what it was she would need to trust me about. I had no idea what things she feared would be taken away, or what use the house to which my name was attached would make of anything she knew or had control of. But I laboured to convince her that anything in which she was in any way interested was safe, would be made safe. We must have appeared very curious to anyone walking through the garden of the Tuileries. A girl crying on a bench, and a man in this earnest appeal. The prince paused and got another match for his cigarette. "And yet," he said, "when one stops to think about it, That would be the one sort of scene in Paris having no element of strangeness. It would be simply a scene out of the oldest tragedy of the world, to be met with anywhere. There is no bench in the whole garden of the Tuileries upon which it has not been enacted. He paused. I don't remember precisely how the thing ended, but it was all somehow concerned with what seemed to be a surrender to me, a capitulation. Women do things like that. We shall never understand the mental process by which they arrive at a conclusion to do them. Perhaps there is no mental process. I suppose the thing is a sort of feeling, or it is a sort of relaxation, or it is a sort of abandonment. I don't know what to call it. She would come tomorrow afternoon to the shop, and she would put everything into my hands. She would trust me. That is what it all summed up to. Night was beginning to arrive, a sort of blue deepening, as though the Italian sky descended over the Riviera and hardened into sapphire. I got the picture and began to look at it again. I had not been mistaken. Something of the extraordinary charm which the man before me felt himself unable to describe was unquestionably present even in this strained photograph. The prince went on. He was not looking at me. He was looking at the Mediterranean rising to meet the descending Italian sky. I was in the manager's office of the jeweller's shop on the Rue de Rivoli the following afternoon. I was there from midday until the moment she came in. It was very late when she arrived. The afternoon was nearly gone. The clerks were putting up the iron shutters, but they were not permitted to close the door. I would have kept the door open all the night and all of every other night. It should have stood open for ever, like the doors to the churches of God, until she came in. For a few moments he was silent. Then he continued, as though he had omitted a great chapter of description, of the physical description of a woman and the analysis of a consuming passion. A chapter that I would not understand. Perhaps nobody would understand. She had a package under her arm, wrapped up in an old newspaper. It was heavy, and she carried it very gently. She put it down on the manager's table, and then she removed the newspaper and disclosed a copper box. When the lid was lifted, the box was seen to have 2 compartments. One of these was of a whitish metal, and the other some sort of composition. There was a glass plate between the 2 compartments, and above it what seemed to be a reflector. She moved something in the box, and a ray, ruby-coloured, descended on the glass plate. She explained that her father was an Italian chemist. All his life he had been engaged in the study of the synthetic chemistry of jewels. He held that the manufactured ruby of commerce differed from the true ruby only in its atomic structure. And he believed that this atomic structure could be made to rearrange itself under the influence of the true ruby and a kinetic agent. The device in the copper box was the result of this theory. If true rubies were heaped round a manufactured stone and subjected to the ray, the influence of the atoms in the true stones under the light energy would cause the atoms in the manufactured stone to arrange themselves in a similar order. This was the explanation of the change that had taken place in the manufactured ruby. Her father was dead. He had left her this invention. She had wished to test it, and she had taken the 500 francs which she had received from the sale of his books and purchased the ruby. She had placed it on the glass plate under this device, surrounded it with the little fragments of genuine rubies which her father had been able to gather up, and the change which we had observed had taken place. There had been a rearrangement of the molecular structure of the stone. She explained that her father had said that the change in the manufactured stone would be quicker if the true rubies round it were larger, but he had had no money with which to buy large stones, and she could only work slowly with the fragments which he had got. She now put this invention into my hands. It was a part of this surrender, this abandonment. I called in the manager and the clerks. It seemed incredible to us, but all sorts of incredible inventions had come out of Italy. The discoveries of Marconi had put every man where he could no longer say that anything was impossible. And besides, we had the concrete evidence in the manufactured ruby which had been transformed. We put the device into the safe, with the manufactured ruby on the glass plate, surrounded with a heap of the best Oriental stones in our possession. He paused. In the thick light, his body had a distorted outline. For a long time there was no sound. Then he went on. "I think, my friend," he said, "that we are never quite prepared for the utter, unreserved surrender of a woman to us, even at the end of our most elaborate arguments. The girl's abandonment to my honour had not ended." "And now, monsieur," she said, "what are you going to do with me?" He paused again. "I took her to the house of my aunt, the Countess Cassini, on the Bois de Boulogne." He hesitated, and his voice thickened. "The third patriarch said that the days of his life had been few and evil. Many and evil mine seem, but 2 moments of them outbalance the weight of the years. The moment in the carriage when she said, 'I love you,' and the moment when my aunt, the Countess Cassini, took me softly into the bedchamber, with the balcony opening onto the Bois de Boulogne, and showed me the girl asleep in the great canopied bed, asleep like a worn-out child, her pale face gleaming like a flower. Night had descended. It was suddenly dark. The man beyond me was only a voice speaking in the darkness. "I never saw her again." "Never saw her again?" I cried. "Then where did you get this picture?" "I got it from the rogues' gallery of the Service de la Sûreté," he said. "She belonged to the White Wolves, the most desperate association of criminals in Europe." "But the invention?" I cried. "Was it a hoax?" He answered slowly in the darkness. "It was by no means a hoax. It would not change a manufactured stone into a ruby. The genuine stone the girl brought in had been cut in Amsterdam to match the manufactured ruby which she had purchased. But the invention was effective for its purpose all the same. At 3 o'clock on that night, it blew open the vault of our shop in the Rue de Rivoli. We lost 500,000 francs in jewels." Then suddenly his voice strengthened. It went out strong and forceful into the night. "But all this would not matter. Nothing would matter. If I should ever find her and I were free, I would follow her through the slime of the world." "And so," I said, "you are arranging this marriage as protection against her?" His voice came softly, like a whisper. "Yes," he said, "that is it. To bolt the door." End of The Girl with the Ruby by Melville Davisson Post. The Ruby and the Cauldron by Anna Catherine Green. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As there were 2 good men on duty that night, I did not see why I should remain at my desk, even though there was an unusual stir created in our small town by the grand ball given at the Evergreens. But just as I was preparing to start for home, an imperative ring called me to the telephone, and I heard, "Hello! Is this the police station?" "It is." "Well, then, a detective is wanted at once at the Evergreens. He cannot be too clever or too discreet. A valuable jewel has been lost, which must be found before the guests disperse for home. Large reward if the matter ends successfully." "May I ask who is speaking to me?" "Mrs. Ashley." It was the mistress of the Evergreens and giver of the ball. "Madam, a man shall be sent at once. Where will you see him?" "In the butler's pantry at the rear. Let him give his name as Jennings." "Very good. Good-bye." "Good-bye." A pretty piece of work. Should I send Hendricks or should I send Hicks? Hendricks was clever and Hicks discreet, but neither united both qualifications in the measure demanded by the sensible and quietly resolved woman with whom I had just been talking. What alternative remained? But one. I must go myself. It was not late, not for a ball night at least, and as half the town had been invited to the dance, the streets were alive with carriages. I was watching the blink of their lights through the fast-falling snow, when my attention was drawn to a fact which struck me as peculiar. These carriages were all coming my way, instead of rolling in the direction of the Evergreens. Had they been empty, this would have needed no explanation, but so far as I could see, most of them were full, and that, too, of loudly talking women and gesticulating men. Something of a serious nature must have occurred at the Evergreens. Rapidly I paced on, and soon found myself before the great gates. A crowd of vehicles of all descriptions blocked the entrance. None seemed to be passing up the driveway. All stood clustered at the gates, and as I drew nearer I perceived many an anxious head thrust forth from their quickly opened doors, and heard many an ejaculation of disappointment as the short interchange of words went on between the drivers of these various turnouts and a man drawn up in quiet resolution before the unexpectedly barred entrance. Slipping round to this man's side, I listened to what he was saying. It was simple, but very explicit. "Mrs. Ashley asks everybody's pardon, but the ball can't go on tonight. Something has happened which makes the reception of further guests impossible. Tomorrow evening she will be happy to see you all. The dance is simply postponed." This he had probably repeated 40 times, and each time it had probably been received with the same mixture of doubt and curiosity which now held the lengthy procession in check. Not wishing to attract attention, yet anxious to lose no time, I pressed up still nearer, and bending towards him from the shadow cast by a convenient post, uttered the one word, "Jennings." Instantly he unlocked a small gate at his right. I passed in, and with professional sang-froid proceeded to take my way to the house through the double row of evergreens bordering the semicircular approach. As these trees stood very close together, and were, besides, heavily laden with fresh fallen snow, I failed to catch a glimpse of the building itself until I stood in front of it. Then I saw that it was brilliantly lighted and gave evidence here and there of some festivity, but the guests were too few for the effect to be very exhilarating, and passing around to the rear, I sought the special entrance to which I had been directed. A heavy-browed porch, before which stood a caterer's wagon, led me to a door which had every appearance of being the one I sought. Pushing it open, I entered without ceremony, and speedily found myself in the midst of 20 or more coloured waiters and chattering housemaids. To one of the former I addressed the question, "Where is the butler's pantry? I am told that I shall find the lady of the house there." "Your name?" was the curt demand. "Jennings." "Follow me." I was taken through narrow passages and across one or two storerooms to a small but well-lighted closet, where I was left, with the assurance that Mrs. Ashley would presently join me. I had never seen this lady, but I had often heard her spoken of as a woman of superior character and admirable discretion. She did not keep me waiting. In 2 minutes the door opened, and this fine, well-poised woman was telling her story in the straightforward manner I so much admire. The article lost was a large ruby of singular beauty and great value, the property of Mrs. Burton, the senator's wife, in whose honour this ball was being given. It had not been lost in the house, nor had it been originally missed this evening. Mrs. Burton and herself had attended the great football game in the afternoon, and it was on the college campus that Mrs. Burton had first dropped her invaluable jewel. But a reward of $500 having been at once offered to whomever should find and restore it, a great search had followed, which ended in its being picked up by one of the students and brought back as far as the driveway in front of the evergreens, when it had again disappeared, and in a way to rouse conjecture of the strangest and most puzzling character. The young man who had brought it thus far bore the name of John Dean, and was a member of the senior class. He had been the first to detect its sparkle in the grass, and those who were near enough to see his face at that happy moment say that it expressed the utmost satisfaction at his good luck. "You see," said Mrs. Ashley, "he has a sweetheart, and $500 looks like a fortune to a young man just starting life. But he was weak enough to take this girl into his confidence, and on their way here, for both were invited to the ball, he went so far as to pull it out of his pocket and show it to her. They were admiring it together and vaunting its beauties to the young lady friend who had accompanied them, when their carriage turned into the driveway and they saw the lights of the house flashing before them. Hastily restoring the jewel to the little bag he had made for it out of the finger end of an old glove, a bag in which he assured me he had been careful to keep it safely tied ever since picking it up on the college green, he thrust it back into his pocket and prepared to help the ladies out. But just then a disturbance arose in front. A horse which had been driven up was rearing in a way that threatened to overturn the light buggy to which it was attached. As the occupants of this buggy were ladies and seemed to have no control over the plunging beast, young Dean naturally sprang to the rescue. Bidding his own ladies alight and make for the porch, he hurriedly ran forward and, pausing in front of the maddened animal, waited for an opportunity to seize him by the rein. He says that as he stood there facing the beast with fixed eye and raised hand, he distinctly felt something strike or touch his breast. But the sensation conveyed no meaning to him in his excitement, and he did not think of it again till, the horse well in hand, and the 2 alarmed occupants of the buggy rescued, he turned to see where his own ladies were, and beheld them looking down at him from the midst of a circle of young people, drawn from the house by the screaming of the women. Instantly a thought of the treasure he carried recurred to his mind, and releasing the now quieted horse, he thrust his hand hastily into his pocket. The jewel was gone. He declares that for a moment he felt as if he had been struck on the head by one of the hoofs of the frantic horse he had just handled. But immediately the importance of his loss, and the necessity he felt for instant action, restored him to himself, and shouting aloud, "I've dropped Mrs. Burton's ruby!" he begged everyone to stand still while he made a search for it. This all occurred, as you must know, more than an hour and a half ago, consequently before many of my guests had arrived. My son, who was one of the few spectators gathered on the porch, tells me that there was only one other carriage behind the one in which Mr. Dean had brought his ladies. Both of these had stopped short of the stepping-stone, and as the horse and buggy which had made all this trouble had by this time been driven to the stable, nothing stood in the way of his search but the rapidly accumulating snow, which, if you remember, was falling very thick and fast at the time. My son, who had rushed in for his overcoat, came running down the steps to help him. So did some others. But with an imploring gesture, he begged to be allowed to conduct the search alone, the ground being in such a state that the delicately mounted jewel ran great risk of being trodden into the snow, and thus injured or lost. They humoured him for a moment, then, seeing that his efforts bade fair to be fruitless, my son insisted upon joining him, and the 2 looked the ground over inch by inch, from the place where Mr. Dean had set foot to ground in alighting from his carriage, to the exact spot where he had stood when he had finally seized hold of the horse. But no ruby. Then Harrison, that is my son's name, sent for a broom and went over the place again, sweeping aside the surface snow and examining carefully the ground beneath, but with no better results than before. No ruby could be found. My son came to me panting. Mrs. Burton and myself stood awaiting him in a state of suspense. Guests and fate were alike forgotten. We had heard that the jewel had been found on the campus by one of the students, and had been brought back as far as the step in front, and then lost again in some unaccountable manner in the snow, and we hoped, nay, expected from moment to moment, that it would be brought in. When Harrison finally entered, pale, dishevelled, and shaking his head, Mrs. Burton caught me by the hand, and I thought she would faint. For this jewel is of far greater value to her than its mere worth in money, though that is by no means small. It is a family jewel, and was given to her by her husband under special circumstances. He prizes it even more than she does, and he is not here to counsel or assist her in this extremity. Besides, she was wearing it in direct opposition to his expressed wishes. This I must tell you, to show how imperative it is for us to recover it, also to account for the large reward she is willing to pay. When he last looked at it, he noticed that the fastening was a trifle slack, and though he handed the trinket back, he told her distinctly that she was not to wear it till it had been either to Tiffany's or Starr's. But she considered it safe enough, and put it on to please the boys, and lost it. Senator Burton is a hard man, and, in short, the jewel must be found. I give you just 1 hour in which to do it. "But, madam," I protested. "I know," she put in, with a quick nod and a glance over her shoulder to see if the door was shut. "I have not finished my story. Hearing what Harrison had to say, I took action at once. I bade him call in the guests, whom curiosity or interest still detained in the porch, and seat them in a certain room which I designated to him. Then, after telling him to send 2 men to the gates with orders to hold back all further carriages from entering, and 2 others to shovel up and cart away to the stable every particle of snow for 10 feet each side of the front step, I asked to see Mr. Dean. But here my son whispered something into my ear which it is my duty to repeat. It was to the effect that Mr. Dean believed that the jewel had been taken from him. That he insisted, in fact, that he had felt a hand touch his breast while he stood awaiting an opportunity to seize the horse. "Very good," said I. "We'll remember that too. But first see that my orders are carried out, and that all approaches to the grounds are guarded, and no one allowed to come in or go out without permission from me." He left us, and I was turning to encourage Mrs. Burton, when my attention was caught by the eager face of a little friend of mine, who, quite unknown to me, was sitting in one of the corners of the room. She was studying my countenance with a subdued anxiety, hardly natural in one so young, and I was about to relieve my mind by questioning her, when she made a sudden rush and vanished from the room. Some impulse made me follow her. She is a conscientious little thing, but timid as a hare, and though I saw she had something to say, it was with difficulty I could make her speak. Only after the most solemn assurances that her name should not be mentioned in the matter would she give me the following bit of information, which you may possibly think throws another light upon the affair. It seems that she was looking out of one of the front windows when Mr. Dean's carriage drove up. She had been watching the antics of the horse attached to the buggy, but as soon as she saw Mr. Dean going to the assistance of those in danger, she let her eyes stray back to the ladies whom he had left behind him in the carriage. She did not know these ladies, but their looks and gestures interested her, and she watched them quite intently as they leaped to the ground and made their way toward the porch. One went on quickly and without pause to the step, but the other, the one who came last, did not do this. She stopped a moment, perhaps to watch the horse in front, perhaps to draw her cloak more closely about her, and when she again moved on, it was with a start and a hurried glance at her feet, terminating in a quick turn and a sudden stooping to the ground. When she again stood upright, she had something in her hand, which she thrust furtively into her breast. "How was this lady dressed?" I inquired. "In a white cloak with an edging of fur. I took pains to learn that too, and it was with some curiosity, I assure you, that I examined the few guests that had now been admitted to the room I had so carefully pointed out to my son. 2 of them wore white cloaks, but one of these was Mrs. Dalrymple, and I did not give her or her cloak a second thought. The other was a tall, fine-looking girl, with an air and bearing calculated to rouse admiration, if she had not looked so disturbed. But her preoccupation was evident, a circumstance which, had she been Mr. Dean's fiancée, would have needed no explanation. But as she was only that lady's friend, its cause was not so apparent. The floor of the room, as I had happily remembered, was covered with crash, and as I lifted each garment off, I allowed no maid to assist me in this, I shook it well, ostensibly because of the few flakes clinging to it, really to see if anything could be shaken out of it. Of course I met with no success. I had not expected to, but it is my disposition to be thorough. These wraps I saw all hung in an adjoining closet, the door of which I locked. Here is the key, after which I handed my guests over to my son and went to notify the police. I bowed and asked where the young people were now. "Still in the drawing-room. I have ordered the musicians to play, and consequently there is more or less dancing. But, of course, nothing can remove the wet blanket which has fallen over us all. Nothing but the finding of this jewel. Do you see your way to accomplishing this? We are, from this very moment, at your disposal. Only I pray that you will make no more disturbance than is necessary, and, if possible, arouse no suspicions you cannot back up by facts. I dread a scandal almost as much as I do sickness and death. And these young people, well, their lives are all before them, and neither Mrs. Burton nor myself would wish to throw the shadow of a false suspicion over any one of them." I assured her that I sympathized with her scruples, and would do my best to recover the ruby without inflicting undue annoyance upon the innocent. Then I inquired whether it was known that a detective had been called in. She seemed to think it was suspected by some, if not by all, at which my way seemed a trifle complicated. We were about to proceed when another thought struck me. "Madam, you have not said whether the carriage itself was searched." "I forgot. Yes, the carriage was thoroughly overhauled before the coachman left the box." "Who did this overhauling?" "My son. He would not trust anyone else in a business of this kind." "One more question, madam. Was anyone seen to approach Mr. Dean on the carriage drive prior to his assertion that the jewel was lost?" "No. And there were no tracks in the snow of any such person. My son looked." And I would look, or so I decided within myself, but I said nothing. And in silence we proceeded toward the drawing-room. I had left my overcoat behind me, and always being well dressed, I did not present so bad an appearance. Still I was not in party attire, and naturally could not pass for a guest even if I had wanted to, which I did not. I felt that I must rely on insight in this case, and on a certain power I had always possessed of reading faces. That the case called for just this species of intuition, I was positive. Mrs. Burton's ruby was within 100 yards of us at this very moment, probably within 100 feet. But to lay hands on it, and without scandal, well, that was a problem calculated to rouse the interest of even an old police officer like myself. A strain of music, desultory, however, and spiritless, like everything else about the place that night, greeted us as Mrs. Ashley opened the door leading directly into the large front hall. Immediately a scene meant to be festive, but which was in fact desolate, burst upon us. The lights, the flowers, and the brilliant appearance of such ladies as flitted into sight from the almost empty parlours were all suggestive of the cheer suitable to a great occasion, but in spite of this the effect was altogether melancholy, for the hundreds who should have graced this scene, and for whom this illumination had been made and these festoons hung, had been turned away from the gates, and the few who felt they must remain because their hostess showed no disposition to let them go, wore any but holiday faces, for all their forced smiles and pitiful attempts at nonchalance and gaiety. I scrutinized these faces carefully. I detected nothing in them but annoyance at a situation which certainly was anything but pleasant. Turning to Mrs. Ashley, I requested her to be kind enough to point out her son, adding that I should be glad to have a moment's conversation with him before I spoke to Mr. Dean. "That will give Mr. Dean time to compose himself. He is quite upset. Not even Mrs. Burton can comfort him. My son— Oh, there is Harrison." A tall, fine-looking young man was crossing the hall. Mrs. Ashley beckoned to him, and in another moment we were standing together in one of the empty parlours. I gave him my name and told him my business. Then I said, "Your mother has allotted me an hour in which to find the valuable jewel which has just been lost on these premises." Here I smiled. "She evidently has great confidence in my ability. I must see that I do not disappoint her." All this time I was examining his face. It was not only handsome, but expressive of great candour. The eyes looked straight into mine, and while showing anxiety, betrayed no deeper emotion than the occasion naturally called for. "Have you any suggestions to offer? I understand that you were on the ground almost as soon as Mr. Dean discovered his loss." His eyes changed a trifle, but did not swerve. Of course he had been informed by his mother of the suspicious action of the young lady who had been a member of that gentleman's party, and shrank, as anyone in his position would, from the responsibilities entailed by this knowledge. "No," said he, "we have done all we can. The next move must come from you." "I know of one that will settle the matter at once," I assured him, still with my eyes fixed scrutinizingly on his face. "A universal search, not of places, but of persons. But it is a harsh measure." "A most disagreeable one," he emphasized, flushing. "Such an indignity offered to guests would never be forgotten or forgiven." "True. But if they offered to submit to this themselves—" "They? How?" "If you, the son of the house, their host, we may say, should call them together and, for your own satisfaction, empty out your pockets in the sight of everyone, don't you think that all the men, and possibly all the women too," here I let my voice fall suggestively, "would be glad to follow suit? It could be done in apparent joke." He shook his head with a straightforward air, which set him high in my estimation. "That would call for little but effrontery on my part," said he. "But think how it would affect these boys who came here for the sole purpose of enjoying themselves. I will not so much as mention the ladies." "Yet one of the latter—" "I know," he quietly acknowledged, growing restless for the first time. I withdrew my eyes from his face. I had learned what I wished. Personally, he did not shrink from search, therefore the jewel was not in his pockets. This left but two persons for suspicion to halt between. But I disclosed nothing of my thoughts. I merely asked pardon for a suggestion that, while pardonable in a man accustomed to handle crime with ungloved hands, could not fail to prove offensive to a gentleman like himself. "We must move by means less open," I concluded. "It adds to our difficulties, but that cannot be helped. I should now like a glimpse of Mr. Dean." "Do you not wish to speak to him?" "I should prefer a sight of his face first." He led me across the hall and pointed through an open door. In the centre of a small room containing a table and some chairs, I perceived a young man sitting, with fallen head and dejected air, staring at vacancy. By his side, with hand laid on his, knelt a young girl, striving in this gentle but speechless way to comfort him. It made a pathetic picture. I drew Ashley away. "I am disposed to believe in that young man," said I. "If he still has the jewel, he would not try to carry off the situation just this way. He really looks broken-hearted." "Oh, he is dreadfully cut up. If you could have seen how frantically he searched for the stone, and the depression into which he fell when he realized that it was not to be found, you would not doubt him for an instant. What made you think he might still have the ruby?" "Oh, we police officers think of everything. Then the fact that he insists that something or someone touched his breast on the driveway strikes me as a trifle suspicious. Your mother says that no second person could have been there, or the snow would have given evidence of it." "Yes, I looked expressly. Of course, the drive itself was full of hoof marks and wheel tracks, for several carriages had already passed over it. Then there were all of Dean's footsteps, but no other man, so far as I could see." "Yet he insists that he was touched or struck." "Yes." "With no one there to touch or strike him." Mr. Ashley was silent. "Let us step out and take a view of the place," I suggested. "I should prefer doing this to questioning the young man in his present state of mind." Then, as we turned to put on our coats, I asked with suitable precautions, "Do you suppose that he has the same secret suspicions as ourselves, and that it is to hide these he insists upon the jewels having been taken away from him at a point the ladies are known not to have approached?" Young Ashley looked more startled than pleased. "Nothing has been said to him of what Miss Peters saw Miss Glover do. I could not bring myself to mention it. I have not even allowed myself to believe—" Here a fierce gust blowing in from the door he had just opened cut short his words, and neither of us spoke again till we stood on the exact spot in the driveway where the episode we were endeavouring to understand had taken place. "Oh," I cried as soon as I could look about me, "the mystery is explained. Look at that bush, or perhaps you call it a shrub. If the wind were blowing as freshly as it is now, and very probably it was, one of those slender branches might easily be switched against his breast, especially if he stood, as you say he did, close against this border." "Well, I'm a fool. Only the other day I told the gardener that these branches would need trimming in the spring, and yet I never so much as thought of them when Mr. Dean spoke of something striking his breast." As we turned back, I made this remark: "With this explanation of the one doubtful point in his otherwise plausible account, we can credit his story as being in the main true, which," I calmly added, "places him above suspicion and narrows our inquiry down to one." We had moved quickly, and were now at the threshold of the door by which we had come out. "Mr. Ashley," I continued, "I shall have to ask you to add to your former favours that of showing me the young lady in whom, from this moment on, we are especially interested. If you can manage to let me see her first, without her seeing me, I shall be infinitely obliged to you." "I do not know where she is. I shall have to search for her." "I will wait by the hall door." In a few minutes he returned to me. "Come," said he, and led me into what I judged to be the library. With a gesture towards one of the windows, he backed quickly out, leaving me to face the situation alone. I was rather glad of this. Glancing in the direction he had indicated, and perceiving the figure of a young lady standing with her back to me on the farther side of a flowing lace curtain, I took a few steps toward her, hoping that the movement would cause her to turn, but it entirely failed to produce this effect, nor did she give any sign that she noted the intrusion. This prevented me from catching the glimpse of her face which I so desired, and obliged me to confine myself to a study of her dress and attitude. The former was very elegant, more elegant than the appearance of her two friends had led me to expect. Though I am far from being an authority on feminine toilets, I yet had experience enough to know that such a gown represented not only the best efforts of the dressmaker's art, but very considerable means on the part of the woman wearing it. This was a discovery which instantly altered the complexion of my thoughts, for I had presupposed her a girl of humble means, willing to sacrifice certain scruples to obtain a little extra money. This imposing figure might be that of a millionaire's daughter. How then could I associate her, even in my own mind, with theft? I decided that I must see her face before giving answer to these doubts. She did not seem inclined to turn. She had raised the shade from before the wintry panes, and was engaged in looking out. Her attitude was not that of one simply enjoying a moment's respite from the dance. It was rather that of an absorbed mind, brooding upon what gave little or no pleasure. And as I further gazed, and noted the droop of her lovely shoulders, and the languor visible in her whole bearing, I saw that a full glimpse of her features was imperative. Moving forward, I came upon her suddenly. "Excuse me, Miss Smith," I boldly exclaimed, then paused, for she had turned instinctively, and I had seen that for which I had risked this daring move. "Your pardon," I hastily apologized. "I mistook you for another young lady," and drew back with a low bow to let her pass, for I saw that her mind was bent on escape. And I did not wonder at this, for her eyes were streaming with tears, and her face, which was doubtless a pretty one under ordinary conditions, looked so distorted with distracting emotions that she was no fit subject for any man's eye, let alone that of a hard-hearted officer of the law, on the lookout for the guilty hand which had just appropriated a jewel worth anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000. Yet I was glad to see her weep, for only first offenders weep, and first offenders are amenable to influence, especially if they have been led into wrong by impulse, and are weak rather than wicked. Anxious to make no blunder, I resolved, before proceeding further, to learn what I could of the character and antecedents of the suspected one, and this from the only source which offered, Mr. Dean's affianced. This young lady was a delicate girl with a face like a flower. Recognizing her sensitive nature, I approached her with the utmost gentleness. Not seeking to disguise either the nature of my business or my reasons for being in the house, since all this gave me authority, I modulated my tone to suit her gentle spirit, and, above all, I showed the utmost sympathy for her lover, whose rights in the reward had been taken from him as certainly as the jewel had been taken from Mrs. Burton. In this way I gained her confidence, and she was quite ready to listen when I observed, "There is a young lady here who seems to be in a state of even greater trouble than Mr. Dean. Why is this? You brought her here. Is her sympathy with Mr. Dean so great as to cause her to weep over his loss?" "Frances? Oh, no. She likes Mr. Dean, and she likes me, but not well enough to cry over our misfortunes. I think she has some trouble of her own." "One that you can tell me?" Her surprise was manifest. "Why do you ask that? What interest can a police officer, called in, as I understand, to recover a stolen jewel, have in Francis Glover's personal difficulties?" I saw that I must make my position perfectly plain. "Only this. She was seen to pick up something from the driveway, where no one else had succeeded in finding anything." "She? When? Who saw her?" "I cannot answer all these questions at once," I said, smiling. "She was seen to do this, no matter by whom, while you were stepping down from the carriage. As you preceded her, you naturally did not observe this action, which was fortunate, perhaps, as you would scarcely have known what to do or say about it." "Yes, I should," she retorted with a most unexpected display of spirit. "I should have asked her what she had found, and I should have insisted upon an answer. I love my friends, but I love the man I am to marry better." Here her voice fell, and a most becoming blush suffused her cheek. "Quite right," I assented. Now, will you answer my former question? What troubles Miss Glover? Can you tell me?" "That I cannot. I only know that she has been very silent ever since she left the house. I thought her beautiful new dress would please her, but it does not seem to. She has been unhappy and preoccupied all the evening. She only roused a bit when Mr. Dean showed us the ruby, and said— Oh, I forgot." "What's that? What have you forgot?" "Your remark of a moment ago. I wouldn't add a word—" "Pardon me," I smilingly interrupted, looking as fatherly as I could. "But you have added this word, and now you must tell me what it means. You were going to speak of the interest she showed in the extraordinary jewel which Mr. Dean took from his pocket, and—" "In what he said about the reward he expected. That is, she looked eagerly at the ruby and sighed when he acknowledged that he expected it to bring him $500 before midnight. But any girl of means no larger than hers might do that. It would not be fair to lay too much stress on a sigh." "Is not Miss Glover wealthy? She wears a very expensive dress, I observe." "I know it, and I have wondered a little at it, for her father is not called very well off. But perhaps she bought it with her own money. I know she has some. She is an artist in burnt wood." I let the subject of Miss Glover's dress drop. I had heard enough to satisfy me that my first theory was correct. This young woman, beautifully dressed and with a face from which the rounded lines of early girlhood had not yet departed, held in her possession, probably at this very moment, Mrs. Burton's magnificent jewel. But where? On her person, or hidden in some of her belongings? I remembered the cloak in the closet, and thought it wise to assure myself that the jewel was not secreted in this garment before I proceeded to extreme measures. Mrs. Ashley, upon being consulted, agreed with me as to the desirability of this, and presently I had this poor girl's cloak in my hands. Did I find the ruby? No. But I found something else tucked away in an inner pocket, which struck me as bearing quite pointedly upon this case. It was the bill, crumpled, soiled, and tear-stained, of the dress whose elegance had so surprised her friends, and made me for a short time regard her as the daughter of wealthy parents. An enormous bill, which must have struck dismay to the soul of this self-supporting girl, who probably had no idea of how a French dressmaker can foot up items. $450, and for one gown. I declare I felt indignant myself, and could quite understand why she heaved that little sigh when Mr. Dean spoke of the $500 he expected from Mrs. Burton. And later, when in following the latter's footsteps up the driveway, she stumbled upon this same jewel, fallen as it were from his pocket into her very hands. How she came to succumb to the temptation of endeavouring to secure this sum for herself. That he would shout aloud his loss and thus draw the whole household out on the porch was naturally not anticipated by her. Of course, when this occurred, the feasibility of her project was gone, and I only wished that I had been present and able to note her countenance as, crowded in with others on that windy porch, she watched the progress of the search, which every moment made it not only less possible for her to attempt the restoration upon which the reward depended, but must have caused her to feel, if she had been as well brought up as all indications showed, that it was a dishonest act of which she had been guilty, and that, willing or not, she must look upon herself as a thief so long as she held the jewel back from Mr. Dean or its rightful owner. But how face the publicity of restoring it now, after so elaborate and painful a search in which even the son of her hostess had taken part. That would be to proclaim her guilt, and thus effectually ruin her in the eyes of everybody concerned. No, she would keep the compromising article a little longer, in the hope of finding some opportunity of returning it without risk to her good name, and so she allowed the search to proceed. I have entered thus elaborately into the supposed condition of this girl's mind on this critical evening, that you may understand why I felt a certain sympathy for her, which forbade harsh measures. I was sure, from the glimpse I had caught of her face, that she longed to be relieved from the tension she was under, and that she would gladly rid herself of this valuable jewel, if she only knew how. This opportunity I propose to give her, and this is why, on returning the bill to its place, I assumed such an air of relief on rejoining Mrs. Ashley. She saw, and drew me aside. "You have not found it," she said. "No," I returned, "but I am positive where it is." "And where is that?" "Over Miss Glover's uneasy heart." Mrs. Ashley turned pale. "Wait," said I. "I have a scheme for getting it back without making her shame public. Listen." And I whispered a few words in her ear. She surveyed me in amazement for a moment, then nodded and her face lighted up. "You are certainly earning your reward," she declared, and summoning her son, who was never far away from her side, she whispered her wishes. He started, bowed, and hurried from the room. By this time my business in the house was well known to all, and I could not appear in hall or parlour without a great silence falling upon every one present, followed by a breaking up of the only too small circle of unhappy guests into agitated groups. But I appeared to see nothing of all this till the proper moment, when, turning suddenly upon them all, I cried out cheerfully, but with a certain deference I thought would please them, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an interesting fact to announce. The snow which was taken up from the driveway has been put to melt in the great feed cauldron over the stable fire. We expect to find the ruby at the bottom, and Mrs. Ashley invites you to be present at its recovery. It has now stopped snowing, and she thought you might enjoy the excitement of watching the water ladled out." A dozen girls bounded forward. "Oh, yes, what fun! Where are our cloaks, our rubbers?" Two only stood hesitating. One of these was Mr. Dean's lady-love, and the other her friend Miss Glover. The former, perhaps, secretly wondered. The latter— but I dared not look long enough or closely enough in her direction to judge rightly of her emotions. Amid the bustle which now ensued, I caught sight of Mr. Dean's face peering from an open doorway. It was all alive with hope. I also perceived a lady looking down from the second story, who I felt sure was Mrs. Burton herself. Evidently my confident tone had produced more effect than the words themselves. Every one looked upon the jewel as already recovered, and regarded my invitation to the stable as a ruse by which I hoped to restore universal good feeling by giving them all a share in my triumph. All but one. Nothing could make Miss Glover look otherwise than anxious, restless, and unsettled. And though she followed in the wake of the rest, it was with hidden face and lagging step, as if she recognised the whole thing as a farce, and doubted her own power to go through it calmly. "Ah, my lady," thought I, "only be patient, and you will see what I shall do for you." And, indeed, I thought her eye brightened as we all drew up around the huge cauldron standing full of water over the stable stove. As pains had already been taken to put out the fire in this stove, the ladies were not afraid of injuring their dresses, and consequently crowded as close as their numbers would permit. Miss Glover especially stood within reach of the brim, and as soon as I noted this, I gave the signal which had been agreed upon between Mr. Ashley and myself. Instantly the electric lights went out, leaving the place in total darkness. A scream from the girls, a burst of hilarious laughter from their escorts, mingled with loud apologies from their seemingly mischievous host, filled up the interval of darkness which I had insisted should not be too soon curtailed. Then the lights flared up as suddenly as they had gone out, and while the glare was fresh on every face, I stole a glance at Miss Glover to see if she had made good use of the opportunity given her for ridding herself of the jewel by dropping it into the cauldron. If she had, both her troubles and mine were at an end. If she had not, then I need feel no further scruple in approaching her with the direct question I had hitherto found it so difficult to put. She stood with both hands grasping her cloak, which she had drawn tightly about the rich folds of her new and expensive dress. But her eyes were fixed straight before her, with a soft light in their depths which made her positively beautiful. The jewel is in the pot, I inwardly decided, and ordered the two waiting stablemen to step forward with their ladles. Quickly those ladles went in, but before they could be lifted out dripping, half the ladies had scurried back, afraid of injury to their pretty dresses. But they soon sidled forward again, and watched with beaming eyes the slow but sure emptying of the great cauldron, at whose bottom they anticipated finding the lost jewel. As the ladles were plunged deeper and deeper, the heads drew closer, and so great was the interest shown that the busiest lips forgot to chatter, and eyes whose only business up till now had been to follow with shy curiosity every motion made by their handsome young host, now settled on the murky depths of the great pot, whose bottom was almost in sight. As I heard the ladle strike this bottom, I instinctively withdrew a step, in anticipation of the loud hurrah which would naturally hail the first sight of the lost ruby. Conceive then my chagrin, my bitter and mortified disappointment, when, after one look at the broad surface of the now exposed bottom, the one shout which rose was, "Nothing!" I was so thoroughly put out that I did not wait to hear the loud complaints which burst from every lip. Drawing Mr. Ashley aside, who, by the way, seemed as much affected as myself by the turn affairs had taken, I remarked to him that after this there was only one course left for me to take. "And what is that?" "To ask Miss Glover to show me what she picked up from your driveway." "And if she refuses?" "To take her quietly with me to the station, where we have women who can make sure that the ruby is not on her person." Mr. Ashley made an involuntary gesture of strong repugnance. "Let us pray that it will not come to that," he objected hoarsely. "Such a fine figure of a girl. Did you notice how bright and happy she looked when the lights sprang up? I declare she struck me as lovely." "So she did me, and caused me to draw some erroneous conclusions. I shall have to ask you to procure me an interview with her as soon as we return to the house." "She shall meet you in the library." But when, a few minutes later, she joined me in the room just designated, I own that my task became suddenly hateful to me. She was not far from my own daughter's age, and had it not been for her furtive look of care, appeared almost as blooming and bright. Would it ever come to pass that a harsh man of the law should feel it his duty to speak to my Flora, as I must now speak to the young girl before me? The thought made me inwardly recoil, and it was in as gentle a manner as possible that I made my bow and began with the following remark. I hope you will pardon me, Miss Glover. I am told that is your name. I hate to disturb your pleasure," this with the tears of alarm and grief rising in her eyes, "but you can tell me something which will greatly simplify my task, and possibly put matters in such shape that you and your friends can be released to your homes." "I?" She stood before me with amazed eyes, the colour rising in her cheeks. I had to force my next words, which, out of consideration for her, I made as direct as possible. "Yes, miss. What was the article you were seen to pick up from the driveway soon after leaving your carriage?" She started, then stumbled backward, tripping in her long train. "I pick up," she murmured. Then, with a blush, whether of anger or pride I could not tell, she coldly answered, "Oh, that was something of my own, something I had just dropped. I'd rather not tell you what it was." I scrutinized her closely. She met my eyes squarely, yet not with just the clear light I should, remembering Flora, have been glad to see there. "I think it would be better for you to be entirely frank," said I. "It was the only article known to have been picked up from the driveway after Mr. Dean's loss of the ruby. And though we do not presume to say that it was the ruby, yet the matter would look clearer to us all if you would frankly state what this object was." Her whole body seemed to collapse, and she looked as if about to sink. "Oh, where is Minnie? Where is Mr. Dean?" she moaned, turning and staring at the door, as if she hoped they would fly to her aid. Then, in a burst of indignation which I was fain to believe real, she turned on me with the cry, "It was a bit of paper which I had thrust into the bosom of my gown. It fell out." "Your dressmaker's bill?" I intimated. She stared, laughed hysterically for a moment, then sank upon a sofa near by, sobbing spasmodically. "Yes," she cried after a moment, "my dressmaker's bill. You seem to know all my affairs." Then suddenly, and with a startling impetuosity which drew her to her feet, "Are you going to tell everybody that? Are you going to state publicly that Miss Glover brought an unpaid bill to the party? And that because Mr. Dean was unfortunate enough or careless enough to drop and lose the jewel he was bringing to Mrs. Burton, she is to be looked upon as a thief, because she stooped to pick up this bill which had slipped inadvertently from its hiding place? I shall die if you do!" she cried. "I shall die if it is already known," she pursued with increasing emotion. "Is it? Is it?" Her passion was so great, so much greater than any likely to rise in a breast wholly innocent, that I began to feel very sober. "No one but Mrs. Ashley and possibly her son know about the bill," said I, "and no one shall, if you will go with that lady to her room and make plain to her in the only way you can that the extremely valuable article which has been lost to-night is not in your possession." She threw up her arms with a scream. "Oh, what a horror! I cannot! I cannot! Oh, I shall die of shame! My father! My mother!" And she burst from the room like one distraught. But in another moment she came cringing back. "I cannot face them," she said. "They all believe it. They will always believe it unless I submit. Oh, why did I ever come to this dreadful place? Why did I order this hateful dress which I can never pay for, and which, in spite of the misery it has caused me, has failed to bring me the—" She did not continue. She had caught my eye and seen there, perhaps, some evidence of the pity I could not but experience for her. With a sudden change of tone, she advanced upon me with the appeal, "Save me from this humiliation. I have not seen the ruby. I am as ignorant of its whereabouts as Mr. Ashley himself. Won't you believe me? Won't they be satisfied if I swear?" I was really sorry for her. I began to think, too, that some dreadful mistake had been made. Her manner seemed too ingenuous for guilt. Yet where could that ruby be, if not with this young girl? Certainly all other possibilities had been exhausted, and her story of the bill, even if accepted, would never quite exonerate her from secret suspicion while that elusive jewel remained unfound. "You give me no hope," she moaned. "I must go out before them all and ask to have it proved that I am no thief. Oh, if God would only have pity!" Or someone should succeed in finding— Hello, what's that? A shout had risen from the hall beyond. She gasped, and we both plunged forward. Mr. Ashley, still in his overcoat, stood at the other end of the hall, and facing him were ranged the whole line of young people whom I had left scattered about in the various parlours. I thought he appeared to be in a peculiar frame of mind, and when he glanced our way and saw who was standing with me in the library doorway, his voice took on a tone which made me doubt whether he was about to announce good news or bad. But his first word settled that question. "Rejoice with me," he cried. "The ruby has been found. Do you want to see the culprit? For there is a culprit. We have him at the door. Shall we bring him in?"
Yes, yes,
cried several voices, among them that of Mr. Dean, who now strode forward with beaming eyes and instinctively lifted hand. But some of the ladies looked frightened, and Mr. Ashley, noting this, glanced for encouragement in our direction. He seemed to find it in Miss Glover's eyes. She had quivered and nearly fallen at that word "found," but had drawn herself up by this time, and was awaiting his further action in a fever of relief and hope, which perhaps no one but myself could fully appreciate. "A vile thief! A most unconscionable rascal!" vociferated Mr. Ashley. "You must see him, mother. You must see him, ladies, else you will not realise our good fortune. Open the door there, and bring in the robber." At this command, uttered in ringing tones, the huge leaves of the great front door swung slowly forward, revealing two sturdy stablemen, leading into view a huge horse. The scream of astonishment which went up from all sides, united to Mr. Ashley's shout of hilarity, caused the animal, unused no doubt to drawing-rooms, to rear to the length of his bridle, at which Mr. Ashley laughed again and gaily cried, "Confound the fellow! Look at him, mother! Look at him, ladies! Do you not see guilt written on his brow? It is he who has made us all this trouble. First, he must needs take umbrage at the two lights with which we presume to illuminate our porch. Then, envying Mrs. Burton her ruby and Mr. Dean his reward, seek to rob them both by grinding his hoofs all over the snow of the driveway till he came upon the jewel which Mr. Dean had dropped from his pocket, and taking it up in a ball of snow, secrete it in his left hind shoe, where it might be yet if Mr. Spencer," here he bowed to a strange gentleman who at that moment entered, "had not come himself for his daughters, and going first to the stable, found his horse so restless and seemingly lame. There, boys, you may take the wretch away now and harness him, but first hold up that guilty left hind hoof for the ladies to see, that he stooped to examine him, and so came upon this." Here the young gentleman brought forward his hand. In it was a nondescript little wad, well soaked and shapeless, but once he had untied the kid, such a ray of rosy light burst from his outstretched palm that I doubt if a single woman there noted the clatter of the retiring beast, or the heavy clang made by the two front doors as they shut upon the robber. Eyes and tongues were too busy, and Mr. Ashley, realizing probably that the interest of all present would remain, for a few minutes at least, with this marvellous jewel so astonishingly recovered, laid it with many expressions of thankfulness in Mrs. Burton's now eagerly outstretched palm, and advancing towards us, greeted Miss Glover with a smile.
"Congratulate me," he prayed. "All our troubles are over." "Oh, what now?"
The poor young thing, in trying to smile, had turned as white as a sheet. Before either of us could interpose an arm, she had slipped to the floor in a dead faint. With a murmur of pity, and possibly of inward contrition, he stooped over her, and together we carried her into the library, where I left her in his care, confident, from certain indications, that my presence would not be greatly missed by either of them. Whatever hope I may have had of reaping the reward offered by Mrs. Ashley was now lost, but in the satisfaction I experienced at finding this young girl as innocent as my Flora, I did not greatly care. Well, it all ended even more happily than may here appear. The horse not putting in his claim to the reward, and Mr. Spencer repudiating all right to it, it was paid in full to Mr. Dean, who, accompanied by his two ladies, went home in as buoyant a state of mind as was possible to him after the great anxieties of the preceding 2 hours. I was told that Mr. Ashley declined to close the carriage door upon them till the whole 3 had promised to come again the following night. Anxious to make such amends as I personally could for my share in the mortification to which Miss Glover had been subjected, I visited her in the morning, with the intention of offering a suggestion or 2 in regard to that little bill. But she met my first advance with a radiant smile and the glad exclamation,
"Oh, I have settled all that. I have just come from Madame Dupre's. I told her that I had never imagined the dress could possibly cost more than $100, and I offered her that sum if she would take the garment back. And she did, and I shall never have to wear that dreadful satin again."
I made a note of this dressmaker's name. She and I may have a bone to pick some day. But I said nothing to Miss Glover. I merely exclaimed, "And tonight?"
"Oh, I have an old spotted muslin, which with a few natural flowers will make me look festive enough. One does not need fine clothes when one is happy."
The dreamy, far-off smile with which she finished the sentence was more eloquent than words, and I was not surprised when some time later I read of her engagement to Mr. Ashley. But it was not till she could sign herself with his name that she told me just what underlay the misery of that night. She had met Harrison Ashley more than once before, and though she did not say so, had evidently conceived an admiration for him which made her especially desirous of attracting and pleasing him. Not understanding the world very well, certainly having very little knowledge of the tastes and feelings of wealthy people, she conceived that the more brilliantly she was attired, the more likely she would be to please this rich young man. So in a moment of weakness she decided to devote all her small savings, $100 as we know, to buying a gown such as she felt she could appear in at his house without shame. It came home, as dresses from French dressmakers are very apt to do, just in time for her to put it on for the party. The bill came with it, and when she saw the amount, it was all itemized and she could find no fault with anything but the summing up, she was so overwhelmed that she nearly fainted. But she could not give up her ball, so she dressed herself, and being urged all the time to hurry, hardly stopped to give one look at the new and splendid gown which had cost so much. The bill, the incredible, the enormous bill, was all she could think of, and the figures, which represented nearly her whole year's earnings, danced constantly before her eyes. She could not possibly pay it, nor could she ask her father to do so. She was ruined. But the ball and Mr. Ashley, these still awaited her, so presently she worked herself up to some anticipation of enjoyment, and having thrown on her cloak, was turning down her light preparatory to departure, when her eye fell on the bill lying open on her dresser. It would never do to leave it there, never do to leave it anywhere in her room. There were prying eyes in the house, and she was as ashamed of that bill as she might have been of a contemplated theft. So she tucked it into her corsage and went down to join her friends in the carriage. The rest we know, with the exception of one small detail, which turned to gall whatever enjoyment she was able to get out of the evening. There was a young girl present, dressed in a simple muslin gown. While looking at it and inwardly contrasting it with her own splendour, Mr. Ashley passed by with another gentleman, and she heard him say, "How much better young girls look in simple white than in the elaborate silk suited only to their mothers." Thoughtless words, possibly forgotten as soon as uttered, they sharply pierced this already sufficiently stricken and uneasy breast, and were the cause of the tears which had aroused my suspicion when I came upon her in the library, standing with her face to the night. But who can say whether, if the evening had been devoid of these occurrences, and no emotions of contrition and pity had been awakened in her behalf in the breast of her chivalrous host, she would ever have become Mrs. Ashley. End of The Ruby and the Cauldron by Anna Catherine Green. Mrs. Reedifer's Rubies by Zin Gould. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Yes, they are beautiful, are they not? Mrs. Reedifer passed through the low window to the piazza, where the company were gathered after dinner. Even in the cold light of the moon, the 3 superb rubies glowed like smouldering coals against her white skin. "And you should know," she added, "they have a history." "Most rubies have," muttered Willie Buttonby, blowing smoke rings through the clematis. "It's gone on so many years, it's become a habit with them." "You be quiet, Willie, and keep your vapid remarks to yourself," enjoined Mrs. Houghton, arranging a scarf over her generous bosom. "Ah, well, I was only thinking that—" "Don't think, Willie. It isn't a thing you can do well. And now be quiet, and let Mrs. Reedifer tell us about the rubies." "To begin with," Mrs. Reedifer took up the word, "they were given to me by Uncle Jack just after he came back from Calcutta, where, you know, he was consul." There goes Reedifer, interrupting herself as one of the men quietly strolled out on the terrace. "He always disappears when I tell the story of my rubies, though why, I can't exactly see." "Probably he doesn't like the flash," hinted Willie. "Now there you go again. Haven't I warned you to be quiet? Next I'll box your ears." "I submit." He leaned back in his chair and looked toward Reedifer, wandering among the box trees on the terrace. "They were given me, as I said, by Uncle Jack after he came back from India," Mrs. Reedifer went on. "He had them from the Rajah of Singdulip for a service, hiding him in the consulate during an insurrection, I believe. Anyway, he saved the Rajah's life at the time, though later, in another revolt, he was fatally wounded. Before he died, he sent for Uncle and gave him the rubies. 'Excellency,' he said, 'I give you these rubies. They cannot recompense the service you once did me, though they are priceless. They have never till now left my family since they rolled from the wounds that killed the radiant Zulakir, favourite princess of Asoka, king of Behar, and my ancestor. At least that is the legend. They are her lifeblood. One evening, as the king strolled on the terrace, listening to the nightingales among the trees in the garden, he almost fell over the corpse of the beautiful Zulikia, lying stark and cold in the light of the full moon. A jewelled dagger, buried to its hilt in her white bosom, told the tale. Distracted, Asoka fell on his knees and drew the blade from its mortal sheath, bringing with it a tiny crimson stream that stained the marble of the terrace. Next morning, slaves of the palace brought 3 rubies to the bedside of the stricken monarch. They had found them where the princess had lain. "These," cried Asoka, clasping them to his lips, "are the lifeblood of my beloved. With me and mine shall they rest for ever, and cursed be he who by foul measures becomes possessed of them. Excellency, they have never been owned out of the line of my ancestors. They need no strong box, no guard of honour. They will take care of themselves. Once, twice, thrice they were stolen, but the curse of Asoka holds good. Taken by violence shall they be returned, and in blood too, since in blood they were born. Only by free gift may they pass to another. I am the last of my race. I give them to you." Next morning the Rajah had joined his ancestor Asoka. "Goodness gracious me! They make me chilly now to look at them," said Mrs. Houghton, drawing the scarf closer to her bosom. "'Tis rather pretty," yawned Willie. "Nice story to put the children to sleep with." "Can't you believe anything, Willie? If you can't, at least don't destroy others' pleasure in what is beyond you." "But how about taking care of themselves, Mrs. Reedifer?" Willie went on, undisturbed by Mrs. Houghton's acerbity. "You don't expect us to swallow that, do you?" "Patience, Willie, until I've finished, and then you may judge." "Oh, Lord, is there a sequel?" And Willie sank back among his cushions with a resigned air. "I really never paid much attention to the story myself," said Mrs. Reedifer, "and kept the rubies in the safe, as I did my other jewels. But one night, on returning from a ball, dead tired, I threw them on the dressing table with the rest of the trinkets I had worn, telling Betty to leave them till morning. When I woke, the rubies were missing. Yes, actually they had disappeared, dissolved apparently in thin air." "The cat or the parrot?" mused Willie under his breath. "Whatever it was, we couldn't find them, though we tried every available means to do so. The next year we went to Europe. It was the year before the exposition in Paris, and there we had an apartment that gave on the Place d'Iéna. From my windows I could look out on the Avenue du Trocadero, in which the constant going and coming of all sorts of strange peoples fascinated me. When I was in the house I spent most of my time watching them. One day, as I was thus lazing in the embrasure, a group of exotics in outrageous, tingling finery passed up the avenue toward the exposition grounds. No one could possibly tell how it happened, but suddenly the little party was in the middle of the street, tangled up with a pair of plunging horses attached to a smart victoria. In a moment there was a crowd, one of those crowds that seem to come from nowhere but are always on hand. The sergeant de ville swung his baton right and left, and the gesticulating idlers added volubly to the confusion. On the impulse of the moment I ran downstairs and pushed into the crowd. A mussed-up bundle of tawdry finery lay on the asphalt, and from it protruded a peaked little face that was almost cleft by a wound from the forehead to the chin. Nothing was being done. I seized the muslin scarf she had about her shoulders and bound it as tightly as I could around her forehead. Then I told the officer to carry her to my apartment. As he deposited the limp form on a couch in my room, I telephoned for my doctor. In the afternoon she woke to consciousness and looked the gratitude of a helpless animal for my efforts to make her comfortable. Toward midnight she became restless. Her head turned from side to side, and she murmured in her own tongue. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide and stared at me strangely. Then she thrust her hand into the bosom of her chemise, and withdrawing it in feverish haste, she pressed into my hand a tiny packet, filthy as the street, and wound round and round with greasy thread. "Pavou, pavou," she whispered in her inchoate French. Before the doctor came again, she was dead. Several days later, I found the packet in a drawer where I had dropped and forgotten it in the excitement of the moment. I picked it up with the scissors and tossed it into the waste paper basket. On second thoughts, however, I picked it up again, clipped the grimy string, and unrolled the grimy paper. In it was one of my rubies.
"Oh, Mrs. Reedifer, that is too good," roared Willie.
"As you like," responded Mrs. Reedifer, "but it is gospel all the same. And to go on, if you'll only hold your tongue—"
"I'm done, Brown," returned Willie, while an echo from Reedifer on the terrace sounded very like, "Oh, fudge!"
"We went over to London for a few weeks in the autumn," Mrs. Reedifer continued, unmindful of the echo. "As we always do, we stayed at Hyde Park Corner, from which dear point of vantage I can run around to Lady Severdon's in Park Lane at almost any time, and unattended. She was in town then, and one evening, just after dinner, phoned me to go over and gossip a bit, as neither had anything on hand for the night. The bright chintzes of the cosy boudoir and her agreeable chatter beguiled the hours till midnight struck. I started in alarm at having let time so run by me, though I refused the proffered escort of one of the men. We American women are over-independent at times. As the street door banged behind me, I noticed that a pall of fog had fallen over the city while I was dawdling beside Lady Severdon's fireside. I did not realise how dense it was till I had reached the pavement and advanced a few steps. Then I saw that it was too thick to discern even the curb, though in the gloom ahead of me a circle of dull phosphorescence indicated the street light at the corner. Dazed, I thought of going back, but in turning around I lost Lady Severdon's stoop. My fears seemed absurd, and I started toward the disc of light. But almost instantly I was arrested, frozen with fright, by the sound of furious whispering voices, muffled in the fog, but seemingly close beside me.
"Damn her, knife her if she won't give it to you,"
one of them said, and almost immediately there was a faint scream, smothered as by a hand on the mouth, I thought, and then a sickening thump, as of a body falling.
"Got it?"
said the voice again.
"Yes, here it is,"
whispered another. Then,
"Cheese it and get. Someone's coming. Well, pull her out of the way."
There was a short scuffle, then deadly silence. The tension that held me broke, and I made a rush for the light. I had nearly reached it when my foot slipped in some slimy, sticky substance. I stooped and divined, rather than saw, that I had stepped in a pool of blood already half congealed. Fainting almost, I drew myself up quickly, and as I did so, something at the edge of the dark stain flashed, even in that uncertain light, and I put out my hand and picked up my second ruby. Then I did what any other woman would have done. I yelled like an Indian till a policeman came out of the gloom and took me home. Willie simply cleared his throat, and Reedifer strolled farther off on the terrace. We got back to Paris in the midst of the Exposition festivities. I went to the ball at the Élysée Palace, the one given for the Shah, you know. As I went into the salle des fêtes, a man turned quickly toward the supper-room, and as he did so, he slipped on the polished floor and fell backward against the corner of a brass-edged table. I was standing quite near, and as his hand clutched the vacant air in an effort to save himself, I saw the blood-red flash of my third ruby on his finger. Strange, wasn't it? But what became of him? What dreadful thing? Gasped Willie. Oh, said Mrs. Reedifer, interrupting, and holding aside the curtain for Mrs. Houghton to enter. He was Reedifer, and I married him. End of Mrs. Reedifer's Rubies by Zin Gould. The Ruby of Kishmoor by Howard Pyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prologue. A very famous pirate of his day was Captain Robertson Keat. Before embarking upon his later career of infamy, he was in the beginning very well known as a reputable merchant in the island of Jamaica. Thence entering first of all upon the business of the African trade, he presently by regular degrees became a pirate, and finally ended his career as one of the most renowned freebooters of history. The remarkable adventure through which he at once reached the pinnacle of success and became in his profession the most famous figure of his day was the capture of the Rajah of Kishmoor's great ship, the Sun of the East. In this vessel was the Rajah's favourite queen, who together with her attendants were set upon a pilgrimage to Mecca. The court of this great oriental potentate was, as may be readily supposed, fairly a-glitter with gold and jewels, so that what with such personal adornments that the queen and her attendants had fetched with them, besides an ample treasury for the expenses of the expedition, an incredible prize of gold and jewels rewarded the freebooters for their successful adventure. Among the precious stones taken in this great purchase was the splendid ruby of Kishmoor. This, as may be known to the reader, was one of the world's greatest gems, and was unique alike both for its prodigious size and the splendour of its colour. This precious jewel the Rajah of Kishmoor had upon a certain occasion bestowed upon his queen, and at the time of her capture she wore it as the centrepiece of a sort of coronet which encircled her forehead and brow. The seizure by the pirate of so considerable a person as that of the Queen of Kishmoor, and of the enormous treasure that he found aboard her ship, would alone have been sufficient to have established his fame. But the capture of so extraordinary a prize as that of the ruby, which was in itself worth the value of an entire Oriental kingdom, exalted him at once to the very highest pinnacle of renown. Having achieved the capture of this incredible prize, our captain scuttled the great ship and left her to sink with all on board. 3 Lascars of the crew alone escaped to bear the news of this tremendous disaster to an astounded world. As may readily be supposed, it was now no longer possible for Captain Keat to hope to live in such comparative obscurity as he had before enjoyed. He was now too remarkable a figure in the eyes of the world. Several expeditions from various parts were immediately fitted out against him, and it presently became no longer compatible with his safety to remain thus clearly outlined before the eyes of the world. Accordingly, he immediately set about seeking such security as he might now hope to find, which he did the more readily since he had now, and at one cast, so entirely fulfilled his most sanguine expectations of good fortune and of fame. Thereafter, accordingly, the adventures of our captain became of a more apocryphal sort. It was known that he reached the West Indies in safety, for he was once seen at Port Royal and twice at Spanish Town in the island of Jamaica. Thereafter, however, he disappeared, nor was it until several years later that the world heard anything concerning him. One day a certain Nicholas Duckworthy, who had once been gunner aboard the pirate captain's own ship, the Good Fortune, was arrested in the town of Bristol, in the very act of attempting to sell to a merchant of that place several valuable gems from a quantity which he carried with him tied up in a red bandana handkerchief. In the confession of which Duckworthy afterward delivered himself, he declared that Captain Keat, after his great adventure, having sailed from Africa in safety and so reached the shores of the New World, had wrecked the Good Fortune on a coral reef off the Windward Islands; that he then immediately deserted the ship, and together with Duckworthy himself, the sailing master, who was a Portuguese, the captain of a brig, the Bloody Hand, a consort of Keats, and a villainous rascal named Hunt, who, occupying no precise position among the pirates, was at once the instigator of and the partaker in the greatest part of Captain Keat's wickednesses, made his way to the nearest port of safety. These 5 worthies at last fetched the island of Jamaica, bringing with them all of the jewels and some of the gold that had been captured from the Son of the East. But upon coming to a division of their booty, it was presently discovered that the Rajah's ruby had mysteriously disappeared from the collection of jewels to be divided. The other pirates immediately suspected their captain of having secretly purloined it, and indeed so certain were they of his turpitude that they immediately set about taking means to force a confession from him. In this, however, they were so far unsuccessful that the captain, refusing to yield to their importunities, had suffered himself to die under their hands, and had so carried the secret of the hiding-place of the great ruby, if he possessed such a secret, along with him. Duckworthy concluded his confession by declaring that in his opinion he himself, the Portuguese sailing master, the captain of the Bloody Hand, and Hunt, were the only ones of Captain Keat's crew who were now alive, for that the Good Fortune must have broken up in a storm which immediately followed their desertion of her, in which event the entire crew must inevitably have perished. It may be added that Duckworthy himself was shortly hanged, so that if his surmise was true, there was now only 3 left alive of all that wicked crew that had successfully carried to its completion the greatest adventure which any pirate in the world had ever, perhaps, embarked upon. 1. Jonathan Rugg. You may never know what romantic aspirations may lie hidden beneath the most sedate and sober demeanour. To have observed Jonathan Rugg, who was a tall, lean, loose-jointed young Quaker of a somewhat forbidding aspect, with straight dark hair and a bony overhanging forehead set into a frown, a pair of small deep-set eyes and a square jaw, no one would for a moment have suspected that he concealed beneath so serious an exterior any appetite for romantic adventure. Nevertheless, finding himself suddenly transported, as it were, from the quiet of so sober a town as that of Philadelphia to the tropical enchantment of Kingston in the island of Jamaica, the night brilliant with a full moon that swung in an opal sky, the warm and luminous darkness replete with the mysteries of a tropical night, and burdened with the odours of a land breeze, he suddenly discovered himself to be overtaken with so vehement a desire for some unwonted excitement, that had the opportunity presented itself, he felt himself ready to embrace any adventure with the utmost eagerness, no matter whither it would have conducted him. At home, where he was a clerk in the counting-house of a leading merchant, by name Jeremiah Doolittle, should such idle fancies have come to him, he would have looked upon himself as little better than a fool. But now that he found himself for the first time in a foreign country, surrounded by such strange and unusual sights and sounds, all conducive to extravagant imaginations, the wish for some extraordinary and altogether unusual experience took possession of him with a singular vehemence to which he had heretofore been altogether a stranger. In the street where he stood, which was of a shining whiteness, and which reflected the effulgence of the moonlight with an incredible distinction, he observed, stretching before him, long lines of white garden walls, overtopped by a prodigious luxuriance of tropical foliage. In these gardens, and set close to the street, stood several pretentious villas and mansions, the slatted blinds and curtains of the windows of which were raised to admit of the freer entrance of the cool and balmy air of the night. From within there issued forth bright lights, together with the exhilarating sound of merry voices laughing and talking, or perhaps a song accompanied by the tinkling music of a spinet or of a guitar. An occasional group of figures, clad in light and summer-like garments, and adorned with gay and startling colours, passed him through the moonlight, so that what with the brightness and warmth of the night, together with all these unusual sights and sounds, it appeared to Jonathan Rugg that he was rather the inhabitant of some extraordinary land of enchantment and unreality than a dweller upon that sober and solid world in which he had heretofore passed his entire existence. Before continuing this narrative, the reader may here be informed that our hero had come into this enchanted world as the supercargo of the ship Susanna Hayes of Philadelphia, that he had for several years proved himself so honest and industrious a servant to the merchant house of the worthy Jeremiah Doolittle, that that benevolent man had given to his well-deserving clerk this opportunity at once of gratifying an inclination for foreign travel, and of filling a position of trust that should redound to his individual profit. The Susanna Hayes had entered Kingston Harbour that afternoon, and this was Jonathan's first night spent in those tropical latitudes whither his fancy and his imagination had so often carried him while he stood over the desk filing the accounts of invoices from foreign parts. It might be finally added that, had he at all conceived how soon and to what a degree his sudden inclination for adventure was to be gratified, his romantic aspirations might have been somewhat dashed at the prospect that lay before him. 2. The Mysterious Lady with the Silver Veil. At that moment, our hero suddenly became conscious of the fact that a small wicket in a wooden gate near which he stood had been opened, and that the eyes of an otherwise concealed countenance were observing him with the utmost closeness of scrutiny. He had hardly time to become aware of this observation of his person when the gate itself was opened, and there appeared before him in the moonlight the bent and crooked figure of an aged negress. She was clad in a calamanco raiment, and was further adorned with a variety of gaudily coloured trimmings, vastly suggestive of the tropical world of which she was an inhabitant. Her woolly head was enveloped, after the fashion of her people, in the folds of a gigantic and flaming red turban constructed of an entire pocket handkerchief. Her face was pock-pitted to an incredible degree, so that what with this deformity, emphasized by the pouting of her prodigious and shapeless lips, and the rolling of a pair of eyes as yellow as saffron, Jonathan Rugg thought he had never beheld a figure at once so extraordinary and so repulsive. It occurred to our hero that here, maybe, was to overtake him such an adventure as that which he had just a moment before been desiring so ardently. Nor was he mistaken, for the negress, first looking this way and then that, with an extremely wary and cunning expression, and apparently having satisfied herself that the street for the moment was pretty empty of passers, beckoned to him to draw nearer. When he had approached close enough to her, she caught him by the sleeve, and instantly drawing him into the garden beyond, shut and bolted the gate with a quickness and a silence suggestive of the most extravagant secrecy. At the same moment a huge negro suddenly appeared from the shadow of the gate-post, and so placed himself between Jonathan and the gate that any attempt to escape would inevitably have entailed a conflict upon our hero's part with the sable and giant guardian. Says the negress, looking very intently at our hero, "Be you afeard, Buckra?" "Why, no," quoth Jonathan, "for to tell thee the truth, friend, though I'm a man of peace, being of that religious order known as the Society of Friends, I am not so weak in person nor so timid in disposition as to warrant me in being afraid of any one. Indeed, were I of a mind to escape, I might, without boasting, declare my belief that I should be able to push my way past even a better man than thy large friend who stands so threateningly in front of yonder gate." At these words the negress broke into so prodigious a grin that in the moonlight it appeared as though the whole lower part of her face had been transformed into shining teeth. "You be a brave Buckra," says she in her gibbering English. "You come with Melina, and Melina take you to pretty lady who want you to eat supper with her." Thereupon, and allowing our hero no opportunity to decline this extraordinary invitation, even had he been of a mind to do so, she took him by the hand, and led him toward the large and imposing house which commanded the garden. Indeed, says Jonathan to himself, as he followed his sable guide, himself followed in turn by the gigantic negro, indeed, I am like to have my fill of adventure, if anything is to be judged from such a beginning as this. Nor did the interior sumptuousness of the mansion at all belie the imposing character of its exterior, for entering by way of an illuminated veranda, and so coming into a brilliantly lighted hallway beyond, Jonathan beheld himself to be surrounded by such a wealth of exquisite and well-appointed tastefulness as it had never before been his good fortune to behold. Candles of clarified wax sparkled like stars in chandeliers of crystal. These, in turn, catching the illumination, glittered in prismatic fragments with all the varied colours of the rainbow, so that a mellow yet brilliant radiance filled the entire apartment. Polished mirrors of a spotless clearness, framed in golden frames and built into the walls, reflected the waxed floors, the rich oriental carpets, and the sumptuous paintings that hung against the ivory-tinted panelling, so that in appearance the beauties of the apartment were continued in bewildering vistas upon every side toward which the beholder directed his gaze. Bidding our hero to be seated, which he did with no small degree of embarrassment and constraint, and upon the extreme edge of the gilt and satin-covered chair, the negress who had been his conductor left him for the time being to his own contemplation. Almost before he had an opportunity to compose himself into anything more than a part of his ordinary sedateness of demeanour, the silken curtains at the doorway at the other end of the apartment were suddenly divided, and Jonathan beheld before him a female figure displaying the most exquisite contour of mould and of proportion. She was clad entirely in white, and was enveloped from head to foot in the folds of a veil of delicate silver gauze, which, though hiding her countenance from recognition, nevertheless permitted sufficient of her beauties to be discerned to suggest the extreme elegance and loveliness of her lineaments. Advancing toward our hero, and extending to him a tapering hand as white as alabaster, the fingers encircled with a multitude of jewelled rings, she addressed him thus: "Sir," she said, speaking in accents of the most silvery and musical cadence, "you are no doubt vastly surprised to find yourself thus unexpectedly, and almost as by violence, introduced into the house of one who is such an entire stranger to you as myself. But though I am unknown to you, I must inform you that I am better acquainted with my visitor, for my agents have been observing you ever since you landed this afternoon at the dock, and they have followed you ever since until a little while ago, when you stopped immediately opposite my garden gate. These agents have observed you with a closeness of scrutiny of which you are doubtless entirely unaware. They have even informed me that, owing doubtless to your extreme interest in your new surroundings, you have not as yet supped. Knowing this, and that you must now be enjoying a very hearty appetite, I have to ask you if you will do me the extreme favour at sitting at table with me, at a repast which you will doubtless be surprised to learn has been hastily prepared entirely in your honour." So saying, and giving Jonathan no time for reply, she offered him her hand, and with the most polite insistence conducted him into an exquisitely appointed dining-room adjoining. Here stood a table covered with a snow-white cloth, and embellished with silver and crystal ornaments of every description. Having seated herself, and having indicated to Jonathan to take the chair opposite to her, the two were presently served with a repast such as our hero had not thought could have existed out of the pages of certain extraordinary Oriental tales which one time had fallen to his lot to read. This supper, which in itself might successfully have tempted the taste of a Sybarite, was further enhanced by several wines and cordials, which, filling the room with the aroma of the sunlit grapes from which they had been expressed, stimulated the appetite, which without them needed no such spur. The lady, who ate but sparingly herself, possessed herself with patience until Jonathan's hunger had been appeased. When, however, she beheld that he weakened in his attacks upon the dessert of sweets with which the banquet was concluded, she addressed him upon the business which was evidently entirely occupying her mind. "Sir," said she, "you are doubtless aware that every one, whether man or woman, is possessed of an enemy. In my own case, I must inform you that I have no less than 3 who, to compass their ends, would gladly sacrifice my life itself to their purposes. At no time am I safe from their machinations, nor have I any one," cried she, exhibiting a great emotion, "to whom I may turn in my need. It was this that led me to hope to find in you a friend in my perils, for having observed through my agents that you are not only honest in disposition and strong in person, but that you are possessed of a considerable degree of energy and determination, I am most desirous of imposing upon your good nature a trust of which you cannot for a moment suspect the magnitude. Tell me, are you willing to assist a poor defenceless female in her hour of trial?" "Indeed, friend," quoth Jonathan, with more vivacity than he usually exhibited, with a lenity to which he had heretofore in his lifetime been a stranger, being warmed into such a spirit, doubtless, by the generous wines of which he had partaken. "Indeed, friend, if I could but see thy face, it would doubtless make my decision in such a matter the more favourable, since I am inclined to think, from the little I can behold of it, that thy appearance must be extremely comely to the eye." "Sir," said the lady, exhibiting some amusement at this unexpected sally, "I am, as you must know, as God made me. Sometime, perhaps, I may be very glad to satisfy your curiosity, and exhibit to you my poor countenance, such as it is. But now," and here she reverted to her more serious mood, "I must again put it to you, are you willing to help an unprotected woman in a period of very great danger to herself? Should you decline the assistance which I solicit, my slaves shall conduct you to the gate through which you entered, and suffer you to depart in peace. Should you, upon the other hand, accept the trust, you are to receive no reward therefor, except the gratitude of one who thus appeals to you in her helplessness." For a few moments Jonathan fell silent, for here, indeed, was he entering into an adventure which infinitely surpassed any anticipation that he could have formed. He was, besides, of a cautious nature, and was entirely disinclined to embark into any affair so obscure and tangled as that in which he now found himself becoming involved. "Friend," said he at last, "I may tell thee that thy story has so far moved me as to give me every inclination to help thee in thy difficulties. But I must also inform thee that I am a man of caution, having never before entered into any business of this sort. Therefore, before giving any promise that may bind my future actions, I must, in common wisdom, demand to know what are the conditions that thou hast in mind to impose upon me."
"Indeed, sir,"
cried the lady, with great vivacity and with more cheerful accents, as though her mind had been relieved of a burden of fear that her companion might at once have declined even a consideration of her request.
"Indeed, sir, you will find that the trust which I would impose upon you is, in appearance, no such great matter as my words may have led you to suppose. You must know that I am possessed of a little trinket, which, in the hands of any one who, like yourself, is a stranger in these parts, would possess no significance, but which, while in my keeping, is fraught with infinite menace to me." Hereupon, and having so spoken, she clapped her hands, and an attendant immediately entered, disclosing the person of the same negress who had first introduced Jonathan into the strange adventure in which he now found himself involved. This creature, who appeared still more deformed and repulsive in the brilliantly lighted room than she had in the moonlight, carried in her hands a white napkin, which she handed to her mistress. This being opened, disclosed a small ivory ball of about the bigness of a lime. Nodding to the negress to withdraw, the lady handed him the ivory ball, and Jonathan took it with no small degree of curiosity, and examined it carefully. It appeared to be of an exceeding antiquity, and of so deep a yellow as to be almost brown in colour. It was covered over with strange figures and characters of an oriental sort, which appeared to our hero to be of Chinese workmanship. "I must tell you, sir," said the lady,
after she had permitted her guest to examine this for a while in silence, "that though this appears to you to be of little worth, it is yet of extreme value. After all, however, it is nothing but a curiosity that anyone who is interested in such matters might possess. What I have to ask you is this: will you be willing to take this into your charge, to guard it with the utmost care and fidelity, yes, even as the apple of your eye, during your continuance in these parts, and to return it to me in safety the day before your departure? By so doing, you will render me a service which you may neither understand nor comprehend, but which shall make me your debtor for my entire life." By this time, Jonathan had pretty well composed his mind for a reply. "Friend," said he, "such a matter as this is entirely out of my knowledge of business, which is, indeed, that of a clerk in the mercantile profession. Nevertheless, I have every inclination to help thee, though I trust thou mayest have magnified the dangers that beset thee. This appears to me to be a little trifle for such an ado. Nevertheless, I will do as thou dost request. I will keep it in safety, and will return it to thee upon this day a week hence, by which time I hope to have discharged my cargo and be ready to continue my voyage to Demerara." At these words, the lady, who had been watching him all the time with a most unaccountable eagerness, burst forth into words of such heartfelt gratitude as to entirely overwhelm our hero. When her transports had been somewhat assuaged, she permitted him to depart, and the negress conducted him back through the garden, whence she presently showed him through the gate whither he had entered, and out into the street. 3. The terrific encounter with the one-eyed little gentleman in black. Finding himself once more in the open street, Jonathan Rugg stood for a while in the moonlight, endeavouring to compose his mind into somewhat of that sobriety that was habitual with him. For indeed he was not a little excited by the unexpected incidents that had just befallen him. From this effort at composure he was aroused by observing that a little gentleman clad all in black had stopped at a little distance away, and was looking very intently at him. In the brightness of the moonlight our hero could see that the little gentleman possessed but a single eye, and that he carried a gold-headed cane in his hand. He had hardly time to observe these particulars when the other approached him with every appearance of politeness and cordiality. "Sir," said he, "surely I am not mistaken in recognizing in you the supercargo of the ship Susanna Hayes, which arrived this afternoon at this port." "Indeed," said Jonathan, "thou art right, friend. That is my occupation, and that is whence I came." "To be sure," said the little gentleman, "to be sure, to be sure. The Susanna Hayes, with a cargo of Indian cornmeal, and from dear good friend Jeremiah Doolittle of Philadelphia. I know your good master very well indeed. And have you never heard him speak of his friend Mr. Abner Greenway of Kingston, Jamaica?" "Why, no," replied Jonathan, "I have no such recollection of the name, nor do I know that any such name hath ever appeared upon our books." To be sure," repeated the little gentleman briskly and with exceeding good nature. "Indeed, my name is not likely to have ever appeared upon his books, for I am not a business correspondent, but one who, in times past, was his extremely intimate friend. There is much I would like to ask about him, and, indeed, I was in hopes that you would have been the bearer of a letter from him. But I have lodgings at a little distance from here, so that if it is not requesting too much of you, maybe you will accompany me thither, so that we may talk at our leisure." I would gladly accompany you to your ship instead of urging you to come to my apartments, but I must tell you I am possessed of a devil of a fever, so that my physician hath forbidden me to be out of nights." "Indeed," said Jonathan, whom you may have observed was of a very easy disposition. "Indeed, I shall be very glad to accompany thee to thy lodgings. There is nothing I would like better than to serve any friend of good Jeremiah Doolittle's." And thereupon, and with great amity, the two walked off together, the little one-eyed gentleman in black linking his arm confidingly into that of Jonathan's, and tapping the pavement continually with his cane as he trotted on at a great pace. He was very well acquainted with the town, of which he was a citizen, and so interesting was his discourse that they had gone a considerable distance before Jonathan observed they were entering into a quarter darker and less frequented than that which they had quitted. Tall brick houses stood upon either side, between which stretched a narrow crooked roadway, with a kennel running down the centre. In front of one of these houses, a tall and gloomy structure, our hero's conductor stopped, and opening the door with a key, beckoned for him to enter. Jonathan having complied, his new-found friend led the way up a flight of steps, against which Jonathan's feet beat noisily in the darkness, and at length, having ascended 2 stairways and having reached a landing, he opened a door at the end of the passage and ushered Jonathan into an apartment, unlighted except for the moonshine, which, coming in through a partly open shutter, lay in a brilliant patch of light upon the floor. His conductor having struck a light with a flint and steel, our hero, by the illumination of a single candle, presently discovered himself to be in a bedchamber furnished with no small degree of comfort and even elegance, and having every appearance of a bachelor's chamber. "You will pardon me," said his new acquaintance, "if I shut these shutters and the window, for that devilish fever of which I spoke is of such a sort that I must keep the night air even out from my room, or else I shall be shaking the bones out of my joints and chattering the teeth out of my head by to-morrow morning." So saying, he was as good as his word, and not only drew the shutters to, but shot the heavy iron bolt into its place. Having accomplished this, he bade our hero to be seated, and placing before him some exceedingly superior rum, together with some equally excellent tobacco, they presently fell into the friendliest discourse imaginable. In the course of their talk, which after a while became exceedingly confidential, Jonathan confided to his new friend the circumstances of the adventure into which he had been led by the beautiful stranger, and to all that he said concerning his adventure his interlocutor listened with the closest and most scrupulously riveted attention. "Upon my word," said he, when Jonathan had concluded, "I hope that you may not have been made the victim of some foolish hoax. Let me see what it is she has confided to you." "That I will," replied Jonathan, and thereupon he thrust his hand into his breeches pocket and brought forth the ivory ball. No sooner did the one eye of the little gentleman in black light upon the object than a most singular and extraordinary convulsion appeared to seize upon him. Had a bullet penetrated his heart, he could not have started more violently, nor have sat more rigidly and breathlessly staring. Mastering his emotion with the utmost difficulty as Jonathan replaced the ball in his pocket, he drew a deep and profound breath, and wiped the palm of his hand across his forehead as though arousing himself from a dream. "And you," he said of a sudden, "are, I understand it, a Quaker. Do you then never carry a weapon, even in such a place as this, where at any moment in the dark a Spanish knife may be stuck betwixt your ribs?" "Why, no," said Jonathan, somewhat surprised that so foreign a topic should have been so suddenly introduced into the discourse. "I am a man of peace and not of blood. The people of the Society of Friends never carry weapons, either of offence or defence." As Jonathan concluded his reply, the little gentleman suddenly arose from his chair and moved briskly around to the other side of the room. Our hero, watching him with some surprise, beheld him clap to the door, and with a single movement shoot the bolt and turn the key therein. The next instant he turned to Jonathan a visage transformed as suddenly as though he had dropped a mask from his face. The gossiping and polite little old bachelor was there no longer, but in his stead a man with a countenance convulsed with some furious and nameless passion. "That ball!" he cried in a hoarse and raucous voice. "That ivory ball! Give it to me upon the instant!" As he spoke, he whipped out from his bosom a long, keen Spanish knife, that in its very appearance spoke without equivocation of the most murderous possibilities. The malignant passions that distorted every lineament of the countenance of the little old gentleman in black filled our hero with such astonishment that he knew not whether he were asleep or awake. But when he beheld the other advancing with the naked and shining knife in his hand, his reason returned to him like a flash. Leaping to his feet, he lost no time in putting the table between himself and his sudden enemy. "Indeed, friend," he cried, in a voice penetrated with terror, "indeed, friend, thou hadst best keep thy distance from me. For though I am a man of peace and a shunner of bloodshed, I promise thee that I will not stand still to be murdered without outcry, or without endeavouring to defend my life." "Cry as loud as you please," exclaimed the other. "No one is near this place to hear you. Cry until you are hoarse. No one in this neighbourhood will stop to ask what is the matter with you. I tell you I am determined to possess myself of that ivory ball, and have it I shall, even though I am obliged to cut out your heart to get it." As he spoke, he grinned with so extraordinary and devilish a distortion of his countenance, and with such an appearance of every intention of carrying out his threat, as to send the goose-flesh creeping like icy fingers up and down our hero's spine with the most incredible rapidity and acuteness. Nevertheless, mastering his fears, Jonathan contrived to speak up with a pretty good appearance of spirit. "Indeed, friend," he said, "thou appearest to forget that I am a man of twice thy bulk and half thy years, and that though thou hast a knife, I am determined to defend myself to the last extremity. I am not going to give thee that which thou demandest of me, and for thy sake I advise thee to open the door and let me go free as I entered, or else harm may befall thee." "Fool!" cried the other, hardly giving him time to end. "Do you then think that I have time to chatter with you, while two villains are lying in wait for me, perhaps at the very door? Blame your own self for your death." And gnashing his teeth with an indescribable menace, and resting his hand upon the table, he vaulted with incredible agility clean across it and upon our hero, who, entirely unprepared for such an extraordinary attack, was flung back against the wall, with an arm as strong as steel clutching his throat, and a knife flashing in his very eyes, with dreadful portent of instant death. With an instinct to preserve his life, he caught his assailant by the wrist, and bending it away from himself, set every fibre of his body in a superhuman effort to guard and protect himself. The other, though so much older and smaller, seemed to be composed entirely of fibres of steel, and in his murderous endeavours put forth a strength so extraordinary that for a moment our hero felt his heart melt within him with terror for his life. The spittle appeared to dry up within his mouth, and his hair to creep and rise upon his head. With a vehement cry of despair and anguish, he put forth one stupendous effort for defence, and clapping his heel behind the other's leg, and throwing his whole weight forward, he fairly tripped his antagonist backward as he stood. Together they fell upon the floor, locked in the most desperate embrace, and overturning a chair with a prodigious clatter in their descent, our hero upon the top, and the little gentleman in black beneath him. As they struck the floor, the little man in black emitted a most piercing and terrible scream, and instantly relaxing his efforts of attack, fell to beating the floor with the back of his hands, and drubbing with his heels upon the rug in which he had become entangled. Our hero leaped to his feet, and with dilating eyes and expanding brain and swimming sight, stared down upon the other like one turned to a stone. He beheld instantly what had occurred, and that he had, without so intending, killed a fellow man. The knife, turned away from his own person, had in their fall been plunged into the bosom of the other, and he now lay quivering in the last throes of death. As Jonathan gazed, he beheld a thin red stream trickle out from the parted and grinning lips. He beheld the eyes turn inward, he beheld the eyelids contract, he beheld the figure stretch itself, he beheld it become still in death. End of Part 1 of The Ruby of Kishmoor by Howard Pyle. Part 2 of The Ruby of Kishmoor by Howard Pyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 4. The Momentous Adventure with the Stranger with the Silver Earrings. So our hero stood, stunned and bedazed, gazing down upon his victim, like a man turned into a stone. His brain appeared to him to expand like a bubble. The blood surged and hummed in his ears with every gigantic beat of his heart. His vision swam, and his trembling hands were bedewed with a cold and repugnant sweat. The dead figure upon the floor at his feet gazed at him with a wide glassy stare, and in the confusion of his mind it appeared to Jonathan that he was indeed a murderer. What monstrous thing was this that had befallen him who, but a moment before, had been so entirely innocent of the guilt of blood? What was he now to do in such an extremity as this, with his victim lying dead at his feet, a poniard in his heart? Who would believe him to be guiltless of crime with such a dreadful evidence as this presented against him? How was he, a stranger in a foreign land, to totally defend himself against an accusing of mistaken justice? At these thoughts a developed terror gripped at his vitals, and a sweat as cold as ice bedewed his entire body. No, he must tarry for no explanation or defence. He must immediately fly from this terrible place, or else, should he be discovered, his doom would certainly be sealed. At that moment, and in the very extremity of his apprehensions, there fell of a sudden a knock upon the door, sounding so loud and so startling upon the silence of the room that every shattered nerve in our hero's frame tingled and thrilled in answer to it. He stood petrified, scarcely so much as daring to breathe, and then, observing that his mouth was agape, he moistened his dry and parching lips and drew his jaws together with a snap. Again there fell the same loud, insistent knock upon the panel, followed by the imperative words, "Open within." The wretched Jonathan flung about him a glance at once of terror and of despair, But there was for him no possible escape. He was shut tight in the room with his dead victim, like a rat in a trap. Nothing remained for him but to obey the summons from without. Indeed, in the very extremity of his distraction, he possessed reason enough to perceive that the longer he delayed opening the door, the less innocent he might hope to appear in the eyes of whoever stood without. With the uncertain and spasmodic movements of an ill-constructed automaton, he crossed the room, and stepping very carefully over the prostrate body upon the floor, and with a hesitating reluctance that he could in no degree master, he unlocked, unbolted, and opened the door. The figure that outlined itself in the light of the candle against the blackness of the passageway without was of such a singular and foreign aspect as to fit extremely well into the extraordinary tragedy of which Jonathan was at once the victim and the cause. It was that of a lean, tall man with a thin yellow countenance embellished with a long black moustache, and having a pair of forbidding, deeply set, and extremely restless black eyes. A crimson handkerchief beneath a lace-cocked hat was tied tightly around the head, and a pair of silver earrings, which caught the light of the candle, gleamed and twinkled against the inky darkness of the passageway beyond. This extraordinary being, without favouring our hero with any word of apology for his intrusion, immediately thrust himself forward into the room, and stretching his long, lean, bird-like neck so as to direct his gaze over the intervening table, fixed a gaping and concentrated stare upon the figure lying still and motionless in the centre of the room. "What you do there?" said he with a guttural and foreign accent, and thereupon, without waiting for a reply, came forward and knelt down beside the dead man. After thrusting his hand into the silent and shrunken bosom, he presently looked up and fixed his penetrating eyes upon our hero's countenance, who, benumbed and bedazed with his despair, still stood like one enchained in the bonds of a nightmare. "He was dead," said the stranger, and Jonathan nodded his head in reply. "Why you kill the man?" inquired his interlocutor. "Indeed," cried Jonathan, finding a voice at last, but one so hoarse that he could hardly recognize it for his own, "I know not what to make of the affair. But indeed I do assure thee, friend, that I am entirely innocent of what thou seest." The stranger still kept his piercing gaze fixed upon our hero's countenance, and Jonathan, feeling that something further was demanded of him, continued, "I am indeed a victim of a most extravagant and extraordinary adventure. This evening, coming an entire stranger to this country, I was introduced into the house of a beautiful female, who bestowed upon me a charge that appeared to me to be at once insignificant and absurd. 'Behold this little ivory ball,' said he, drawing the globe from his pocket and displaying it between his thumb and finger. 'It is this that appears to have brought all this disaster upon me. For, coming from the house of the young woman, the man whom thou now beholdest lying dead upon the floor induced me to come to this place. Having inveigled me hither, he demanded of me to give him at once this insignificant trifle. Upon my refusing to do so, he assaulted me with every appearance of a mad and furious inclination to deprive me of my life.' At the sight of the ivory ball, the stranger quickly arose from his kneeling posture, and fixed upon our hero a gaze the most extraordinary that he had ever encountered. His eyes dilated like those of a cat. The breath expelled itself from his bosom in so deep and profound an expiration that it appeared as though it might never return again. Nor was it until Jonathan had replaced the ball in his pocket that he appeared to awaken from the trance that the sight of the object had sent him into. But no sooner had the cause of this strange demeanour disappeared into our hero's breeches pocket than he arose as with an electric shock. In an instant he became transformed as by the touch of magic. A sudden and baleful light flamed into his eyes, his face grew as red as blood, and he clapped his hand to his pocket with a sudden and violent motion. "The ball!" he cried in a hoarse and strident voice. "The ball! Give me the ball!" And upon the next instant our hero beheld the round and shining nozzle of a pistol pointed directly against his forehead. For a moment he stood as though transfixed. Then, in the mortal peril that faced him, he uttered a roar that sounded in his own ears like the outcry of a wild beast, and thereupon flung himself bodily upon the other with the violence and the fury of a madman. The stranger drew the trigger, and the powder flashed in the pan. He dropped the weapon, clattering, and in an instant tried to draw another from his other pocket. Before he could direct his aim, however, our hero had caught him by both wrists, and bending his hand backward, prevented the chance of any shot from taking immediate effect upon his person. Then followed a struggle of extraordinary ferocity and frenzy, the stranger endeavouring to free his hand, and Jonathan striving with all the energy of despair to prevent him from effecting his murderous purpose. In the struggle our hero became thrust against the edge of the table. He felt as though his back were breaking, and became conscious that in such a situation he could hope to defend himself only a few moments longer. The stranger's face was pressed close to his own. His hot breath, strong with the odour of garlic, fanned our hero's cheek, while his lips, distended into a ferocious and ferine grin, displayed his sharp teeth shining in the candlelight. "Give me the ball," he said in a harsh and furious whisper. At the moment there rang in Jonathan's ears the sudden and astounding detonation of a pistol shot, and for a moment he wondered whether he had received a mortal wound without being aware of it. Then suddenly he beheld an extraordinary and dreadful transformation take place in the countenance thrust so close to his own. The eyes winked several times with incredible rapidity, and then rolled upward and inward. The jaws gaped into a dreadful and cavernous yawn, the pistol fell with a clatter to the floor, and the next moment the muscles, so rigid but an instant before, relaxed into a limp and listless flaccidity. The joints collapsed, and the entire man fell into an indistinguishable heap upon and across the dead figure stretched out upon the floor, while at the same time a pungent and blinding cloud of gunpowder smoke filled the apartment. For a few moments the hands twitched convulsively, the neck stretched itself to an abominable length, the long lean legs slowly and gradually relaxed, and every fibre of the body gradually collapsed into the lassitude of death. A spot of blood appeared and grew upon the collar at the throat, and in the same degree the colour ebbed from the face, leaving it of a dull and leaden pallor. All these terrible and formidable changes of aspect our hero stood watching, with a motionless and riveted attention, and as though they were to him matters of the utmost consequence and importance. And only when the last flicker of life had departed from his second victim did he lift his gaze from this terrible scene of dissolution to stare about him, this way and that, his eyes blinded, and his breath stifled by the thick cloud of sulphurous smoke that obscured the objects about him in a pungent cloud. 5. The unexpected encounter with the sea captain with the broken nose. If our hero had been distracted and bedazed by the first catastrophe that had befallen, this second and even more dreadful and violent occurrence appeared to take away from him, for the moment, every power of thought and of sensation. All that perturbation of emotion that had before convulsed him he discovered to have disappeared, and in its stead a benumbed and blinded intelligence alone remained to him. As he stood in the presence of this second death, of which he had been as innocent and as unwilling an instrument as he had of the first, he could observe no signs either of remorse or of horror within him. He picked up his hat, which had fallen upon the floor in the first encounter, and brushing away the dust with the cuff of his coat sleeve with extraordinary care, adjusted the beaver upon his head with the utmost nicety. Then turning, still stupefied as with the fumes of some powerful drug, he prepared to quit the scene of tragic terrors that had thus unexpectedly accumulated upon him. But ere he could put his design into execution, his ears were startled by the sound of loud and hurried footsteps, which, coming from below, ascended the stairs with a prodigious clatter and bustle of speed. At the landing these footsteps paused for a while, and then approached, more cautious and deliberate, toward the room where the double tragedy had been enacted, and where our hero yet stood silent and inert. All this while Jonathan made no endeavour to escape, but stood passive and submissive to what might occur. He felt himself the victim of circumstances over which he himself had no control. Gazing at the partly opened door, he awaited for whatever adventure might next befall him. Once again the footsteps paused, this time at the very threshold, and then the door was slowly pushed open from without. As our hero gazed at the aperture, there presently became disclosed to his view the strong and robust figure of one who was evidently of a seafaring habit. From the gold braid upon his hat, the seals dangling from the ribbon at his fob, and a certain particularity of custom, he was evidently one of no small consideration in his profession. He was of a strong and powerful build, with a head set close to his shoulders and upon a round, short bull neck. He wore a black cravat, loosely tied into a knot, and a red waistcoat, elaborately trimmed with gold braid. A leather belt with a brass buckle and hanger, and huge sea boots, completed a costume singularly suggestive of his occupation in life. His face was round and broad like that of a cat, and a complexion stained by constant exposure to the sun and wind to a colour of newly polished mahogany. But a countenance which otherwise might have been humorous, in this case was rendered singularly repulsive by the fact that his nose had been broken so flat to his face that all that remained to distinguish that feature were two circular orifices where the nostrils should have been. His eyes were by no means so sinister as the rest of his visage, being of a light grey colour and exceedingly vivacious, even good-natured in the merry restlessness of their glance, albeit they were well nigh hidden beneath a black bush of overhanging eyebrows. When he spoke, his voice was so deep and resonant that it was as though it issued from a barrel rather than from the breast of a human being.
"How now, my hearty?"
cried he in stentorian tones, so loud that they seemed to stun the tensely drawn drums of our hero's ears.
"How now, my hearty? What's to do here? Who is shooting pistols at this hour of the night?"
Then, catching sight of the figures lying in a huddle upon the floor, his great thick lips parted into a gape of wonder, and his grey eyes rolled in his head like two balls, so that what with his flat face and the round holes of his nostrils, he presented an appearance which under other circumstances would have been at once ludicrous and grotesque.
"By the blood!"
cried he.
"To be sure it is murder that has happened here."
"Not murder!"
cried Jonathan in a shrill and panting voice.
"Not murder! It was all an accident, and I am as innocent as a baby."
The newcomer looked at him and then at the two figures upon the floor, and then back at him again with eyes at once quizzical and cunning. Then his face broke into a grin that might hardly be called of drollery.
"Accident," quoth he. "By the blood, d'ye see 'tis a strange accident indeed that lays two men by the heels and lets the third go without a scratch."
Delivering himself thus, he came forward into the room, and taking the last victim of Jonathan's adventure by the arm, with as little compunction as he would have handled a sack of grain, he dragged the limp and helpless figure from where it lay to the floor beside the first victim. Then, lifting the lighted candle, he bent over the two prostrate bodies, holding the illumination close to the lineaments first of one and then of the other. He looked at them very carefully for a long while, with the closest and most intent scrutiny, and in perfect silence.
"They are both as dead," says he, "as Davy Jones, and whoever you be, I protest that you have done your business the most completest that I ever saw in all of my life."
"Indeed,"
cried Jonathan in the same shrill and panting voice,
"it was themselves who did it. First one of them attacked me, and then the other, and I did but try to keep them from murdering me. This one fell on his knife, and that one shot himself in his efforts to destroy me."
"That," says the seaman, "you may very well tell to a dry lander, and maybe he will believe you. But you cannot so easily pull the wool over the eyes of Captain Benny Willits. And what, if I may be so bold as for to ask you, was the reason for their attacking so harmless a man as you proclaim yourself to be?"
"That I know not," cried Jonathan, "but I am entirely willing to tell thee all the circumstances. Thou must know that I am a member of the Society of Friends. This day I landed here in Kingston, and met a young woman of very comely appearance, who entrusted me with this little ivory ball, which she requested me to keep for her a few days. The sight of this ball, in which I can detect nothing that could be likely to arouse any feelings of violence, appears to have driven these two men entirely mad, so that they instantly made the most ferocious and murderous assault upon me. See, wouldst thou have believed that so small a thing as this would have caused so much trouble?" And as he spoke, he held up to the gaze of the other the cause of the double tragedy that had befallen. But no sooner had Captain Willits's eyes lighted upon the ball than the most singular change passed over his countenance. The colour appeared to grow dull and yellow in his ruddy cheeks, his fat lips dropped apart, and his eyes stared with a fixed and glassy stare. He arose to his feet, and still with the expression of astonishment and wonder upon his face, gazed first at our hero, and then at the ivory ball in his hands, as though he were deprived both of reason and of speech. At last, as our hero slipped the trifle back in his pocket again, the mariner slowly recovered himself, though with a prodigious effort, and drew a deep and profound breath as to the very bottom of his lungs. He wiped with the corner of his black silk cravat his brow, upon which the sweat appeared to have gathered.
"Well, messmate,"
says he at last with a sudden change of voice,
"you have indeed had a most wonderful adventure."
Then with another deep breath,
"Well, by the blood, I may tell you plainly that I am no poor hand at the reading of faces. Well, I think you to be honest, and I am inclined to believe every word you tell me. By the blood, I am prodigiously sorry for you, and am inclined to help you out of your scrape. The first thing to do," he continued, "is to get rid of these two dead men, and that is an affair I believe we shall have no trouble in handling. One of them we will wrap up in the carpet here, and t'other we can roll into yonder bed curtain. You shall carry the one, and I the other, and the harbour being at no great distance, we can easily bring them thither and tumble them overboard, and no one will be the wiser of what has happened. For your own safety, as you may easily see, you can hardly go away and leave these objects here to be found by the first comer, and to arise up in evidence against you."
This reasoning, in our hero's present bewildered state, appeared to him to be so extremely just that he raised not the least objection to it. Accordingly, each of the two silent, voiceless victims of the evening's occurrences were wrapped into a bundle that from without appeared to be neither portentous nor terrible in appearance. Thereupon, Jonathan shouldering the rug containing the little gentleman in black, and the sea captain doing the like for the other, they presently made their way down the stairs through the darkness, and so out into the street. Here the sea captain became the conductor of the expedition, and leading the way down several alleys and along certain by-streets, now and then stopping to rest, for the burdens were both heavy and clumsy to carry, they both came out at last to the harbour front, without anyone having questioned them or having appeared to suspect them of anything wrong. At the waterside was an open wharf, extending a pretty good distance out into the harbour. Thither the captain led the way, and Jonathan followed. So they made their way out along the wharf or pier, stumbling now and then over loose boards, until they came at last to where the water was of a sufficient depth for their purpose. Here the captain, bending his shoulders, shot his burden out into the dark, mysterious waters, and Jonathan, following his example, did the same. Each body sank with a sullen and leaden splash into the element where, the casings which swathed them becoming loosened, the rug and the curtain rose to the surface and drifted slowly away with the tide. As Jonathan stood gazing dully at the disappearance of these last evidences of his two inadvertent murders, he was suddenly and vehemently aroused by feeling a pair of arms of enormous strength flung about him from behind. In their embrace, his elbows were instantly pinned tight to his side, and he stood for a moment helpless and astounded, while the voice of the sea captain, rumbling in his very ear, exclaimed,
"Ye bloody murthering Quaker! I'll have that ivory ball, or I'll have your life."
These words produced the same effect upon Jonathan as though a douche of cold water had suddenly been flung over him. He began instantly to struggle to free himself, and that with a frantic and vehement violence begotten at once of terror and despair. So prodigious were his efforts that more than once he had nearly torn himself free, but still the powerful arms of his captor held him as in a vice of iron. Meantime our hero's assailant made frequent, though ineffectual, attempts to thrust a hand into the breeches pocket where the ivory ball was hidden, swearing the while under his breath with a terrifying and monstrous string of oaths. At last, finding himself foiled in every such attempt, and losing all patience at the struggles of his victim, he endeavoured to lift Jonathan off of his feet, as though to dash him bodily upon the ground. In this he would doubtless have succeeded had he not caught his heel in the crack of a loose board of the wharf. Instantly they both fell, violently prostrate, the captain beneath and Jonathan above him, though still encircled in his iron embrace. Our hero felt the back of his head strike violently upon the flat face of the other, and he heard the captain's skull sound with a terrific crack like that of a breaking egg upon some post or billet of wood against which he must have struck. In their frantic struggles they had approached extremely near the edge of the wharf, so that the next instant, with an enormous and thunderous splash, Jonathan found himself plunged into the waters of the harbour, and the arms of his assailant loosened from about his body. The shock of the water brought him instantly to his senses, and being a fairly good swimmer, he had not the least difficulty in reaching and clutching the crosspiece of a wooden ladder that, coated with slimy sea moss, led from the water level to the wharf above. After reaching the safety of the dry land once more, Jonathan gazed about him, as though to discern whence the next attack might be delivered upon him. But he stood entirely alone upon the dock. Not another living soul was in sight. The surface of the water exhibited some commotion, as though disturbed by something struggling beneath. But the sea captain, who had doubtless been stunned by the tremendous crack upon his head, never arose again out of the element that had engulfed him. The moonlight shone with a peaceful and resplendent illumination, and excepting certain remote noises from the distant town, not a sound broke the silence and the peacefulness of the balmy tropical night. The limpid water, illuminated by the resplendent moonlight, lapped against the wharf. All the world was calm, serene, and enveloped in a profound and entire repose. Jonathan looked up at the round and brilliant globe of light floating in the sky above his head, and wondered whether it were indeed possible that all that had befallen him was a reality and not some tremendous hallucination. Then, suddenly arousing himself to a renewed realization of that which had occurred, he turned and ran like one possessed up along the wharf, and so into the moonlit town once more. 6. The conclusion of the adventure with the lady with the silver veil. Nor did he check his precipitous flight until suddenly, being led perhaps by some strange influence of which he was not at all the master, he discovered himself to be standing before the garden gate, where not more than an hour before he had first entered upon the series of monstrous adventures that had led to such tremendous conclusions. People were still passing and repassing, and one of these groups, a party of young ladies and gentlemen, paused upon the opposite side of the street to observe, with no small curiosity and amusement, his dripping and bedraggled aspect. But only one thought and one intention possessed our hero: to relieve himself as quickly as possible of that trust which he had taken up so thoughtlessly and with such monstrous results to himself and to his victims. He ran to the gate of the garden and began beating and kicking upon it with a vehemence that he could neither master nor control. He was aware that the entire neighbourhood was becoming aroused, for he beheld lights moving and loud voices of inquiry. Yet he gave not the least thought to the disturbance he was creating, but continued without intermission his uproarious pounding upon the gate. At length, in answer to the sound of his vehement blows, the little wicket was opened, and a pair of eyes appeared thereat. The next instant the gate was cast ajar very hastily, and the pock-pitted negress appeared. She caught him by the sleeve of his coat and drew him quickly into the garden. "Buckra, Buckra!" she cried. "What you doing? You wake the whole town." Then, observing his dripping garments, "You been in the water. You catch the fever and shake till you die." "Thy mistress!" cried Jonathan, almost sobbing in the excess of his emotion. "Take me to her upon the instant, or I cannot answer for my not going entirely mad." When our hero was again introduced to the lady, he found her clad in a loose and an elegant negligée, infinitely becoming to her graceful figure, and still covered with the veil of silver gauze that had before enveloped her. "Friend!" he cried vehemently, approaching her and holding out toward her the little ivory ball. "Take again this which thou gavest me. It has brought death to 3 men, and I know not what terrible fate may befall me if I keep it longer in my possession." "What is it you say?" cried she in a piercing voice. "Did you say it hath caused the death of 3 men? Quick, tell me what has happened, for I feel somehow a presage that you bring me news of safety and release from all my dangers." "I know not what thou meanest," cried Jonathan, still panting with agitation. "But this I do know, that when I went away from thee I departed an innocent man, and now I come back to thee burdened with the weight of 3 lives,
which, though innocent, I have been instrumental in taking." "Explain!" exclaimed the lady, tapping the floor with her foot. "Explain! Explain! Explain!" "That I will," cried Jonathan, "and as soon as I am able. When I left thee and went out into the street, I was accosted by a little gentleman clad in black." "Indeed!" cried the lady. "And had he but one eye, and did he carry a gold-headed cane?" "Exactly," said Jonathan. "And he claimed acquaintance with friend Jeremiah Doolittle." "He never knew him!" cried the lady vehemently. "And I must tell you that he was a villain named Hunt, who at one time was the intimate consort of the pirate Keat. He it was who plunged a deadly knife into his captain's bosom, and so murdered him in this very house. He himself or his agents must have been watching my gate when you went forth." "I know not how that may be," said Jonathan, "but he took me to his apartment, and there, obtaining a knowledge of the trust thou didst burden me with, he demanded it of me, and upon my refusing to deliver it to him, he presently fell to attacking me with a dagger. In my efforts to protect my life, I inadvertently caused him to plunge the knife into his own bosom and to kill himself." "And what then?" cried the lady, who appeared well nigh distracted with her emotions. "Then," said Jonathan, "there came a strange man, a foreigner, who upon his part assaulted me with a pistol, with every intention of murdering me and thus obtaining possession of that same little trifle." "And did he," exclaimed the lady, "have long black mustachios? And did he have silver earrings in his ears?" "Yes," said Jonathan, "he did." "That," cried the lady, "could have been none other than Captain Keat's Portuguese sailing master, who must have been spying upon Hunt. Tell me what happened next." "He would have taken my life," said Jonathan, "but in the struggle that followed he shot himself accidentally with his own pistol, and died at my very feet. I do not know what would have happened to me if a sea captain had not come and proffered his assistance." "A sea captain!" she exclaimed. "And had he a flat face and a broken nose?" "Indeed he had," replied Jonathan. "That," said the lady, "must have been Captain Keat's pirate partner, Captain Willits of the Bloody Hand. He was doubtless spying upon the Portuguese." "He induced me," said Jonathan, "to carry the two bodies down to the wharf. Having inveigled me there, where I suppose he thought no one could interfere, he assaulted me and endeavoured to take the ivory ball away from me. In my efforts to escape, we both fell into the water, and he, striking his head upon the edge of the wharf, was first stunned and then drowned." "Thank God!"
cried the lady, with a transport of fervour, and clasping her jewelled hands together.
"At last I am free of those who have heretofore persecuted me and threatened my very life itself. You have asked to behold my face. I will now show it to you. Heretofore I have been obliged to keep it concealed, lest, recognizing me, my enemies should have slain me."
As she spoke, she drew aside her veil, and disclosed to the vision of our hero a countenance of the most extraordinary and striking beauty. Her luminous eyes were like those of a Jawa, and set beneath exquisitely arched and pencilled brows. Her forehead was like lustrous ivory, and her lips like rose leaves. Her hair, which was as soft as the finest silk, was fastened up in masses of ravishing abundance.
"I am," said she, "the daughter of that unfortunate Captain Keat, who, though weak and a pirate, was not so wicked, I would have you know, as he has been painted. He would doubtless have been an honest man, had he not been led astray by the villain Hunt, who so nearly compassed your own destruction. He returned to this island before his death, and made me the sole heir of all that great fortune which he had gathered, perhaps not by the most honest means, in the waters of the Indian Ocean. But the greatest treasure of all that fortune bequeathed to me was a single jewel, which you yourself have just now defended with a courage and a fidelity that I cannot sufficiently extol. It is that priceless gem known as the Ruby of Kishmoor. I will show it to you."
Hereupon she took the little ivory ball in her hand, and with a turn of her beautiful wrists unscrewed a lid so nicely and cunningly adjusted that no eye could have detected where it was joined to the parent globe. Within was a fleece of raw silk containing an object which she presently displayed before the astonished gaze of our hero. It was a red stone of about the bigness of a plover's egg, and which glowed and flamed with such an exquisite and ruddy brilliancy as to dazzle even Jonathan's inexperienced eyes. Indeed, he did not need to be informed of the priceless value of the treasure which he beheld in the rosy palm extended toward him. How long he gazed at this extraordinary jewel he knew not, but he was aroused from his contemplation by the sound of the lady's voice addressing him.
"The 3 villains," said she, "who have this day met their deserts in a violent and bloody death, had by an accident obtained knowledge that this jewel was in my possession. Since then my life has hung upon a thread, and every step that I have taken has been watched by these enemies, the most cruel and relentless that it was ever the lot of any unfortunate to possess. From the mortal dangers of their machinations you have saved me, exhibiting a courage and a determination that cannot be sufficiently applauded. In this you have earned my deepest admiration and regard. I would rather," she cried, "entrust my life and my happiness to you than into the keeping of any man whom I have ever known. I cannot hope to reward you in such a way as to recompense you for the perils into which my necessities have thrust you, but yet—" and here she hesitated, as though seeking for words in which to express herself, "but yet, if you are willing to accept of this jewel, and all of the fortune that belongs to me, together with the person of poor Eveline Keat herself, not only the stone and the wealth, but the woman also, are yours to dispose of as you see fit."
Our hero was so struck aback at this unexpected turn that he knew not upon the instant what reply to make. "Friend," said he at last, "I thank thee extremely for thy offer, and though I would not be ungracious, it is yet borne in upon me to testify to thee that, as to the stone itself and the fortune, of which thou speakest, and of which I very well know the history, I have no inclination to receive either the one or the other, both the fruits of theft, rapine, and murder. The jewel I have myself beheld 3 times stained, as it were, with the blood of my fellow man, so that it now has so little value in my sight that I would not give a peppercorn to possess it. Indeed, there is no inducement in the world that could persuade me to accept it, or even to take it again into my hand. As to the rest of thy generous offer, I have only to say that I am, 4 months hence, to be married to a very comely young woman of Kensington in Pennsylvania, by name Martha Dobbs, and therefore I am not at all at liberty to consider my inclinations in any other direction." Having so delivered himself, Jonathan bowed with such ease as his stiff and awkward joints might command, and thereupon withdrew from the presence of the charmer, who, with cheeks suffused with blushes and with eyes averted, made no endeavour to detain him. So ended the only adventure of moment that ever happened to him in all his life. For thereafter he contented himself with such excitement as his mercantile profession and his extremely peaceful existence might afford. Epilogue. In conclusion, it may be said that when the worthy Jonathan Rugg was married to Martha Dobbs upon the following June, some mysterious friend presented to the bride a rope of pearls of such considerable value that when they were realized into money, our hero was enabled to enter into partnership with his former patron, the worthy Jeremiah Doolittle, and that, having made such a beginning, he by and by arose to become in his day one of the leading merchants of his native town of Philadelphia. End of The Ruby of Kishmoor by Howard Pyle. The Chalice of the Chipped Ruby by J. Christian Bay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Inception. The Abbot of Bethany leaned back in his chair and smiled pleasantly at the words of praise and wonder which fell from the lips of his Protestant visitor. "Yes," he said, "it is a matter of management and of government by mutual agreement. But a Trappist monastery is not built in the wilderness by the exercise of these alone. It is a growth, a spiritual growth first and last. Without that, this community would not keep together for 5 minutes." "But the world is bound to look for the man behind the work," returned the visitor. "There you have a group of fine buildings, an immense farm, a corps of skilled workers, an organization producing results which any business house would find it hard to duplicate. You all live under the severest rule ever devised for human conduct, yet you all are perfectly content, even cheerful. But, Reverend Father, what becomes of the men whose souls conquered this American wilderness? Their lives, their ambitions, their human interest in profiting by their labor, building up a reputation, a future for themselves, what becomes of all this?" The monastic house where this conversation took place hardly seemed the proper locality for the solution of a modern social problem. An hour's ride by rail from a city teeming with modern activity, each man for himself, all striving, as it were, to consume the earth rapidly and completely. Then the green hills and the forest-clad knobs, and beyond the forest a stone wall. And behind this stone wall a mighty monastery, grand, appalling, venerable as the very spirit of the Middle Ages. The abbot himself, in his white Cistercian cowl, despite the modernity of his desk and the office furniture, would have fitted well into a similar milieu of the 14th century. Immortal books and pictures looked out from every corner. All colours were subdued as by age. Sunlight fell into the room through latticed windows. Beyond lay the garden, quiet with shaded walks. The huge, noiseless monastery rose above and beyond, peopled by scores of silent men. Everything indicated the past and not the present, ancient France or Italy rather than modern America. The abbot still watched his visitor with a curious little smile. "Suppose I say to you that the Trappist believes all these things, true and perfect manhood, strength and happiness, will come to him only when he puts behind him every ambition of advancing his opportunities in this world," he observed. "Suppose I say that he regards the common view of life as a hindrance rather than a help in attaining a higher and more urgent ideal. Will you understand? You may not understand, yet you are free to look into our community, because if you have an eye for truth, you will find us possessing much blessing, foolishly renounced in the world, as indeed we confess to renounce nearly everything that the world prefers. Fanaticism, yes, but with an opportunity for the pleasure I now enjoy, this visit. Yet your life seems unreal in this age and civilization. All social forces move in other directions. Why unreal? Said the abbot. Here is a large estate, which we exploit by the most modern and approved scientific methods. Each one of us does his full day's work and contributes his share to the upkeep of our community. In return, the community protects his ideals. Is it so very unreal to confess to the spiritual and material benefit of a life in silence, restraint, and servitude? Are these less real than loquacity, exploitation, and selfishness? But you miss so much. Yes, interposed the abbot with a smile, and so do you. All over this magnificent land, people sow and reap, and leave their fields and farms as soon as the resources are drained to the utmost. Here we add to the fertility of every acre year by year, as, within ourselves, we grow better fitted for our own future life. True, admitted the visitor. But you might do all this and yet remain in the world, instead of segregating yourselves completely from it. We are in the world, replied the abbot, very much so. We take every advantage of it, except personal gain. We believe it is due to the dignity of life that our souls act and at last may depart in this form of peace. I think you will pardon us outsiders, Reverend Father, said the visitor, if we doubt the possibility of putting aside all the preferences of the world. I go about this beautiful abbey with the wish in my heart to preserve it and to add to its dignity, but also wondering whether the rules of your order and the spirit of the place will always secure your ideals from being chipped by contact with current events and with the natural rebounds of your human feelings. The abbot rose and put his hand on the visitor's shoulder. My dear friend, he said, I feel the same doubt every day. We all do. Let me show you how I was reminded of it only this morning. He turned and opened a cupboard in the wall. From there he took a magnificent golden chalice and set it on his desk. It was a beaker of noble, classic lines, gracefully tooled with ornaments and sacred symbols. It rested upon a broad circular base, and in this footpiece were inserted 4 gems, a diamond, a sapphire, a topaz, and a ruby. What a beautiful chalice! Exclaimed the visitor. It is one of our ordinary chalices, explained the abbot. For solemn occasions we have other much finer pieces. This is for general use. It might exemplify any of us, the members of this little community. Surely flesh and blood created in God's image may be compared with gold. The jewels are a gift from my mother house, Tre Fontane, near Rome. Do you see anything peculiar about this chalice? The visitor looked closely, turned the chalice about and looked again, but shook his head. The ruby is chipped, said the abbot. Look again, and you will observe the flaw. Yes, it is chipped on one side. Some careless fellow has done this, probably in the factory where the stones were set, or when it was polished. We never observed the flaw before. Only this morning did I discover it. You will agree that anything which enters into the service of the Lord ought to be free from blemishes. And this is the lesson I learned and now am reminded of. We may discover any minute some weak spot in our armour of supposed firmness. now you know the main cause of our silence and seclusion. We live by faith, but our very faith impels us to fear being chipped, as you said, in contact with the world. We may differ on many points, but none of us cares to be found with a flaw. Even you men of the world do not wish to expose yourselves. When you are caught unawares, it at least involves a waste of time. To avoid exposure, this is one lesson of this chalice of the chipped ruby. The guest master conducted the visitor to the pleasant room named after St. Alberich, and left him to his meditations. Needless to say that these circled about the chalice and the ruby. How had the ruby become chipped? The meditations grew into fancies. The fancies took definite shape. Here follows the story of the ruby. Explication 1. He gave this to you, and what then? A fly might have buzzed about the window panes in the sewing-room where Dorothea, Niels Trolle of Borglum Castle, had summoned her daughter Elspeth. But no fly was buzzing. The mother had stopped her ebony spinning wheel and sat, hands folded, bending a glance of severe scrutiny upon the girl. On the tiny work table at her elbow, nestled in a mass of magnificent shimmering flax, lay a heavy gold ring, shaped as a fish with jaws wide open. The jaws held a ruby, and its dull splendour came and went with the play of the shifting sunlight through the green leaded window panes. And what then? The wrinkles of the elder lady's forehead deepened with impatience. Absolute unquestioning obedience was a child's first duty in the 15th century, yet Elsbeth seemed stubborn. Early that morning at fast break, the girl had pulled a handkerchief from the snowy folds of her white bodice, and a ring had rolled out on the table. Not a word was said then, but when mother and daughter afterward retired to their customary work in the sewing-room, Elspeth knew that the hour of reckoning had come. Monsieur d'Opprange, the French master, had spent an hour of painful discomfort after that fatal fast break. When the stroke of 7 sounded from the grey tower above the moats, and Elspeth failed to appear for her usual lesson in the library, he fell into that brown reverie which unpleasantly envelops every man, even the strongest, when fate seems to overtake him. And there he sat, handsome, sincere, serious, a soft light in his eyes, as the heavy oaken door creaked open. Old Jacob Trolle entered. The door banged. Behind the closed door of the library the old nobleman raged and roared. But the walls of Borglum Castle were proof against bullets and impervious to angry men's awful words. No echo of the conflict penetrated to the little sewing-room behind the gynoeceum. Elspeth lifted her head and looked straight into her mother's eyes. She feared their grey shade of severe authority, but she also knew that nothing could be gained by parrying. The answer came promptly. "We plighted our troth." Long lingering shafts of sunlight shot across the tiled floor. A starling sounded his flute somewhere. Then from the courtyard below came a muffled tramp of horses and men in wooden shoes. "Mother," resumed the girl, "Francois is good and noble, and he knows, oh, ever so much. He has travelled all over Europe in search of knowledge, and if his father consents, he will make his home here. He said—" "And you listened to him, knowing that you are plighted to our neighbour's son, good Markard Podebusk, who now serves his Muscovitic Majesty with his wits and his good sword, and will return to claim her from your father's hand. Why, child, you knew this ever since you carried bib and apron." "But, mother—" "Speak when you are asked. You know it cannot be. Life is long. You will forget." And her beautifully moulded, energetic hands smothered the shining cascades of flax. "You will think better," she continued pensively, as the sweet young face before her grew more pathetic to look at, "and prove yourself a nobleman's child. No power on earth—" Something had struck the hard tile floor with a clinking jar. It was the ring. Elspeth quickly recovered it. "Oh, mother!" she cried, "you chipped the ruby. Francois told me this ring was the last gift from his mother when he left his home in France. Oh, what shall I do? Who will help me?" She flung herself on the floor beside her mother's seat in a wild outburst of misery. Once more the old capable hands became restless, but this time they stroked the soft live masses of the girl's hair, scarcely less resplendent than the flax, but infinitely softer. She stirred as if moved by a thought, but somehow the words died within her. Then the stillness below, hitherto merely dented by the chirp of restless tomtits in the foliage about the ancient walls, was rudely broken. Chains rattled, the heavy drawbridge between the two towers at opposite sides of the moat grated and ground into place with loud wails from rusty hinges. Then came the thud of a single horse's hoofs on the cobblestones in the courtyard and on the bridge. They broke into a gallop beyond. Elspeth sprang to her feet and listened with horror in her eyes. "Mother!" she wailed. "Mother! Oh, mother!" The hoofbeats continued, grew fainter, and died away yonder where the forest began. The old lady rose. She was very pale. "Daughter," she said in great pity and love, "I buried 5 children, one after the other, before you came, the last of all that were given to me. Can you doubt that your mother's heart is open? No, Elspeth, we cannot, must not call him back. Love and duty are hard masters, but each time we win means a special blessing arising for us, here or beyond the grave. Come to me, child. Your mother will smooth your path of duty. My own little girl, my Elspeth, hear me." 2. Extract from the Necrologium Sanctae Brigittae Conventi Proper Scanderborgum, Anno Christi 1507. Die 15 Aprilis Theodosia. Died this night, in the 30th year of her life, Sister Francisca, previously known in the vain and wicked world as Elspeth, Niels Trollers and Dorothea, his wedded wife, their daughter. She lingered in our midst 10 years and 61 days, a pattern of obedience and all other virtues. And this is all that need be known of her, for as much as no better or more complete witness of this sister's life can be penned. But as I was staying with her in her last hour, uttering such sacred words of grace and solace as our blessed order prescribes, and she had made her last confession before Christ, and had received in his name full absolution, and also had received the blessed sacrament, then she drew from her bosom a ring of gold shaped as a fish, with a ruby inserted between the jaws of that fish, which ring was suspended about her neck by a thin braided gold thread, and she passed the ring into my hands, but uttered no word. She was buried beneath the east wall of our chapel in the cemeterium, and laid to rest in the robes of our blessed order. Maria Mater Dolorosa, ora pro nobis, ut coelestem spectantes lucem, te solam et filium tuum Iesum Christum moriamur. 3. Vincent Steno, commandant of Borglum Castle during the Swedish War of 1658, sat in his library writing as two soldiers conducted a prisoner into the room. One brief moment his calm grey eyes scanned the group, the two stalwart guardsmen and the ragged peasant boy shifting anxiously from one foot to the other. Then he went on writing. A wild commotion outside formed a singular contrast to the seeming quiet within. In the courtyard men ran to and fro, shots rang out from towers and walls, and at intervals there was a deep boom of cannon. Impotent bullets struck the walls now and then, followed by the rattling of scattered mortar and masonry. "Magnus," said the commandant. One of the guardsmen stepped forward. "You will take this letter the moment I finish it and make your way through the secret passage. Be careful about closing the opening in the hollow oak in Rolled Woods. Pile earth and dead twigs upon the trap-door. The Germans will have seized the Ferriet house. Get a boat as best you can, or swim across. You will reach Eskilstorp before dawn. You will deliver this letter to Mamselle Inga, personally. Understand?" The man nodded, but his bearded face expressed some doubt or impatience. "What is it, Magnus? Speak." The soldier's immense moustache moved, and his voice rolled across the room like a hymn from a great organ. "Permission, return, fight, gracious master." "You cannot return," answered the commandant. "In 2 hours this siege will be decided. In 5 minutes I shall be at the walls with the men. I may fall, but this message must be safe." Magnus's face was immovable, but sad. Again the goose-quill moved across the parchment, then ceased with a flourish. Steno scanned the letter. "My darling Inga, with death and destruction drawing toward us from all sides." "Who is this prisoner?"
"By your lordship's gracious permission," said the boy, eagerly stepping forward. "I am the gardener's helper at St. Brigitta's in Skanderborg. The Mother Superior is sorely troubled by the advance of the Swedes and Germans. A detachment of dragoons arrived yesterday at dawn and forced entrance to the convent. They threatened to burn the place unless money and—"
"Be brief."
"I escaped and walked all night. This morning I managed to swim across the moats to the east gate. As I climbed the wall, they took me. They think I'm a spy. Our dear Mother Superior asks if you cannot send some relief to the convent."
"How am I to believe what you say?" The boy pulled at his neckerchief, unfastened something from its frayed edge, and laid it on the table. It was a gold ring in the shape of a fish, its jaws yawning over a ruby. Sir Vincent's hand closed mechanically upon the gem. He did not speak. His glance wandered along the lines of his letter. "None of us may return from this rat trap. We are surrounded on all sides. Our orders are to hold the place or die, and not to surrender on any account. If this should be my last opportunity, I commend thee, dearest heart." A boom came. There was a splintering crash as one of the leaded windows collapsed. Vincent Steno fell forward over the table. The cannonball struck the opposite wall and shivered it. Magnus jumped forward with a hoarse cry and lifted his master's body from the table. The head was crushed. The right hand still held the letter, now crumpled and spattered with blood. The soldier's immense beard moved, and he uttered a deadly anathema upon the hated enemies. By the aid of his two companions, he lifted the body, laid it on the table, and covered it reverently with a cloak. He folded the letter with care and stowed it away within his spacious fur cap. Then, turning to his comrade, he said, "Report to the lieutenant. I go to Eskilstorp. If relief can be obtained, I shall bring it. You," to the gardener,
Come with me."
2 hours later, when the siege was over, a young German lieutenant strolled into the commandant's library. Seeing the covered figure on the table, he removed his cap, stepped forward, and drew the cloak back. He touched lightly the dead man's hand, a singularly beautiful hand, white and slender, seemingly better fitted for the pen than for the sword. A ring fell from the impotent grasp of the stiffening fingers and rolled out upon the table. The lieutenant picked it up, not with an impulse to rob the dead, but rather as if taking charge of lordless property for safe keeping. 4. Inventory of the property or mobilia of Lieutenant Hans Adolf von Kratzenstein, Lord of Kratzenstein in Silesia, who served with the Brandenburg Corps during the War of His Swedish Majesty against Denmark, annis 1657 to 1659, and died anno 1691, leaving a widow and 5 children. 656 Flemish thalers in specie, 1494 Old Bavarian marks in specie, 192 Danish rose nobles in specie, 2 pair of French pistols, much used, 6 Nuremberg carbines in good condition, 1 pair of gold spurs, much worn, 1 pair of steel ditto, rusty, useless, 18 golden goblets, 65 silver ditto, sundry bracelets of gold and silver, sundry and several rings, notably one of fine French gold, shaped as a fish with open jaws, the jaws holding a large ruby. 3 coats of calamanchi with a lieutenant's distinctions embroidered in silver, 8 pantaloons, several much worn, 13 waistcoats embroidered, 1 cocked hat with gold braid and tassels, tarnished and frayed, 1 gold locket containing a lock of hair, odd silver and copper coin, etc. 5. The morning of the first day of November in the year 1755 dawned upon the ancient city of Lisbon with all the splendour of sunshine and balmy breezes of that favoured spot and clime. Gay chanties resounded from ship to ship along the stone quays as the seamen hurried about their early duties. Peals of sonorous bells rang from lofty moss-clad steeples of churches whose foundations seemed rooted in the very fundaments of the earth. From the heights above the city, peasants came singly or in small groups, each driving before him donkeys or small sure-footed horses almost hidden beneath huge baskets of vegetables and fruit. In a small room opening upon a veranda in the upper story of the historical Escoban Inn on the edge of the city, a young journeyman printer awoke from his sound slumbers at cock-crow. He stretched himself lazily, rolled over and tried to sleep again, but the call of morning was too persistent. Gerhard Kohl was the young journeyman's name. He had come from the ancient city of Strasbourg, and now had in mind returning there, with matured ideas of a larger world, and with acquired skill in ancient Iberic printing houses, where he had worked for more than a year. We have his own account of the gruesome happenings of that memorable 1st of November. Knowing that my mother was anxious to see me settled at home, I made haste to complete my itinerary. I took a night's lodging at the Escoban, packed my valise, placed it in my room, and walked back to bid a final good-bye to my master and his kind family. On my return to the inn, I found the big bed in my room already occupied by a traveller who snored lustily as I entered, but woke and asked if I insisted on sleeping in my bed alone. If I did, he would make himself comfortable with the doormat, his valise, and his cloak. I told him pleasantly to remain where he was, as the bed was large enough to hold 7 of us. He thanked me, and I lay down beside him, put my watch under my pillow, said my prayers, and went to sleep at once. I woke at dawn and began to dress, but imagine my consternation on finding that my watch no longer was where I had put it for safe keeping as I went to sleep. My bedfellow also was gone. I hurried down and found that he had departed only a half-hour before, having hired a donkey to carry him up the mountain pass. I immediately hired a horse, bought a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine, and set out in pursuit. Unforgettable is to me the glorious morning, the vine-clad hills, the bright sun, the birds singing, the eagles soaring way above the tree-tops. As I rode on, I frequently turned back in my saddle and refreshed my mind with parting glimpses of the glorious city. I recollect thinking that probably I should never see it again. Alas, how true! For as I reached the summit and paused to bid a last farewell to Lisbon, the city was there no more. Was I so absorbed in thought, or so intent upon my pursuit of my treacherous companion, that I had failed to hear the roar of the awful catastrophe, or the rush of the waters as they engulfed the lower part of the great town? Could thousands of dwellings, palaces, and churches collapse and fall into ruins without my being aware that this dire disaster took place almost beneath my feet? I cannot say, but as I write this account after 50 years, only this impression remains, that one moment the city was there, and the next moment it was gone. Ruin and wreck marked the engulfed districts as far as I was able to see. Yet where I was, the sun shone as before, the foliage waved before the breeze, and I heard the twittering of many birds. I was roused at last by the recollection of my quest, and urged my horse forward. Scarcely had I proceeded a half-mile than I became aware of a donkey nipping the scanty grass along the roadside a little way ahead. And close by, leaning against a rock, was my companion of the night before, quietly eating his breakfast, a bottle of wine beside him. I spurred my horse and dashed on, drawing my pistol as I went. He scrambled to his feet, drew something from his pocket and threw it on the ground, whereupon he jumped over the rock and made his escape among the trees and boulders which lined the roadside. I fired my pistol in the air as I quickly reached the spot, to inspire him with a wholesome fear. Then I dismounted, reloaded my pistol, and looked about me. The donkey went on grazing. All was still. And there on the ground was the treacherous traveller's hat, his valise, his loaf of bread, his half-emptied bottle of wine. Also a silk kerchief folded and tied with knots at the ends. I opened this package without hesitation, and found that it contained some trinkets, a silver snuff-box, and my silver watch, still ticking, with the key attached by a tiny leather thong. I put it in my pocket with a grateful feeling, because this watch once belonged to my dear father, who in turn had inherited it from his father. No thought of revenge crossed my mind, but I drank what wine the miscreant had left in his bottle, for I was tired from the ride and the excitement of the morning. As I was tying the kerchief, intending to leave the trinkets with the valise, my eye was arrested by a curious ring of gold. It had the shape of a fish, and where the head and tail met, the jaws were opened to the point of yawning. In this opening a ruby was inserted. The workmanship was very old. This ring I took from the bundle as a reminder of this eventful and fatal day. It still is in my possession. I pursued my way without further incident, and left my horse at the first inn at which I arrived. I still remember the name of the village. It was Belém. Thence I pursued my way on foot, in accordance with the rules of our guild. Great was the consternation wherever I related my tale of that terrible first day of November. On my arrival at Strasbourg, my family and friends hailed me as one miraculously escaped from the vengeance of the evil one, as indeed I was. Marginal note in a feminine hand. My grandfather told me that he returned and looked over the precipice before fleeing in terror. Anna K., 1810. 6. On a beautiful moonlit evening in the year 1832, 3 artists met in an osteria in one of the numerous by-streets which, at that time, connected the vast expanse of ancient thoroughfares in the Eternal City with the more pretentious Piazza del Popolo. The pretensions, however, stopped short of street lighting. Outdoor exercise in the Rome of those days required, when extended into night, a lantern as well as a cloak. And a handy weapon under the cloak was not to be despised, for the National Guard and even the Papal Guard patrolled only the thoroughfares, and that with long intervals. The 3 artists had discussed the ever-recurring topic of the deplorable decay of contemporary art, a condition evident to every succeeding generation. They agreed that some revival was necessary. Some new principle or method must be developed. The secret of the classics, said one, lies in the grouping of mass effects. They chose a principle or unit, the circle or the square or an oval, and arranged their scenery according to the relative importance of each unit. The result is that you may cut their work into fragments, and you'll find each fragment a perfect piece of art in itself. But that is not the only thing, remarked a dark-haired youth. Look at William Cole's hand there on the table. Keep your hand quiet, William. Look at the contrast between the red ruby of his ring and the dark blue of his cloak as the hand rests upon it. Mass your materials as you will, but balance your red and blue. Even the ancient potters knew that. Every fragment of their urns and vases prophesies the gospel of the cardinal colours. Stendhal is right, said Cole, but so is everybody who takes notice of some striking trait in any of the great masters. The chief question is to apply your discovery to your own work. You paint what you see, and as you see it at the time. You don't care for anybody else. You don't even care whether you reproduce the object as it is. All that you care for is the idea you wish to bring out. Stendhal sighed. Here I have spent the better part of my young life trying to work out the theory of classic drapery, he said, only to find that any beggar in Rome can throw his cloak over his left shoulder in a way that defies all my powers. Throw on your own cloak now, returned his friend, and let us go. It is late, and the Piazza del Popolo seems rather unsafe this year. They arose, lighted their lanterns, nodded to the sleepy host who dozed in his chair, and departed. The piazza lay before them, deserted and quiet, moonlit and ancient, ghostly where tall pines rose over vine-clad masonry and cast their long black images. "Let us walk with William as far as the guardhouse at Ponte Molle," proposed Robert Sinclair, the youngest of the trio. "This place is anything but safe." But Cole objected. "I shall not take you one step out of your way," said he. "Why, I might lie down and sleep safely anywhere along the road." With a nod and a friendly word to each one of his friends, he crossed the piazza and proceeded along the Flaminian Road, while Stendhal and Sinclair took another direction. The fairy shadows of the moonlight once more were in undisturbed possession of the old square. Cole strode on, oblivious of himself, unconsciously absorbing the beauty and stillness of the ancient road. Behind low walls loomed the graceful outlines of dignified mansions, blending in perfect harmony with the shrubbery, and surmounted by the dark pillars of stately pines and the wide fans of spreading acacias. As he drew near the ruins of the Crassianus villa, he suddenly was roused from his reverie by the feeling that something was at his heels. He swung about, held out his lantern, and smiled to himself. A big cat with nocturnally lustrous eyes stood within the light. With a soft purr, the animal insinuated itself into the man's favour, glided back and forth on noiseless paws, and crept about the folds of the cloak. Then it floated away in the dimness of the night, and disappeared behind a large barrel close to a house by the side of the road. There was a slight rustle within the barrel, immediately followed by a scratching and a subdued wail. What might be the trouble? Had the animal accidentally imprisoned itself in the barrel? Cole drew nearer and peered. At that moment the faintest sound of a metallic click came to his ears. He quickly dropped the lantern and drew a pistol from the pocket of his cloak. He scarcely had cocked it than the cover of the barrel was pushed away from within, and a jet of flame flashed out into the night. The young man felt a sting in his shoulder, but managed to lift his weapon. Without taking aim, he fired it into the barrel almost from the very top. A yell broke the stillness. Then all was quiet, save for the low wailing of the cat and an occasional moan from within the barrel. 2 hours later, the guardsman from Ponte Molle found the young man wounded and unconscious in the road. Close by lay his discharged pistol, and on his white, slender hand gleamed a gold ring with a ruby. It was a heavy ring, shaped as a fish with its jaws wide open, and the jaws yawned over the sparkling stone. In an empty rainwater barrel by the roadside was the dead body of a rough-looking man, a discharged pistol in his hand, a disconsolate cat softly wailing, hiding within the folds of his blood-spattered cloak. 7. They came out of the gate near San Paolo fuori le mura and strolled along the friendly road, past the hedges and ruins, past the little chapel where, according to ancient tradition, St. Peter and St. Paul parted, each to face his own martyr's death. They walked hand in hand like children along the old grey road which runs far into the Campagna. But unlike children, they had little to say to each other. "This is the place where I first saw you, Giovanna," said William Cole as they approached a bend in the road. "And here we will part." The girl withdrew her hand and stopped. "You will go back to your people," continued the artist, "and I bid farewell to Rome tomorrow with my picture. I owe you a world of gratitude, little one, more than I can say." She looked up, and he stopped. "Maestro has been most kind to us," she said. "My father repaired his house and bought 2 more goats with the money I earned." "But I owe you much more than that," continued the artist in his precise German manner, "because while you had no experience in sitting before a painter, yet you were so patient, so interested in my task, that I was bound to do good work." "Maestro has been most kind," repeated the girl, her lips quivering. "And think of it," continued Cole, "a king kissed your hand. The Grand Maximilian of Bavaria, who wants my picture for his great new museum, said that here was at least the real Italian peasant girl. He kissed your hand as an honour to all Italy." Giovanna's eyes shone, but she was silent. "I shall see you every time I return to Italy," returned William, "and I want you to remember me as a friend and a good comrade. We have been good comrades, Giovanna, have we not?" She nodded bravely, but her race betrayed itself, and tears began to fill her eyes. "And by great luck we did not fall in love with each other, Giovanna."
"Pietro came and saw me every day," she said.
"Yes, Pietro." The young man smiled. "He never trusted me. He came to sell his fruit every day, and to get a smile from you." Growing serious as he looked intently at the serene beauty of the young face before him, he added lightly, "An artist who wants to work must not fall in love." She did not answer. "But now that we are going to part," he continued, "I wish to give you something as a remembrance of me." He drew a ring from his finger. It was a gold ring, shaped as a fish, with jaws yawning wide. The jaws held a ruby, and its dull shimmer came and went with the flashes of sunlight through the hedge along the road. "This is an old ring," he said, almost solemnly. "It was a keepsake in my family for almost 100 years. Take it, little girl. The stone is chipped, but the gold is as pure as yourself. I painted a great picture, they say, but you helped me. There would have been no picture without you. May all the saints of heaven protect you. Addio." He closed the girl's hand over the ring. Her little brown hand lay in his white, capable palm like a child's tiny fist. He bent over and kissed the little hand reverently, yet as self-possessed and calm and unapproachable as the great Maximilian of Bavaria himself.
"Addio, maestro," returned the girl. "You have been most kind. I shall pray to our dear mother every night for your welfare."
She walked away primly, stopped, looked back, and waved her hand with that unconscious, exquisite grace which every Italian child possesses as naturally as the colour of eyes and hair. And she smiled as bravely as only a woman will in a moment of distress.
"Addio."
He remained where they had stood together, swinging his hat, until she disappeared around the bend. The girl walked rapidly along the road until she reached the bend, whence she waved one more greeting. She smiled bravely until the foliage hid her from view. Then the buoyancy died out of her step, and she went on soberly. There were tears in her eyes still. There were more tears as she went on. A gate loomed up beside the road. Many trees waved their crowns beyond, shading the roofs of a group of houses, white-walled, with small windows. A whiff of the odours of many flowers floated over the white wall and stirred the fringes of acacias and of the little ferns in the crevices of the masonry. The gate was closed, and an old bell-rope hung beside it, ending in a handle shaped as a cross. Giovanna stopped and knelt beside a shrine in the wall close by the gate. As she said her prayers, she fumbled with the ring. She rose and looked about her, struggling between a fear and an impulse. She pulled the rope, and a bell sounded within. She waited, her hand on her bosom, tightly clasping the ring. Slow shuffling steps approached the gate, and a small grille opened, disclosing the wrinkled face of an old monk. He looked at the girl without a greeting, immovable.
"For the Blessed Lady of Tre Fontane," said Giovanna, reaching the ring toward the grille.
The monk took the ring and held up his hand. "Pax tecum et benedictio," he said. and the opening closed. The ring was gone. Only the odours of calla and nerium remained as an incense from the pious offering of the jewel to the glorious Mother, the Merciful Lady of the Abbey of Tre Fontane. Conclusion. The Abbot of Bethany faced his visitor with a friendly smile as they met in the small but lofty study on the following morning. "So, you have been meditating on the chalice," he said. "Well, meditation is part of our business here. Indeed, I have done a little speculation on the same subject. And what do you think? Our gift book relates something about the ruby's history." The abbot rose and turned to a recess in the wall, from which he drew a large book bound in immortal vellum. "This is our record of gifts," he said. "Let me see." His strong profile bent over the book, and the muscular fingers turned leaf on leaf. And somehow the visitor felt that the leaves of the book were symbolic of the lives that went into the great monastery whose austerity and friendly spirit surrounded him. Leaf on leaf, life on life, consecrated, fulfilled, their destinies attained. Then the abbot's sonorous voice roused him. "Here is the entry," he said. "A ruby deposited at the gate on the 6th day of October 1832 by one Giovanna, in memoriam Virginis Beatae, a gold ring shaped as a fish with jaws wide open. The jaws enclose the ruby, which is slightly chipped at one side. The gold setting was used for some other purpose, but the ruby was sent to us. The stone was injured then before we obtained it." The visitor nodded. "You see, I made a mistake yesterday," continued the abbot, "in suspecting some workman. We shall leave the jewel where it is. It undoubtedly came from the hands of a penitent sinner. The sacred use of her gift will help restore her peace with God." "She must be dead years ago." "Probably," assented the abbot. "Death is an incident, like this flaw in the ruby. The main thing is that just as this chalice derives its dignity from its use, just in the same way are weak and sinful men and women sanctified by the use which God makes of their lives." "I wonder if the ruby has an interesting history," suggested the visitor. "Now that we know the end, it would be a satisfaction to know the beginning also. This girl Giovanna, now—" The abbot shook his head. "We can make no mistake," he said, "in taking it for granted that she shared the fate of this ruby." "And by this gift she surrendered her vanity, perhaps," mused the visitor, "and forgot—" "She did that," assented the abbot. "Perhaps more than that. Perhaps it was a very precious possession, but she could not sustain it. I venture to say that none of all those who ever possessed this ruby could sustain the continued possession of it. Still, mankind goes on ransacking the world for such things, lay their hands upon them, obtain them, keep them, even when there is no blessing in the winning of them. But when even dead things need to be consecrated and removed from the world, can you doubt that men and women find sustaining peace for their souls in obeying the same law?" "Still, you would not discourage the healthy ambition of making use of what the world offers to enrich your life, would you, Reverend Father?" The abbot smiled. "No," he said, "not if you put the question in those words. But surely that is obvious. Now, if you train your willpower to renounce personally as readily as you accept personally what the world offers, Then you see the problem in the full light of truth. Accept? Oh yes, what would we not accept? Everything. Renounce, and you will have eternal possession of what you desired. That is another lesson which we may gain from this chalice. The chipped ruby confirms the thesis. End of The Chalice of the Chipped Ruby by J. Christian Bay. The Black Prince's Ruby by Mrs. Goddard Orpen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To give a full account of this precious stone would almost involve the writing of the history of England from the reign of Edward III down to the present time. We shall therefore limit ourselves to a few of the most striking scenes in which the ruby figured. Though differing much in appearance, the one being red and the other blue, the ruby and the sapphire are, chemically speaking, the same, viz. Pure alumina. The perfect ruby is very rare and more valuable size for size than the diamond. It is tested in a curious manner. If it exactly agrees in tint with the fresh blood of a pigeon dropped upon the same sheet of white paper on which it lies, it is pronounced perfect. A stone of such beauty and rarity was, of course, supposed to be endowed with miraculous powers and affinities by the ancients, as, for instance, the osculum, dedicated by the Lady Hildegard to St. Adalbert of Egmond. Of this stone, says a 16th century writer, in the night time it so lighted up the entire chapel on all sides that it served instead of lamps for the reading of the hours late at night, and would have served the same purpose to the present day had not the hope of gain caused it to be stolen by a runaway Benedictine monk, the most greedy creature that ever went on two legs. The Black Prince's ruby is only by courtesy called a ruby. It is in reality a spinel, a stone of inferior hardness and less intense colour and brilliancy than the true ruby. All the large historic stones which are called rubies are declared by Mr. King to be undoubted spinels. There is yet another class of rubies of an inferior type known as balas, a name probably derived from the place in India whence they came. The inferior ruby is found in all parts of the world, but Burma is the home of the true ruby, a region that has just been added to the widely spreading empire of the British Queen. In the middle of the 14th century, Spain was ruled by a number of petty kings, whose wars, assassinations, and executions leave a general impression of bloodiness upon the mind by which all distinct detail is engulfed. It is essential, however, to remember that Granada was ruled by a Moorish prince, Mohammed by name, and Castile owned for Lord Don Pedro, the Cruel by title. The Moorish Mohammed, an easygoing personage, was dethroned by his brother-in-law Abu Said. Flying for his life, he escaped to Seville and threw himself upon the mercy of this Pedro the Cruel. This monarch espoused the cause of his kingly neighbour, and after several defeats the usurper thought it best to come to Seville and arrange a peace with his foe. Abu Said accordingly repaired to the capital of Don Pedro, accompanied by a numerous and most magnificent suite. He was politely received, but the next day, by Don Pedro's order, Abu Said and all his attendants were set upon and murdered. This was done for the sake of the Moorish prince's jewels, which were many and valuable. Among the treasures thus evilly acquired was the ruby now set in the crown of England. Though enriched by this spoil, Don Pedro soon felt the instability of human greatness, and in his turn had to fly for his life. His adversary was his own brother, Henry, the son of the beautiful and unfortunate Leonora de Guzman. This Henry raised a goodly army for himself, composed for the most part of Gascon mercenaries, and he had for counsellor and captain the famous French knight Bertrand du Guesclin. Against such a foe Don Pedro could make no stand, so he hurried to Bordeaux, where the Black Prince, along with his wife Joan, called the Fair Maid of Kent, was keeping his Christmas in right royal style. This was in 1366. Don Pedro promised untold treasures to the Black Prince if he would come to his aid. Tempted by such bait, the Black Prince led his troops into Spain, fought for Don Pedro, and conquered Henry for him at the Battle of Nájera on April 3rd, 1367. This was the first, but unhappily not the last, battlefield on which English and French slaughtered each other for the sake of a Spanish tyrant. Overjoyed at this success, Don Pedro presented to his deliverer then and there the splendid ruby, in order to get which he had murdered Abu Said. Immediately afterwards he went off to Seville to collect the rest of the promised treasure. So he said, at least, but the treasure never came, and the Black Prince, after losing half his army from sickness, was obliged to quit Spain without other payment than the ruby. He wore the gem in his hat, as an original and contemporaneous picture of him which Walpole saw testifies. It is said that in the fever-stricken plains of the peninsula, the Black Prince inhaled the germs of the disease which a few years afterwards carried him to the grave. The ruby, large and splendid though it be, was dearly bought at such a price. Don Pedro was stabbed to the heart a few years afterwards by his victorious brother Henry, as he knelt before him praying for mercy. Here the curtain falls upon the first scene in the drama of our ruby. It rises again on the field of Agincourt, October the 25th, 1415. Henry V of England, with his army reduced to 15,000 men, was falling back upon Calais from Harfleur, when at Agincourt he encountered the French king and his nobility, followed by an army of nearly 50,000 men. The night before the battle Henry spent in disposing his forces to the best advantage, and on the morning he arrayed himself with a gorgeousness which has been commented upon by all contemporary writers. It was the fashion for kings to go splendidly into battle, and for a handsome young king of 25 like Henry, it was only natural that he should follow such a fashion to the fullest. His armour was gilt embossed, but his helmet was the theme of especial praise. The useful iron headpiece was surmounted by a rich crown garnished with rubies, sapphires, and pearls, valued then at £675. In this glittering ornament the Black Prince's ruby was a conspicuous feature. During the fight, the king and his shining crown were to be seen in all parts of the field where the battle raged hottest. He fought like a lion for his life, unlike the kings of modern times, who, if present at all, sit afar off and view the battlefield safely through telescopes. Henry's crown and stout iron casque did him good service on that eventful day, for it is related how the French prince, the Duke of Alençon, struck it with a heavy blow with his battle-axe, which came near finishing Henry's career on the spot. Again, several Frenchmen, excited by the blood-red glitter of the ruby perhaps, swore to strike Henry's crown from his head or perish in the attempt. They accordingly rushed upon him in a body, and one of them knocked off a part of the crown, but the king defended himself bravely until supported by some of his own knights. The sequel of this broken fragment of the crown is not so picturesque or heroic. one of the prisoners taken in the fight, a person named Gaucourt, declared after he was brought to England that he knew where the jewels were which had been struck from the crown. On promise of his liberty without ransom if he restored them, he went to France and got the lost gems, returning with them to London. It is a sorry thing to have to record of the hero of Agincourt that he appears to have taken the recovered jewels and then neglected to liberate Gaucourt. The identical helmet worn by Henry, now shorn of all its jewels and only decked with the dust of 4 centuries, hangs high aloft in Westminster Abbey, where it is never seen without causing interest in the mind of even the most unimaginative visitor. The 2 deep marks, one made by the battle-axe of the Duke of Alençon and the other by the sword of the nameless Frenchman, are plainly visible, enduring evidence of the fierceness of the fighting on the stricken field of Agincourt. Henry VI followed his father's example in carrying his crown to the battlefield, but further than that the parallel cannot lie, for instead of winning a kingdom, the luckless Henry lost his crown at Hexham, 1464, and only saved his life by the fleetness of his horse. The crown, which probably mounted our ruby, was borne by a page who was killed, and the regal bauble was instantly carried off to Edward IV, who had himself forthwith crowned with it at York. In that long and bloody struggle, the horrors of which are somewhat concealed in its graceful and poetic name, the Wars of the Roses, the ruby adhered to the winning side. When Lancaster was bowed in the dust, it gleamed on the head of York, and so we bring it down to the youthful days of bluff King Hal. At his coronation, Henry VIII is thus described by a contemporary. He wore a robe of crimson velvet furred with ermine, his jacket of raised gold, the placard, tabard, embroidered with diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and great pearls, and other rich stones, a great baldric collar about his neck of great ballaces, while as for his beautiful features, amiable visage, and princely countenance, with the noble qualities of his royal state, they are too well known by everybody to need mention by me. From which comment we must perceive that the estimate entertained of Henry VIII has altered decidedly for the worse. This baldric, or collar of rubies, was a famous jewel, and one which appeared at all the great pageants of the pleasure-loving king. It was entirely broken up by Charles I and sold to raise funds for his army. We are disposed to conjecture that it included our ruby, either as pendant or other portion of the collar. It was worn at the Field of the Cloth of Gold, where Henry and Francis I outdid each other in splendour. Notwithstanding all this display of gold and jewels, they were but half civilised at the court of Henry, as the following quaint incident proves. At a certain splendid pageant, the king and some of his nobles attired themselves in fanciful costumes, upon which their chosen names, such as True Love, Good Cheer, and the like, were written in large letters of bullion. After the masque, the king intimated that the court ladies might take for keepsakes these gold letters, and they, delighted, proceeded instantly to snatch them from the dress of the king and his courtiers. The crowd which was witnessing this show from afar rushed in to share the spoil, and in a twinkling had stripped the king to his jerkin and hose. They then attacked the queen and her ladies, and worse would have befallen if the royal guards had not opportunely arrived and driven off these grabbing subjects. Henry's daughter, Elizabeth, was even more extravagantly fond of jewels than he was himself. The numerous well-known pictures of the Queen are more especially portraitures of Her Highness's dresses and jewels than anything else. Elizabeth did not set the ruby away in her state crown, but kept it by her, no doubt for the frequent bedecking of her royal person. She showed it upon one occasion to the Scotch envoy, Sir James Melville, under circumstances of peculiar interest. It was in 1564, when Elizabeth and Mary Stuart were both young women, the one comely, the other beautiful, and both were eagerly sought by every unmarried prince in Europe. Elizabeth had rejected all her offers. Mary had done the same. The English Queen was lavishing honours upon her handsome Master of the Horse, Robert Dudley, and was generally understood to be preparing him for a seat on the throne beside herself. At this juncture she astonished the world by announcing that she had found a husband for Mary Stuart. This husband was Robert Dudley. The Scottish Queen was considerably amazed at this proposal, and not a little annoyed at being offered for her consort a subject of such mean descent as the handsome Robert. However, she did not say nay, and Melville was sent to London to negotiate the marriage. He stayed 9 days at the court of Elizabeth, and has given most vivid pictures of that great queen. He found her intensely jealous of Mary's superior personal attractions, and pressed the envoy hard to say which had the most beautiful hair. She also resorted to a childish trick to show him how well she could play on the virginals. She likewise danced for him, detaining him 2 whole days for the purpose, and his comment upon this performance is historic. "I said, my queen danced not so high or disposedly as she did." All this and much more the canny Scotsman tells us about what he saw and said and did during his 9 days' visit. One evening the Queen took him into her bedchamber to show him some of her most precious belongings. She first opened a letroon cabinet, where he beheld a number of little pictures wrapped up in paper, with its name on each one written by her own royal hand. The first one was thus labelled, "My Lord's Picture." It was Leicester's portrait, and Melville, holding the candle, begged to see it, but Elizabeth made difficulties about it. Then the envoy pressed her to let him carry it back with him to show to his own queen, thinking apparently that the sight of the handsome face would move her to the marriage more than all political considerations. Elizabeth declared that she could not give it up, as she had but that one, upon which Melville retorted that she had the original. "She showed me a fair ruby, great like a racquet ball. I desired she would either send it to my queen or the Earl of Leicester's picture. She replied, if Queen Mary would follow her counsels, she would get them both in time, and all she had, but she would send a diamond as a token by me." It was the Black Prince's ruby for which the envoy begged, but the poor Queen of Scots was fated never to get either the jewel or the Earl. This ruby was pierced at the top with a small hole, to enable it to be worn suspended from the neck, a frequent occurrence with Oriental gems which are worn without setting. The hole is now filled up by a small ruby, but this fact proves it to have been among the jewels with which James I adorned his state crown. The Earl of Dorset made a careful inventory of the royal treasures, which is signed by the king himself. The description of the imperial crown, after reciting a bewildering number of diamonds, pearls, rubies, and sapphires, winds up thus: "And upon the top a very great ballus pierced." This is manifestly the ruby in whose fate we are concerned. Charles I seems to have used his father's crown at his own coronation in 1626, a ceremony which was marked by 2 incidents afterwards found to have been ominous. There being no purple velvet in London, Charles was robed in white velvet, which is an unlucky colour, it seems, and the Queen, Henrietta Maria, a silly and obstinate girl, refused to be crowned with him owing to their religious differences. Fortunately, the great ruby was not left in the jewel house at the time of Charles's execution, for had it been there we should have heard no more of it. Everything which was found there was either melted down or sold by order of the Commonwealth. Amongst other things thus treated was the gold filigree crown of Edward the Confessor, which was broken up and sold for its weight of bullion. Such vandalism is almost enough to make one a Jacobite. With the return of the Stuarts, the ruby came back and ascended once more to its proper place in the crown of England. All the appliances of a coronation had to be made anew for Charles II, so that the ceremony was in consequence somewhat shorn of its impressiveness. Charles's crown was, according to an old writer, especially praiseworthy for an enormous emerald 7 inches in circumference, a large pearl, and a ruby set in the middle of one of the crosses. This ruby, although not particularized, is sure to be the one we have traced thus far. It is so very much larger than any other ruby belonging to the Crown of England that whenever we find a preeminently large one mentioned in English history, we may safely take it to be the Black Prince's ruby. It could be mistaken for no other stone by anyone who had ever seen it. A shining ball of blood-red fire, slightly irregular in shape, great like a racquet ball, is not so common an object that it could pass unnoticed by writers who take it upon them to describe crowns and other royal ornaments. During the reign of Charles II, the Crown of England had a narrow escape of being stolen. This singular adventure happened as follows. The regalia, then as now, was kept in the Tower, and was shown to visitors, as still is the case. The person in charge was an old man named Edwards, who was in the habit of locking himself in with his visitors when showing the treasure. One day a gentleman, apparently a parson, and a lady, apparently his wife, called and saw the crown, which they particularly admired, of course. The parson was Colonel Blood, a notorious Irish desperado. The lady became suddenly faint, and was accommodated with a chair and other restoratives in the keeper's sitting-room, where quite a friendship was struck up. The soi-disant parson cultivated the friendship assiduously, and finally proposed to cement it by a marriage between his nephew, apparently a soldier, and the daughter of the keeper. Blood came with the nephew, who it is needless to say was merely an accomplice, and another friend. They asked to see the regalia, and the unsuspecting old man led them into the strong room and locked himself in as usual. The moment he had done so, he was set upon by the 3 ruffians, beaten, thrown down, gagged, stabbed in the body, and left for dead. Then they managed to force open the case containing the crown jewels. Blood hid the crown under his cloak, the other 2 took the sceptre and the globe, and then they opened the door, intending to steal away. Just as they did so, young Edwards, a soldier who by a singular chance arrived at that moment from Flanders, entered. In a moment after, the tower rang with the cry of "Treason! Treason! The crown is stolen!" The young man gave chase, aided by the guard at the gate, and eventually they succeeded in capturing Blood after a robustious struggle, during which some pearls and diamonds were knocked out of the crown. "It was a gallant attempt for a crown," observed Blood as they led him to prison. He was condemned, but Charles pardoned him, and even admitted him to favour, though Blood was a known ruffian who had nearly succeeded in hanging the Duke of Ormond on the public highway not long before. It is suggested that he terrified the king into liking him, owing to the boast that he had 500 friends who would do anything to avenge his death. Blood was constantly seen at court, and eventually he obtained a pension of £500 a year, while poor old Edwards was never recompensed, and died in the greatest want and misery. Truly, the ways of princes are inscrutable. James II gave his whole soul to the glories of his coronation, reviving ancient ceremonies and doing everything with exactness, much in the same way as did Charles X of France. And they both succeeded in losing the crowns thus elaborately set upon their heads. James used the crown made for his brother Charles, whose head was somewhat larger. The result was what might have been expected. The crown did not fit and was with difficulty kept in its place. Indeed, it wobbled so much that Henry Sidney put forth his hand to steady it, saying, "This is not the first time, Your Majesty, that my family have supported the crown." James fled, and the ruby remained to greet William and Mary at their double coronation, and then it descended peacefully to the House of Brunswick, in whose service it has ever since remained. The coronation of George IV on July 19, 1821, was probably one of the most gorgeous pageants of this century. The king spent an immense sum upon his adornment, $1,190,000, and not only that, but he gave close attention to the fashion of his clothes, spending days and weeks in anxious consultation over the length, size, shape, and material of all the garments that he was to wear. At last, having got all ready to his perfect contentment, the trappings were all brought to the palace, and the king dressed up one of his servants in his own royal clothes, and then put him through the paces of a coronation, while he looked critically on. Public feeling was very much excited at the time over the divorce proceeding between George IV and his Queen, Caroline of Brunswick. When, therefore, it became known that the Queen was not to be crowned along with him, her partisans were very indignant. The king was in the abbey in the middle of the gorgeous ceremony, when, amid the frantic cheers of the multitude, Queen Caroline drove up to the entrance attended by Lord Hood. The doorkeeper, however, refused her admittance, and after a long parley, the Queen was obliged to turn away. Meanwhile, George IV was going through the fatiguing fooleries which he had insisted upon reviving for his own glorification. 6 long hours the ceremony lasted, and as the day was very hot and the king very fat, he spent most of the time wiping his streaming face with dozens of pocket handkerchiefs which were constantly passed along to him for that purpose. The crown for this occasion was large, costly, and very heavy. It weighed nearly 7 pounds, and was made by Messrs. Rundle and Bridge. It was a mass of precious stones. At the back of the lower band was a large sapphire, one of the Stuart relics, and in front gleamed the fire-red stone which had looked down in Agincourt from the helmet of Henry V. The last coronation, although it occurred half a century ago, is familiar to us owing to the revivifying process of the Queen's Jubilee. The crown, which was also made by Messrs. Rundle and Bridge, is less heavy than that of George IV by 3 pounds and more. We will not enumerate its thousands of diamonds, its hundreds of pearls, and its scores of rubies and sapphires. The ornaments consist of fleur-de-lis and Maltese crosses done in diamonds. In the centre of the lower band of the crown is placed the large sapphire already mentioned, and just above it, in the middle of a superb cross composed of 75 diamonds, gleams the famous ruby. It stands out in bold relief, and the red flash of its rays gives the needful touch of colour to the sparkling mass of diamonds. The French say that the crown is heavy and without elegance, being in short altogether in the English taste. The criticism may be just, for it is difficult to see how $5,638,000 worth of precious stones, exclusive of the ruby, could be packed onto the gear for the small head of a small woman with any great attempt at elegance. The Queen was crowned on June the 25th, 1838, and Dean Stanley tells of a sudden ray of sunlight which streamed down upon the youthful sovereign as she sat in the coronation chair with the crown upon her head, producing an effect which was beautiful in the extreme. A queen has always been popular with the English, and we can well imagine the enthusiasm which Victoria's girlish gracefulness must have aroused in people who contrasted her with the heavy, uninteresting kings who had preceded her. This was the last great occasion upon which the Black Prince's ruby appeared before the nation whose sovereigns it had so long adorned. And viewing the beneficent reign of the gracious lady whose coronation it then attended, we can only say we hope it may long continue its uneventful existence at the top of the glittering pile in the Wakefield Tower. In October 1841, the Crown, and all that therein is, had a narrow escape of perishing unromantically by fire. The tower being then used as a military storehouse, the fire rapidly spread, and it was thought advisable to remove the crown. The keys of the strong case where the regalia is kept are in the hands of 3 different officials, all at a distance. There was no time to be lost, as the place was getting very hot, so Police Inspector Pearce, with a crowbar, burst through the iron bars, forced himself in, and handed out the precious articles, whose value is estimated at $5 millions. Soldiers and policemen ran with the coronation baubles to a place of safety, and everything was eventually saved, though not before Inspector Pearce had been well nigh roasted. This is the last adventure that the Black Prince's ruby has met with, and when we last looked upon it peacefully glistening in the sunlight, it seemed hard to imagine that it had passed through so many dangers by fire and sword, and had looked down on so many great scenes of royal splendour. End of The Black Prince's Ruby by Mrs. Goddard Orpen. The Great Ruby Robbery, a detective story by Grant Allen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. 1. Persis Remanet was an American heiress. As she justly remarked, this was a commonplace profession for a young woman nowadays, for almost everybody of late years has been an American and an heiress. A poor Californian, indeed, would be a charming novelty in London society, but London society so far has had to go without one. Persis Remanet was on her way back from the Wilcoxes' ball. She was stopping, of course, with Sir Everard and Lady Maclure at their house at Hampstead. I say, of course, advisedly, because if you or I go to see New York, we have to put up at our own expense, $5 a day without wine or extras, at the Windsor or the Fifth Avenue. But when the pretty American comes to London, and every American girl is ex officio pretty, in Europe at least, I suppose they keep their ugly ones at home for domestic consumption. She is invariably the guest either of a Dowager Duchess or of a Royal Academician like Sir Everard of the first distinction. Yankees visit Europe, in fact, to see, among other things, our art and our old nobility. And by dint of native persistence, they get into places that you and I could never succeed in penetrating, unless we devoted all the energies of a long and blameless life to securing an invitation. Persis hadn't been to the Wilcoxes with Lady Maclure, however. The Maclures were too really great to know such people as the Wilcoxes, who were something tremendous in the city, but didn't buy pictures. And academicians, you know, don't care to cultivate city people, unless they're customers. Patrons, the academicians more usually call them, but I prefer the simple business word myself, as being a deal less patronising. So Persis had accepted an invitation from Mrs. Duncan Harrison, the wife of the well-known member for the Hackness division of Elmetshire, to take a seat in her carriage to and from the Wilcoxes. Mrs. Harrison knew the habits and manners of American heiresses too well to offer to chaperone Persis, and indeed Persis, as a free-born American citizen, was quite as well able to take care of herself the wide world over as any 3 ordinary married English women. Now, Mrs. Harrison had a brother, an Irish baronet, Sir Justin O'Byrne, late of the 8th Hussars, who had been with them to the Wilcoxes, and who accompanied them home to Hampstead on the back seat of the carriage. Sir Justin was one of those charming, ineffective, elusive Irishmen whom everybody likes and everybody disapproves of. He had been everywhere and done everything, except to earn an honest livelihood. The total absence of rents during the 60s and 70s had never prevented his father, old Sir Terence O'Byrne, who sat so long for Connemara in the unreformed Parliament, from sending his son Justin in state to Eton, and afterwards to a fashionable college at Oxford. "He gave me the education of a gentleman," Sir Justin was wont regretfully to observe, "but he omitted to give me also the income to keep it up with." Nevertheless, society felt O'Byrne was the sort of man who must be kept afloat somehow, and it kept him afloat accordingly in those mysterious ways that only society understands, and that you and I, who are not society, could never get to the bottom of if we tried for a century. Sir Justin himself had essayed Parliament too, where he sat for a while behind the great Parnell without for a moment forfeiting society's regard, even in those earlier days when it was held as a prime article of faith by the world that no gentleman could possibly call himself a Home Ruler. 'Twas only one of O'Byrne's wild Irish tricks, society said complacently, with that singular indulgence it always extends to its special favourites, and which is, in fact, the correlative of that unsparing cruelty it shows in turn to those who happen to offend against its unwritten precepts. If Sir Justin had blown up a Tsar or two in a fit of political exuberance, society would only have regarded the escapade as one of O'Byrne's eccentricities. He had also held a commission for a while in a cavalry regiment, which he left, it was understood, owing to a difference of opinion about a lady with the colonel. And he was now a gentleman at large on London society, supposed by those who know more about everyone than one knows about oneself to be on the lookout for a nice girl with a little money. Sir Justin had paid Persis a great deal of attention that particular evening. In point of fact, he had paid her a great deal of attention from the very first, whenever he met her. And on the way home from the dance he had kept his eyes fixed on Persis's face to an extent that was almost embarrassing. The pretty Californian leaned back in her place in the carriage and surveyed him languidly. She was looking her level best that night, in her pale pink dress, with the famous Remanet rubies in a cascade of red light setting off that snowy neck of hers. 'Twas a neck for a painter. Sir Justin let his eyes fall regretfully more than once on the glittering rubies. He liked and admired Persis, oh, quite immensely. Your society man, who has been through 7 or 8 London seasons, could hardly be expected to go quite so far as falling in love with any woman. His habit is rather to look about him critically among all the nice girls trotted out by their mammas for his lordly inspection, and to reflect with a faint smile that this, that, or the other one might perhaps really suit him, if it were not for... And there comes in the inevitable but of all human commendation. Still, Sir Justin admitted with a sigh to himself that he liked Persis ever so much. She was so fresh and original, and she talked so cleverly. As for Persis, she would have given her eyes, like every other American girl, to be made "my lady," and she had seen no man yet with that auxiliary title in his gift whom she liked half so well as this delightful wild Irishman. At the McClure's door the carriage stopped. Sir Justin jumped out and gave his hand to Persis. You know the house well, of course, Sir Everard McClure's. It's one of those large new artistic mansions in red brick and old oak on the top of the hill. And it stands a little way back from the road, discreetly retired, with a big wooden porch, very convenient for leave-taking. Sir Justin ran up the steps with Persis to ring the bell for her. He had too much of the irrepressible Irish blood in his veins to leave that pleasant task to his sister's footman. But he didn't ring it at once. At the risk of keeping Mrs. Harrison waiting outside for nothing, he stopped and talked a minute or so with the pretty American. "You look charming tonight, Miss Remanet," he said, as she threw back her light opera wrap for a moment in the porch and displayed a single flash of that snowy neck with the famous rubies. "Those stones become you so." Persis looked at him and smiled.
You think so?
She said, a little tremulous, for even your American heiress, after all, is a woman.
Well, I'm glad you do. But it's good-bye tonight, Sir Justin, for I go next week to Paris.
Even in the gloom of the porch, just lighted by an artistic red and blue lantern in wrought iron, she could see a shade of disappointment pass quickly over his handsome face, as he answered with a little gulp, "No, you don't mean that. Oh, Miss Remanet, I'm so sorry." Then he paused and drew back. "And yet, after all," he continued, "perhaps—" and there he checked himself. Persis looked up at him hastily.
"Yet after all what?"
she asked with evident interest. The young man drew an almost inaudible sigh. "Yet after all, nothing," he answered evasively.
"That might do for an Englishwoman," Persis put in with American frankness, "but it won't do for me. You must tell me what you mean by it."
For she reflected sagely that the happiness of 2 lives might depend upon those 2 minutes, and how foolish to throw away the chance of a man you really like, with a my ladyship to boot, all for the sake of a pure convention. Sir Justin leaned against the woodwork of that retiring porch. She was a beautiful girl. He had hot Irish blood. Well, yes, just for once he would say the plain truth to her. "Miss Remanet," he began, leaning forward and bringing his face close to hers. "Miss Remanet, Persis, shall I tell you the reason why? Because I like you so much. I almost think I love you." Persis felt the blood quiver in her tingling cheeks. How handsome he was, and a baronet.
"And yet you're not altogether sorry," she said reproachfully, "that I'm going to Paris?"
"No, not altogether sorry," he answered, sticking to it. "And I'll tell you why, too, Miss Remanet. I like you very much, and I think you like me. For a week or 2 I've been saying to myself, I really believe I must ask her to marry me. The temptation's been so strong I could hardly resist it."
"And why do you want to resist it?"
Persis asked, all tremulous. Sir Justin hesitated a second, then with a perfectly natural and instinctive movement, though only a gentleman would have ventured to make it, he lifted his hand and just touched with the tips of his fingers the ruby pendants on her necklet. This is why," he answered simply and with manly frankness. "Persis, you're so rich, I never dare ask you."
"Perhaps you don't know what my answer would be,"
Persis murmured very low, just to preserve her own dignity. "Oh, yes, I think I do," the young man replied, gazing deeply into her dark eyes. "It isn't that. If it were only that, I wouldn't so much mind it. But I think you'd take me." There was moisture in her eye. He went on more boldly. "I know you'd take me, Persis, and that's why I don't ask you. You're a great deal too rich, and these make it impossible."
"Sir Justin,"
Persis answered, removing his hand gently, but with the moisture growing thicker, for she really liked him.
"it's most unkind of you to say so. Either you oughtn't to have told me at all, or else, if you did—"
She stopped short. Womanly shame overcame her. The man leaned forward and spoke earnestly. "Oh, don't say that!" he cried from his heart. "I couldn't bear to offend you, but I couldn't bear either to let you go away, well, without having ever told you. In that case, you might have thought I didn't care at all for you and was only flirting with you. But, Persis, I've cared a great deal for you, a great, great deal, and had hard work many times to prevent myself from asking you. And I'll tell you the plain reason why I haven't asked you. I'm a man about town. Not much good, I'm afraid, for anybody or anything. And everybody says I'm on the lookout for an heiress, which happens not to be true. And if I married you, everybody'd say, 'Ah, there, I told you so.' Now, I wouldn't mind that for myself. I'm a man, and I could snap my fingers at them. But I'd mind it for you, Persis, for I'm enough in love with you to be very, very jealous indeed for your honour. I couldn't bear to think people should say, 'There's that pretty American girl, Persis Remanet, that was, you know. She's thrown herself away upon that good-for-nothing Irishman, Justin O'Byrne, a regular fortune hunter, who's married her for her money.' So, for your sake, Persis, I'd rather not ask you. I'd rather leave you for some better man to marry."
"But I wouldn't," Persis cried aloud. "Oh, Sir Justin, you must believe me. You must remember—"
At that precise point, Mrs. Harrison put her head out of the carriage window and called out rather loudly, "Why, Justin, what's keeping you? The horses'll catch their deaths of cold, and they were clipped this morning. Come back at once, my dear boy. Besides, you know, les convenances—" "All right, Norah," her brother answered. "I won't be a minute. We can't get them to answer this precious bell. I believe it don't ring. But I'll try again, anyhow." And half forgetting that his own words weren't strictly true, for he hadn't yet tried, he pressed the knob with a vengeance. "Is that your room with the light burning, Miss Remanet?" he went on in a fairly loud official voice, as the servant came to answer. "The one with the balcony, I mean? Quite Venetian, isn't it? Reminds one of Romeo and Juliet. But most convenient for a burglary, too. Such nice low rails. Mind you take care of the Remanet rubies."
"I don't want to take care of them,"
Persis answered, wiping her dim eyes hastily with her lace pocket handkerchief.
"If they make you feel as you say, Sir Justin. I don't mind if they go. Let the burglar take them."
And even as she spoke, the McClure footman, immutable, sphinx-like, opened the door for her. 2. Persis sat long in her own room that night before she began undressing. Her head was full of Sir Justin and these mysterious hints of his. At last, however, she took her rubies off and her pretty silk bodice.
I don't care for them at all," she thought with a gulp, "if they keep from me the love of the man I'd like to marry." It was late before she fell asleep, and when she did, her rest was troubled. She dreamt a great deal. In her dreams, Sir Justin and dance music and the rubies and burglars were incongruously mingled. To make up for it, she slept late next morning, and Lady Maclure let her sleep on, thinking she was probably wearied out with much dancing the previous evening, as though any amount of excitement could ever weary a pretty American. About 10 o'clock she woke with a start. A vague feeling oppressed her that somebody had come in during the night and stolen her rubies. She rose hastily and went to her dressing table to look for them. The case was there all right. She opened it and looked at it. Oh, prophetic soul! The rubies were gone, and the box was empty. Now, Persis had honestly said the night before the burglar might take her rubies if he chose, and she wouldn't mind the loss of them. But that was last night, and the rubies hadn't then as yet been taken. This morning, somehow, things seemed quite different. It would be rough on us all, especially on politicians, if we must always be bound by what we said yesterday. Persis was an American, and no American is insensible to the charms of precious stones. 'Tis a savage taste which the European immigrants seem to have inherited obliquely from their Red Indian predecessors. She rushed over to the bell and rang it with feminine violence. Lady Maclure's maid answered the summons as usual. She was a clever, demure-looking girl, this maid of Lady Maclure's, and when Persis cried to her wildly, "Send for the police at once and tell Sir Everard my jewels are stolen," she answered, "Yes, miss," with such sober acquiescence that Persis, who was American and therefore a bundle of nerves, turned round and stared at her as an incomprehensible mystery. No Mahatma could have been more unmoved. She seemed quite to expect those rubies would be stolen, and to take no more notice of the incident than if Persis had told her she wanted hot water. Lady Maclure, indeed, greatly prided herself on this cultivated imperturbability of Bertha's. She regarded it as the fine flower of English domestic service, but Persis was American and saw things otherwise. To her, the calm repose with which Bertha answered, "Yes, miss, certainly, miss, I'll go and tell Sir Everard," seemed nothing short of exasperating. Bertha went off with the news, closing the door quite softly, and a few minutes later Lady Maclure herself appeared in the Californian's room to console her visitor under this severe domestic affliction. She found Persis sitting up in bed in her pretty French dressing jacket, pale blue with revers of fawn colour, reading a book of verses. "Why, my dear," Lady Maclure exclaimed, "then you've found them again, I suppose? Bertha told us you'd lost your lovely rubies." "So I have, dear Lady Maclure," Persis answered, wiping her eyes. "They're gone. They've been stolen. I forgot to lock my door when I came home last night, and the window was open. Somebody must have come in, this way or that, and taken them. But whenever I'm in trouble I try a dose of Browning. He's splendid for the nerves. He's so consoling, you know. He brings one to anchor." She breakfasted in bed. She wouldn't leave the room, she declared, till the police arrived. After breakfast she rose and put on her dainty Parisian morning wrap. Americans have always such pretty bedroom things for these informal receptions, and sat up in state to await the police officer. Sir Everard himself, much disturbed that such a mishap should have happened in his house, went round in person to fetch the official. While he was gone, Lady Maclure made a thorough search of the room, but couldn't find a trace of the missing rubies. "Are you sure you put them in the case, dear?" she asked, for the honour of the household. and Persis answered, "Quite confident, Lady Maclure. I always put them there the moment I take them off, and when I came to look for them this morning the case was empty." "They were very valuable, I believe?" Lady Maclure said inquiringly. £6,000 was the figure in your money, I guess," Persis answered ruefully. "I don't know if you call that a lot of money in England, but we do in America." There was a moment's pause, and then Persis spoke again. "Lady Maclure," she said abruptly, "do you consider that maid of yours a Christian woman?" Lady Maclure was startled. That was hardly the light in which she was accustomed to regard the lower classes. "Well, I don't know about that," she said slowly. "That's a great deal, you know, dear, to assert about anybody, especially one's maid. But I should think she was honest, quite decidedly honest." "Well, that's the same thing about, isn't it?" Persis answered, much relieved. "I'm glad you think that's so, for I was almost half afraid of her. She's too quiet for my taste, somehow. So silent, you know, and inscrutable." "Oh, my dear," her hostess cried, "don't blame her for silence. That's just what I like about her. It's exactly what I chose her for. Such a nice, noiseless girl. Moves about the room like a cat on tiptoe. Knows her proper place, and never dreams of speaking unless she's spoken to." "Well, you may like them that way in Europe," Persis responded frankly, "but in America we prefer them a little bit human." 20 minutes later the police officer arrived. He wasn't in uniform. The inspector, feeling at once the gravity of the case, and recognizing that this was a big thing in which there was glory to be won and perhaps promotion, sent a detective at once, and advised that if possible nothing should be said to the household on the subject for the present, till the detective had taken a good look round the premises. That was useless, Sir Everard feared, for the lady's maid knew, and the lady's maid would be sure to go down, all agog with the news, to the servants' hall immediately. However they might try, no harm in trying, and the sooner the detective got round to the house, of course, the better. The detective accompanied him back. A keen-faced, close-shaven, irreproachable-looking man, like a vulgarised copy of Mr. John Morley. He was curt and businesslike. His first question was, "Have the servants been told of this?" Lady Maclure looked inquiringly across at Bertha. She herself had been sitting all the time with the bereaved Persis to console her, with Browning, under this heavy affliction. "No, my lady," Bertha answered, ever calm. Invaluable servant, Bertha. "I didn't mention it to anybody downstairs on purpose, thinking perhaps it might be decided to search the servants' boxes." The detective pricked up his ears. He was engaged already in glancing casually round the room. He moved about it now like a conjurer, with quiet steps and slow. "He doesn't get on one's nerves," Persis remarked approvingly in an undertone to her friend. Then she added aloud, "What's your name, please, Mr. Officer?" The detective was lifting a lace handkerchief on the dressing-table at the side. He turned round softly. "Gregory, madam," he answered, hardly glancing at the girl, and going on with his occupation. "The same as the powders," Persis interposed with a shudder. "I used to take them when I was a child. I never could bear them." "We're useful as remedies," the detective replied with a quiet smile, "but nobody likes us." And he relapsed contentedly into his work once more, searching round the apartment. "The first thing we have to do," he said with a calm air of superiority, standing now by the window with one hand in his pocket, "is to satisfy ourselves whether or not there has really at all been a robbery.
We must look through the room well and see you haven't left the rubies lying about loose somewhere. Such things often happen. We're constantly called in to investigate a case when it's only a matter of a lady's carelessness."
At that, Persis flared up. A daughter of the great Republic isn't accustomed to be doubted like a mere European woman.
"I'm quite sure I took them off," she said, "and put them back in the jewel case. Of that I'm just confident. There isn't a doubt possible."
Mr. Gregory redoubled his search in all likely and unlikely places.
"I should say that settles the matter," he answered blandly. "Our experience is that whenever a lady's perfectly certain, beyond the possibility of doubt, she put a thing away safely, it's absolutely sure to turn up where she says she didn't put it."
Persis answered him never a word. Her manners had not that repose that stamps the caste of Vere de Vere, so to prevent an outbreak she took refuge in Browning. Mr. Gregory, nothing abashed, searched the room thoroughly, up and down, without the faintest regard to Persis's feelings. He was a detective, he said, and his business was first of all to unmask crime, irrespective of circumstances. Lady Maclure stood by, meanwhile, with the imperturbable Bertha. Mr. Gregory investigated every hole and cranny. Like a man who wishes to let the world see for itself, he performs a disagreeable duty with unflinching thoroughness. When he had finished, he turned to Lady Maclure.
"And now, if you please," he said blandly, "we'll proceed to investigate the servants' boxes."
Lady Maclure looked at her maid. "Bertha," she said, "go downstairs and see that none of the other servants come up meanwhile to their bedrooms." Lady Maclure was not quite to the manner born, and had never acquired the hateful aristocratic habit of calling women servants by their surnames only. But the detective interposed.
"No, no," he said sharply. "This young woman had better stop here with Miss Remanet, strictly under her eye, till I've searched the boxes. For if I find nothing there, it may perhaps be my disagreeable duty by and by to call in a female detective to search her."
It was Lady Maclure's turn to flare up now. "Why, this is my own maid," she said in a chilly tone, "and I've every confidence in her."
"Very sorry for that, my lady," Mr. Gregory responded in a most official voice. "But our experience teaches us that if there's a person in the case whom nobody ever dreams of suspecting, that person's the one who has committed the robbery."
"Why, you'll be suspecting myself next," Lady Maclure cried with some disgust.
"Your ladyship's just the last person in the world I should think of suspecting," the detective answered with a deferential bow, which, after his previous speech, was, to say the least of it, equivocal.
Persis began to get annoyed. She didn't half like the look of that girl Bertha herself, but still she was there as Lady Maclure's guest, and she couldn't expose her hostess to discomfort on her account.
"The girl shall not be searched," she put in, growing hot. "I don't care a cent whether I lose the wretched stones or not. Compared to human dignity, what are they worth? Not 5 minutes' consideration."
"They're worth just 7 years," Mr. Gregory answered with professional definiteness. "And as to searching, why, that's out of your hands now. This is a criminal case. I'm here to discharge a public duty."
"I don't in the least mind being searched," Bertha put in obligingly with an air of indifference. "You can search me if you like, when you've got a warrant for it."
The detective looked up sharply, so also did Persis. This ready acquaintance with the liberty of the subject in criminal cases impressed her unfavourably.
"Ah, we'll see about that," Mr. Gregory answered with a cool smile. "Meanwhile, Lady Maclure, I'll have a look at the boxes.
3. The search, strictly illegal, brought out nothing. Mr. Gregory returned to Percis's bedroom, disconsolate. "You can leave the room," he said to Bertha, and Bertha glided out. "I've set another man outside to keep a constant eye on her," he added in explanation. By this time Persis had almost made her mind up as to who was the culprit, but she said nothing overt, for Lady Maclure's sake, to the detective. As for that immovable official, he began asking questions, some of them, Persis thought, almost bordering on the personal. Where had she been last night? Was she sure she had really worn the rubies? How did she come home? Was she certain she took them off? Did the maid help her undress? Who came back with her in the carriage? To all these questions, rapidly fired off with cross-examining acuteness, Persis answered in the direct American fashion. She was sure she had the rubies on when she came home to Hampstead, because Sir Justin O'Byrne, who came back with her in his sister's carriage, had noticed them the last thing and had told her to take care of them. At mention of that name, the detective smiled meaningly. A meaning smile is stock in trade to a detective. "Oh, Sir Justin O'Byrne," he repeated with quiet self-constraint. "He came back with you in the carriage, then? And did he sit the same side with you?" Lady Maclure grew indignant. That was Mr. Gregory's cue. "Really, sir," she said angrily, "if you're going to suspect gentlemen in Sir Justin's position, we shall none of us be safe from you." "The law," Mr. Gregory replied with an air of profound deference, "is no respecter of persons." "But it ought to be of characters," Lady Maclure cried warmly. "What's the good of having a blameless character, I should like to know, if
"If it doesn't allow you to commit a robbery with impunity?" the detective interposed, finishing her sentence his own way. "Well, that's true. That's perfectly true. But Sir Justin's character, you see, can hardly be called blameless."
"He's a gentleman," Persis cried with flashing eyes, turning round upon the officer. "And he's quite incapable of such a mean and despicable crime as you dare to suspect him of."
"Oh, I see," the officer answered, like one to whom a welcome ray of light breaks suddenly through a great darkness. "Sir Justin's a friend of yours. Did he come into the porch with you?"
"He did," Persis answered, flushing crimson. "And if you have the insolence to bring a charge against him—"
"Calm yourself, madam," the detective replied coolly. "I do nothing of the sort at this stage of the proceedings. It's possible there may have been no robbery in the case at all. We must keep our minds open for the present to every possible alternative. It's a delicate matter to hint at, but before we go any further, do you think perhaps Sir Justin may have carried the rubies away by mistake, entangled in his clothes, say, for example, his coat sleeve?"
It was a loophole of escape, but Persis didn't jump at it.
"He had never the opportunity," she answered with a flash. "And I know quite well they were there on my neck when he left me. For the last thing he said to me was, looking up at this very window, 'That balcony's awfully convenient for a burglary. Mind you take good care of the Remanet rubies.' And I remembered what he'd said when I took them off last night. And that's what makes me so sure I really had them."
"And you slept with the window open," the detective went on, still smiling to himself. "Well, here we have all the materials, to be sure, for a first-class mystery."
4. For some days more nothing further turned up of importance about the great ruby robbery. It got into the papers, of course, as everything does nowadays, and all London was talking of it. Persis found herself quite famous as the American lady who had lost her jewels. People pointed her out in the park. People stared at her hard through their opera glasses at the theatre. Indeed, the possession of the celebrated Remanet rubies had never made her half so conspicuous in the world as the loss of them made her. It was almost worth while losing them, Persis thought, to be so much made of as she was in society in consequence. All the world knows a young lady must be somebody when she can offer a reward of £500 for the recovery of gewgaws valued at £6,000. Sir Justin met her in the Row one day. "Then you don't go to Paris for a while yet, until you get them back?" he inquired very low. And Persis answered, blushing, "No, Sir Justin, not yet. And I'm almost glad of it." "No, you don't mean that," the young man cried with perfect boyish ardour. "Well, I confess, Miss Remanet, the first thing I thought myself when I read it in the Times was just the very same. Then, after all, she won't go yet to Paris." Persis looked up at him from her pony with American frankness. "And I," she said, quivering, "I found anchor in Browning. For what do you think I read? And learned to rate a true man's heart far above rubies. The book opened at the very place, and there I found anchor." But when Sir Justin went round to his rooms that same evening, his servant said to him, "A gentleman was inquiring for you here this afternoon, sir. A close-shaven gentleman, not very prepossessing. And it seemed to me somehow, sir, as if he was trying to pump me." Sir Justin's face was grave. He went to his bedroom at once. He knew what that man wanted, and he turned straight to his wardrobe, looking hard at the dress coat he had worn on the eventful evening. Things may cling to a sleeve, don't you know, or be entangled in a cuff, or get casually into a pocket, or someone may put them there. 5. For the next 10 days or so Mr. Gregory was busy, constantly busy. Without doubt he was the most active and energetic of detectives. He carried out so fully his own official principle of suspecting everybody from China to Peru that at last poor Persis got fairly mazed with his web of possibilities. Nobody was safe from his cultivated and highly trained suspicion. Not Sir Everard in his studio, nor Lady Maclure in her boudoir, nor the butler in his pantry, nor Sir Justin O'Byrne in his rooms in St. James's. Mr. Gregory kept an open mind against everybody and everything. He even doubted the parrot, and had views as to the intervention of rats and terriers. Persis got rather tired at last of his perverse ingenuity, especially as she had a very shrewd idea herself who had stolen the rubies. When he suggested various doubts, however, which seemed remotely to implicate Sir Justin's honesty, the sensitive American girl felt it go on her nerves and refused to listen to him, though Mr. Gregory never ceased to enforce upon her by precept and example his own pet doctrine that the last person on earth one would be likely to suspect is always the one who turns out to have done it. A morning or two later Persis looked out of her window as she was dressing her hair. She dressed it herself now, though she was an American heiress, and therefore, of course, the laziest of her kind, for she had taken an unaccountable dislike somehow to that quiet girl Bertha. On this particular morning, however, when Persis looked out, she saw Bertha engaged in close and apparently very intimate conversation with the Hampstead postman. This sight disturbed the unstable equilibrium of her equanimity not a little. Why should Bertha go to the door to the postman at all? Surely it was no part of the duty of Lady Maclure's maid to take in the letters. And why should she want to go prying into the question of who wrote to Miss Remanet? For Persis, intensely conscious herself that a note from Sir Justin lay on top of the postman's bundle, she recognised it at once, even at that distance below, by the peculiar shape of the broad rough envelope, jumped to the natural feminine conclusion that Bertha must needs be influenced by some abstruse motive of which she herself, Persis, was, to say the very least, a component element. 'Tis a human fallacy. We're all of us prone to see everything from a personal standpoint. Indeed, the one quality which makes a man or woman into a possible novelist, good, bad, or indifferent, is just that special power of throwing himself or herself into a great many people's personalities alternately. And this is a power possessed on an average by not 1 in 1,000 men, or not 1 in 10,000 women. Persis rang the bell violently. Bertha came up, all smiles.
"Did you want anything, miss?"
Persis could have choked her.
"Yes,"
she answered plainly, taking the bull by the horns.
"I want to know what you were doing down there, prying into other people's letters with the postman."
Bertha looked up at her, ever bland. She answered at once, without a second's hesitation.
"The postman's my young man, miss, and we hope before very long now to get married." Odious thing, Persis thought. A glib lie, always ready on the tip of her tongue for every emergency.
But Bertha's full heart was beating violently, beating with love and hope and deferred anxiety. A little later in the day Persis mentioned the incident casually to Lady Maclure, mainly in order to satisfy herself that the girl had been lying. Lady Maclure, however, gave a qualified assent. "I believe she's engaged to the postman," she said. "I think I've heard so, though I make it a rule, you see, my dear, to know as little as I can of these people's love affairs. They're so very uninteresting. But Bertha certainly told me she wouldn't leave me to get married for an indefinite period. That was only 10 days ago. She said her young man wasn't just yet in a position to make a home for her."
"Perhaps," Persis suggested grimly, "something has occurred meanwhile to better her position. Such strange things crop up. She may have come into a fortune."
"Perhaps so," Lady Maclure replied languidly. The subject bored her. "Though, if so, it must really have been very sudden, for I think it was the morning before you lost your jewels she told me so." Persis thought that odd, but she made no comment. Before dinner that evening she burst suddenly into Lady Maclure's room for a minute. Bertha was dressing her lady's hair. Friends were coming to dine, among them Sir Justin.
"How do these pearls go with my complexion, Lady Maclure?"
Persis asked rather anxiously, for she specially wished to look her best that evening for one of the party. "Oh, charming," her hostess answered with her society smile. "Never saw anything suit you better, Persis."
"Except my poor rubies,"
Persis cried rather ruefully, for coloured gewgaws are dear to the savage and the woman.
"I wish I could get them back. I wonder that man Gregory hasn't succeeded in finding them."
"Oh, my dear," Lady Maclure drawled out, "you may be sure by this time they're safe at Amsterdam. That's the only place in Europe now to look for them."
"Why to Amsterdam, my lady?"
Bertha interposed suddenly, with a quick side glance at Persis. Lady Maclure threw her head back in surprise at so unwonted an intrusion. "What do you want to know that for, child?" she asked somewhat curtly. "Why, to be cut, of course. All the diamond cutters in the world are concentrated in Amsterdam, and the first thing a thief does when he steals big jewels is to send them across and have them cut in new shapes so that they can't be identified."
I shouldn't have thought, Bertha put in calmly, they'd have known who to send them to.
Lady Maclure turned to her sharply. "Why, these things," she said with a calm air of knowledge, "are always done by experienced thieves who know the ropes well and are in league with receivers the whole world over. But Gregory has his eye on Amsterdam, I'm sure, and will soon hear something."
"Yes, my lady,"
Bertha answered in her acquiescent tone, and relapsed into silence. 6. 4 days later, about 9 at night, that hard-worked man, the postie on the beat, stood loitering outside Sir Everard Maclure's house, openly defying the rules of the department, in close conference with Bertha.
"Well, any news?"
Bertha asked, trembling over with excitement, for she was a very different person outside with her lover from the demure and imperturbable model maid who waited on my lady.
"Why, yes," the postie answered with a low laugh of triumph. "A letter from Amsterdam, and I think we've fixed it."
Bertha almost flung herself upon him.
"Oh, Harry!"
she cried, all eagerness.
"This is too good to be true. Then in just 1 other month we can really get married."
There was a minute's pause, inarticulately filled up by sounds unrepresentable through the art of the type founder. Then Harry spoke again.
"It's an awful lot of money," he said, musing. "A regular fortune. And what's more, Bertha, if it hadn't been for your cleverness, we never should have got it."
Bertha pressed his hand affectionately. Even ladies' maids are human.
"Well, if I hadn't been so much in love with you," she answered frankly, "I don't think I could ever have had the wit to manage it. But oh, Harry, love makes one do or try anything."
If Persis had heard those singular words, she would have felt no doubt was any longer possible. 7. Next morning at 10 o'clock, a policeman came round post haste to Sir Everard's. He asked to see Miss Remanet. When Persis came down in her morning wrap, he had but a brief message from headquarters to give her.
"Your jewels are found, miss. Will you step round and identify them?"
Persis drove back with him, all trembling. Lady Maclure accompanied her. At the police station they left their cab and entered the ante-room. A little group had assembled there. The first person Persis distinctly made out in it was Sir Justin. A great terror seized her. Gregory had so poisoned her mind by this time with suspicion of everybody and everything she came across that she was afraid of her own shadow. But next moment she saw clearly he wasn't there as prisoner or even as witness, merely as spectator. She acknowledged him with a hasty bow and cast her eye round again. The next person she definitely distinguished was Bertha, as calm and cool as ever, but in the very centre of the group, occupying, as it were, the place of honour which naturally belongs to the prisoner on all similar occasions. Persis was not surprised at that. She had known it all along. She glanced meaningly at Gregory, who stood a little behind, looking by no means triumphant. Persis found his dejection odd, but he was a proud detective, and perhaps someone else had effected the capture.
"These are your jewels, I believe," the inspector said, holding them up, and Persis admitted it.
"This is a painful case," the inspector went on. "A very painful case. We grieve to have discovered such a clue against one of our own men,
But as he owns to it himself and intends to throw himself on the mercy of the court, it's no use talking about it. He won't attempt to defend it. Indeed, with such evidence, I think he's doing what's best and wisest."
Percy stood there, all dazed.
I don't understand," she cried with a swimming brain. "Who on earth are you talking about?"
The inspector pointed mutely with one hand at Gregory. And then, for the first time, Percy saw he was guarded. She clapped her hand to her head. In a moment it all broke in upon her. When she had called in the police, the rubies had never been stolen at all. It was Gregory who stole them. She understood it now at once. The real facts came back to her. She had taken her necklet off at night, laid it carelessly down on the dressing table, too full of Sir Justin, covered it accidentally with her lace pocket handkerchief, and straightway forgotten all about it. Next day she missed it, and jumped at conclusions. When Gregory came, he spied the rubies askance under the corner of the handkerchief. Of course, being a woman, she had naturally looked everywhere except in the place where she laid them. And knowing it was a safe case, he had quietly pocketed them before her very eyes, all unsuspected. He felt sure nobody could accuse him of a robbery which was committed before he came, and which he had himself been called in to investigate.
"The worst of it is," the inspector went on, "he had woven a very ingenious case against Sir Justin O'Byrne, whom we were on the very point of arresting to-day, if this young woman hadn't come in at the 11th hour, in the very nick of time, and earned the reward by giving us the clue that led to the discovery and recovery of the jewels. They were brought over this morning by an Amsterdam detective."
Persis looked hard at Bertha. Bertha answered her look.
"My young man was the postman, miss," she explained quite simply. "And after what my lady said, I put him up to watch Mr. Gregory's delivery for a letter from Amsterdam. I'd suspected him from the very first, and when the letter came we had him arrested at once, and found out from it who were the people at Amsterdam who had the rubies."
Persis gasped with astonishment. Her brain was reeling. But Gregory in the background put in one last word. "Well, I was right after all," he said with professional pride. "I told you the very last person you'd dream of suspecting was sure to be the one that actually did it." Lady O'Byrne's rubies were very much admired at Monte Carlo last season. Mr. Gregory has found permanent employment for the next 7 years at Her Majesty's quarries on the Isle of Portland. Bertha and her postman have retired to Canada with £500 to buy a farm. And everybody says Sir Justin O'Byrne has beaten the record after all, even for Irish baronets, by making a marriage at once of money and affection. End of The Great Ruby Robbery by Grant Allen. Prince Tisser, The Legend of the Ruby by Carlo de Fornaro. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I tell you, O man, however much you may have lost me this time, the 8 great hells and the 16 Asada hells and 5-fold bondage and torment, these you have not lost. From Jataka Tales. In days of old in Hindustan, in the land of Magadha, there lived a mighty Raja named Neme. Innumerable were his riches in precious stones and jewels, in gold and silver, in gorgeous silks and tapestries. Powerful and well drilled was his army, richly caparisoned his elephants and camels, of the purest Arab breed his horses. Unrivalled were also the beauties in his zenana. But more beautiful than all the houris was his wife the Maharani, who was as graceful as a lotus flower, more intoxicating than the full moon, and as kind as a Buddha. Of all his precious gems, the Maharaja had chosen the most perfect and rarest, and presented it to the Queen on her birthday. It was indeed a diamond of the purest water, the size of a very large pigeon's egg. And he made her promise on the head of her little son that she would never part with it nor give it away, since that surely meant her death. Now in the same palace there lived also a brother of the Maharaja, named Prince Tissa, a very envious, intriguing, unscrupulous prince. Many years had he desired this peerless diamond, and great was his anger and disappointment when he heard that it had gone into the keeping of a woman not related by blood, when in equity it should have reverted to him on the day of his marriage. And so it came to pass one night that the evil spirit whispered to him, and forthwith in the darkness, disguised as a woman, he stole through the gardens and along marble verandas until he reached the resting place of the Maharani. As a panther approaches his prey, so he crept on, crouching toward his victim, and then tried with fingers light and gentle as the zephyr to unfasten the diamond from her neck. But the Queen awakened with a start and opened her lips. With cobra-like quickness, the Prince had buried a dagger in her palpitating throat and smothered the imminent alarm. As stealthily as he had come, he departed, and in haste rode away from the palace on a swift horse. All night and all day he rode and rode until the animal fell dead from exhaustion. Then he took out of his breast the diamond and gazed at it in trembling wonder. It was spotted with red, the royal blood of the Maharani. He rubbed it with his fingers, then with silk cloth, but it would not rub away. So he went to the nearest river and dipped it into the water and washed and scraped it carefully, patiently. But the red spot was still there, silent and persistent, like his own shadow. Haggard and worn, with lustrous eyes, he wandered from shrine to shrine, from river to brook, in feverish disappointment. And the days went on and the nights went on with their terrors and fancies, and yet the blood mark on the stone increased in size and brilliancy. He tried all incantations, all the conjuring tricks which could give him the smallest assurance of purifying that ill-gotten diamond. He even grew afraid of this stone, which seemed to burn into his very heart. A priest advised as a last resort its purification in the sources of the Ganges and the Brahmaputra, where the shrine of the gods stood, up above the skies, behind the plains, in the Himalayas. So he wandered northward and tramped upward, footsore and weary, until he reached the holy sources. With many fervent prayers, he immersed the stone in the sacred waters again and again. But now the diamond had turned entirely red, blood red, with a wicked, defiant scintillation. Despairing and accursed, he leaned back against a rock, clasping the stone to his breast, and staring vacantly at the snow peaks which stood facing him, as pure and white as his own soul was tenebrous and foul. Next morning the priests took from his cold and stiffened hand the ruby, and put it where the eye of the god Shiva, the destroyer, should be. They knew. End of Prince Tisser, The Legend of the Ruby, by Carlo de Fornaro. Rubies by Ralph Waldo Emerson, recorded for LibriVox.org by Ruth Golding. They brought me rubies from the mine and held them to the sun. I said, they are drops of frozen wine from Eden's vats that run. I looked again. I thought them hearts of friends to friends unknown. Tides that should warm each neighbouring life are locked in sparkling stone. But fire to thaw that ruddy snow, to break enchanted ice, and give love's scarlet tides to flow, when shall that sun arise? End of Rubies by Ralph Waldo Emerson. This recording is in the public domain. The Vatteville Ruby by an unknown author. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The clock of the church of Besançon had struck 9 when a woman about 50 years of age, wrapped in a cotton shawl and carrying a small basket on her arm, knocked at the door of a house in the Rue Saint-Vincent, which, however, at the period we refer to, bore the name of Rue de la Liberté. The door opened. "It is you, Dame Margaret," said the porter, with a very cross look. "It is high time for you. All my lodgers have come home long since. You are always the last, and—" "That is not my fault, I assure you, Monsieur Thibault," said the old woman in a deprecatory tone. "My day's work is only just finished, and when work is to be done—" "That's all very fine," he muttered. "It might do well enough if I could even reckon on a Christmas box at the end of the year. But as it is, I may count myself well off if I do but get paid for taking up their letters." The old woman did not hear the last words, for with quick and firm step she had been making her way up the 6 flights of stairs, steep enough to make her head reel had she been ascending them for the first time. 9 o'clock! 9 o'clock! How uneasy she must be! And as she spoke, she opened with her latchkey the door of a wretched garret, in which dimly burned a rushlight, whose flickering flame scarcely seemed to render visible the scanty furniture the room contained. "Is that you, my good Margaret?" said a feeble and broken voice from the farther end of the little apartment. "Yes, my dear lady. Yes, it is I, and very sorry I am to have made you uneasy. But Madame Le Breton, my worthy employer, is so active herself that she always finds the workwoman's day too short, though it is good 12 hours. And just as I was going to fold up my work, she brought me a job in a great hurry. I could not refuse her, but this time I must own I got well paid for being obliging, for after I had done, she said in her most good-natured way, 'Here, you shall take home with you some of this nice pie and this bottle of good wine, and have a comfortable supper with your sister.' So she always calls you, madame," added Margaret, while complacently glancing at the basket, the contents of which she now laid out upon the table. "As I believe it is safest for you, I do not undeceive her, though it is easily known she can not have looked very close at us, or she might have seen that I could only be the servant of so noble-looking a lady." The feeble voice interrupted her. "My servant! You my servant! When, instead of rewarding your services, I allow you to toil for my support
and to lavish upon me the most tender, the most devoted affection. My poor Margaret, you who have undertaken for me at your age and with your infirmities daily and arduous toil, are you not indeed a sister of whom I may well be proud? Your nobility has a higher origin than mine. Reduced by political changes which have left me homeless and penniless, I owe everything to you. And so tenderly do you minister to me that even in this garret I could still almost fancy myself the noble abbess of Vatteville." As she spoke, the aged lady raised herself in her old armchair, and throwing back a black veil, disclosed features still beautiful, and a forehead still free from every wrinkle, and eyes now sparkling with something of their former brilliancy. She extended her hand to Margaret, who affectionately kissed it, and then, apprehensive that further excitement could not but be injurious to her mistress, the faithful creature endeavoured to divert her thoughts into another channel by inviting her to partake of the little feast provided by the kindness of her employer. Margaret being in the habit of taking her meals in the house where she worked, the noble Lady Marie Anne Adelaide de Vatteville was thus usually left alone and unattended to eat the scanty fare prescribed by the extreme narrowness of her resources, so that she now felt quite cheered by the novel comfort, not merely of the better spread table, but of the company of her faithful servant. And it was in an almost mirthful tone she said, when the repast was ended, "Margaret, I have a secret to confide to you. I will not, I ought not to keep it any longer to myself." "A secret, my dear mistress? A secret from me?" exclaimed the faithful creature in a slightly reproachful tone. "Yes, dear Margaret, a secret from you. But to be so no longer. No more henceforth of the toils you have undergone for me. They must be given up. I cannot do without you. At my age, to be left alone is intolerable. When you are not near me, I get so lonely and sometimes feel quite afraid. I cannot tell of what, but I suppose it is natural to the old to fear. And often, will you believe it, I catch myself weeping like a very child. Ah, when age comes on us, we lose all strength, all fortitude. But you will not leave me any more. Promise me, dear Margaret." "But in that case, what is to become of us?" said Margaret. "This is the very thing I have to tell. And now listen to me. Take this key, and in the right-hand drawer of the press you will find the green casket, where among my letters and family papers you will see a small case, which bring to me." Margaret, not a little surprised, did as she was desired. The abbess gazed on the case for some moments in silence, and Margaret thought she saw a tear glisten in her eye as she pressed the box to her lips and kissed it tenderly and reverentially. "I have sworn," said she, "never to part with it. Yet what can I do? It must be so. It is the will of God." And with a trembling hand, as if about to commit sacrilege, she opened the case and drew from it a ruby of great brilliancy and beauty. "You see this jewel," she said. "Margaret, it is the glory of my ancient house. It is the last gem in my coronet, and more precious in my eyes than anything in the world. My grand-uncle, the noblest of men, the Archbishop of Besançon, brought it from the East, and when in guerdon for some family service, Louis XIV founded the Abbey of Watteville, and made my grand-aunt the first abbess of the order, he himself adorned her cross with it. You now know the value of the jewel to me, and though I cannot tell its marketable value, still, notwithstanding the pressure of the times, I cannot but think it must bring sufficient to secure us, for some time at least, from want. Were I to consider myself alone, I would starve sooner than touch the sacred deposit. But to allow you, Margaret, to suffer, and to suffer for me, to take advantage any longer of your disinterested affection and devoted fidelity, would be base selfishness. God has at last taught me that I was but sacrificing you to my pride, and I must hasten to make atonement. I will endeavour to raise money on this jewel. You know old Monsieur Simon. Notwithstanding his mean appearance and humble mode of living, I am persuaded he is a rich man, and though parsimonious in the extreme, he is good-natured and obliging whenever he can be so without any risk of loss to himself. The next day, in pursuance of her project, the abbess, accompanied by Margaret, repaired to the house of Monsieur Simon. "I know, sir," she said, "from your kindness to some friends of mine, that you feel an interest in the class to which I belong, and that you are incapable of betraying a confidence reposed in you. I am the Abbess of Watteville. Driven forth from the plundered and ruined abbey, I am living in the town under an assumed name. I have been stripped of everything, and but for the self-sacrificing attachment of a faithful servant, I must have died of want. However, I have still one resource, and only one. I know not if I am right in availing myself of it, but at my age the power to struggle fails. Besides, I do not suffer alone, and this consideration decides me. Will you then have the goodness to give me a loan on this jewel?"
"I believe, madam, you have mistaken me for a pawnbroker. I am not in the habit of advancing money in this way. I am myself very poor, and money is now everywhere scarce. I should be very glad to be able to oblige you, but just at present it is quite out of the question."
For a moment the poor abbess felt all hope extinct, but with a last effort to move his compassion, she said, "Oh, sir, remember that secrecy is of such importance to me. I dare not apply to any one else. The privacy, the obscurity in which I live, alone has prevented me from paying with my blood the penalty attached to a noble name and lineage."
"Then how am I to ascertain the value of the jewel? I am no jeweller, and I fear in my ignorance to wrong either you or myself."
"I implore you, sir, not to refuse me. I have no alternative but to starve, for I am too old to work, and beg I cannot. Keep the jewel as a pledge, and give me some relief."
Old Simon, though covetous, was not devoid of feeling. He was touched by the tears of the venerable lady, and besides, the more he looked at the jewel, the more persuaded he became of its being really valuable. After a few moments' consideration, he said, "All the money I am worth at this moment is 1,500 francs, and though I have my suspicions that I am making a foolish bargain, I had rather run any risk than leave you in such distress. The next time I have business in Paris, I can ascertain the value of the jewel, and if I have given you too little, I will make it up to you." And with a glad and grateful heart, the abbess took home the 1,500 francs, thankful at having obtained the means of subsistence for at least a year. Some months later, old Simon went up to Paris, and hastening to one of the principal jewellers, showed the ruby and begged to know its value. The jeweller took the stone carelessly, but after a few moments' examination of it, he cast a rapid glance at the threadbare coat and mean appearance of the possessor, and then abruptly exclaimed, "This jewel does not belong to you, and you must not leave the house till you account for its being in your possession. Close the doors," he said to his foreman, "and send for the police." In vain did Simon protest his innocence. In vain did he offer every proof of it. The lapidary would listen to nothing, but at every look he gave the gem, he darted at him a fresh glance of angry contempt. "You must be a fool as well as a knave," he said. "Do you know, scoundrel, that this is the Vatteville, the prince of rubies, the most splendid, the rarest of gems? It might be deemed a mere creation of imagination, were it not enrolled and accurately described in the archives of our art. See here, in the Guide des Lapidaires, a print of it. Mark its antique fashioning, and that dark spot. Yes, it is indeed the precious ruby so long thought lost. Rest assured, fellow, you shall not quit the house until you satisfy me how you have contrived to get possession of it." "I should at once have told you, but from unwillingness to endanger the life of a poor woman who has confided in me. I got the jewel from the Abbess de Vatteville herself, and it is her last and only resource." And now Monsieur Simon proved by unquestionable documents that, notwithstanding his more than humble appearance, he was a man of wealth and respectability, and received the apologies which were tendered, together with assurances that Madame Vatteville's secret was safe with one who, he begged to say, knew how to respect misfortune, whenever and however presented to his notice. "But what is the jewel worth?" asked Monsieur Simon. "Millions, sir, and neither I nor anyone else in the trade here could purchase it, unless as a joint concern, and in case of a coronation or a marriage in one of the royal houses of Europe, for such an occasion alone could make it not a risk to buy it. But meanwhile I will, if you wish, mention it to some of the trade." "I am in no hurry," said Simon, almost bewildered by the possession of such a treasure. "I may as well wait for some such occasion, and in the meantime can make any necessary advances to the Abbess. Perhaps I may call on you again." The first day of the year 1795 had just dawned, and there was a thick and chilling fog. The Abbess and her faithful servant felt this day more than usually depressed, for 15 months had now elapsed since the 1,500 francs had been received for the ruby, and there now remained provision only for a few days longer.
"I have got no answer from Monsieur Simon," said the Abbess,
and in giving utterance to her own thought, she was replying to what was at that moment passing through Margaret's mind.
"I fear he has not been able to get more for the ruby than he thinks fair interest for the money he advanced to me."
"It is most likely," said Margaret, and both relapsed into their former desponding silence.
"What a dreary New Year's Day!"
resumed Madame de Vatteville in a melancholy tone.
"Oh, why can I not help you, dear mistress?"
exclaimed Margaret, suddenly starting from her reverie.
"Cheerfully would I lay down my life for you." "And why can I not return in any way your devoted attachment, my poor Margaret?"
At this instant 2 loud and hurried knocks at the door startled them both from their seats, and it was with a trembling hand Margaret opened it to admit the old porter and a servant with a letter in his hand.
Thank you, Monsieur Thibault. This letter is for my mistress,"
but the inquisitive old man either did not or would not understand Margaret's hint to him to retire, and Madame de Vatteville was obliged to tell him to leave the room.
"Not a penny to bless herself with, though she has come to a better apartment,"
muttered he, enraged at the disappointment to his curiosity,
"and yet as proud as an aristocrat."
The abbess approached the casement, broke the seal with trembling hand, and read as follows: "I have at length been able to treat with a merchant for the article in question, and have, after much difficulty, obtained a sum of 25,000 francs, far beyond anything I could have hoped. But the sum is to be paid in instalments at long intervals. It may therefore be more convenient for you, under your peculiar circumstances, to accept the offer I now make of a pension of 1,500 francs, to revert after your decease to the servant whom you mentioned as so devotedly attached to you. If you are willing to accept this offer, the bearer will hand you the necessary documents, by which you are to make over to me all further claim upon the property placed in my hands, and on your affixing the signature, he will pay you the first year in advance. Simon."
What a worthy, excellent man!
joyfully exclaimed the abbess, for in the noble integrity of her heart she had no suspicion that he could take advantage of her circumstances. However Simon settled the matter with his conscience, the abbess, trained in the school of adversity to be content with being preserved from absolute want, passed the remainder of her life quietly and happily with her good Margaret, both every day invoking blessings on the head of him whom they regarded as a generous benefactor. Madame de Vatteville lived to the age of 100, and her faithful Margaret survived only a few months the mistress to whom she had given such affecting proofs of attachment. But Simon's detestable fraud proved of no use to him. After keeping his treasure for several years, he thought the emperor's coronation presented a favourable opportunity of disposing of it. Unfortunately for him, his grasping avarice one morning suggested a thought which his ignorance prevented his rejecting.
"Since this ruby, old-fashioned and stained as it is, can be worth so much, what would be its value if freed from all defect and in modern setting?"
And he soon found a lapidary who, for a sum of 3,000 francs, modernized it and effaced the spot, and with it the impress, the stamp of its antiquity, all that gave it value, beauty, worth. This wanting, no jeweller could recognize it. It was no longer worth 1,000 crowns. It was thus that the most splendid ruby in Europe lost its value and its fame, and its name is now only to be found in the lapidary's guide as that which had once been the most costly of gems. It seemed as if it could not survive the last of the illustrious house to which it owed its introduction into Europe and its name. End of the Vatteville Ruby by an unknown author. Jeweller Cardillac to his rubies, 1680, from Imaginary Sonnets by Eugene Lee Hamilton, recorded for LibriVox.org by Ruth Golding.
At last I have them back, and feast my gaze. They gleam more crimson for the blood they've cost, and sparkle like the murder-reddened frost, as every little facet winks and plays. True, I did sell them, but within 3 days I've made them trickle back, the loved, the lost, from off a dagger's point, and one more ghost now lives in Ghostland,
Mine are rapid ways. Who forced the fool to buy them? Did he think a man can work for years at stones like these, then sell them and forget them? That the chink of his base gold could silence and appease the lapidary's love? I crouch and drink their colour like red wine, with blood for lees. End of Jeweler Cardillac to His Rubies by Eugene Lee Hamilton. This recording is in the public domain. The Ruby Heart by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Aunt Jessica had been round the world more than once. She had been what is vulgarly called a globe-trotter. In her day she had collected many rare and curious and beautiful things, but now she was an old woman, and her time was come to die in the great silent house, filled with the furniture that had belonged to Aunt Jessica's forebears many score years ago, and enriched by the spoils of many lands brought home by the energetic hands of Aunt Jessica herself. There was one treasure above all that I coveted, and that I would have sold my soul to have had for my own, my cousin Edith. As for the money, well, I am not more disinterested than most people, but I would rather have had Edith without a penny than all Aunt Jessica's money without Edith. William and Bertram and I were sitting in the dining room. Edith was above, helping poor aunt in the hard work of dying. 3 raps came on the floor. We knew they were a signal that we were to go up and that aunt had asked for us. And up we went. "I have left everything divided among you 4," she said, "and the ruby heart is to go to whichever of you 3 boys can find it." She spoke slowly and with difficulty. I remembered the jolly old days when she used to come and see us at school and tip us, and I wished that death and time could have been more merciful. She went on. "You know it has a charm to make you happy in your love. It would have made me happy, but he died, and it hadn't a chance to do its work. And now my time's come. It has been weary waiting." And with that, the first and last hint we ever had of a romance in my aunt's life, she turned her wrinkled old face to the pillow with a sigh like a tired child's, and there were only 4 of us left in the room. After the funeral and the reading of the will, we 3 men set to work to find the charm. "I shall take the library and aunt's bedroom first," said Bertram. As these were the rooms she had most used, I imagine he thought he had made the best choice. "You other fellows can arrange as you like." William chose the drawing-room and the guest-chamber, and they took the whole day searching systematically, inch by inch, for the ruby heart. I began to look in the dining-room, but Edith came in. "Do you care so very much for the ruby heart?" said she. "I confess I should like to find it," I answered. "Shall I help you to look?" She pulled out a book or 2 from the shelves in an aimless, desultory way, and then said, "It's very sunshiny out of doors, don't you think?" So we went on the river. The next day I began to look for the heart again. Edith sent her duenna companion, who had once been her governess, to ask me if I didn't think it would be nice to drive. Of course I said I thought it would, and off we went. That evening she asked Bertram and William if they would like to come out next day to see some ruins.
"Thanks," said Bertram, "but I think my first duty to poor aunt's memory is to find that heart." "Besides," said William, who never had much sentiment like Bertram, "it's worth thousands of pounds, I believe." "To say nothing of the charm," I added. "But you'll come, Wilfrid?" she said, looking at me with her soft grey eyes. "Of course," I answered. Bertram and William scowled at me. They would have given their ears, their lives, anything in short but their chances of a ruby heart worth thousands of pounds, for the privilege that was to be mine tomorrow. To be in love with Cousin Edith was a mode, a fashion among us. Besides, Edith was now an heiress. "As soon as I have fulfilled dear aunt's last wishes," said Bertram.
He talked, the silly fool, as if aunt had wished him to find the heart.
"I shall be only too glad to accompany my cousin Edith on any excursion she may propose."
"So shall I," said William. So Edith and I went to the ruins alone together. "I hope it does not seem like disrespect to poor aunt's memory," she said, as we drove snugly back in the dog-cart that evening, "our going out like this. But I couldn't bear to stay in the old house alone where she was so kind to me. It's better to go out, and I'm sure she would have wished it." I felt that it was foolish of me not to make an effort to find the ruby heart. So next morning I got up very early and came down before the servants were about. I had pulled out half the drawers of the Chinese cabinet and looked into them, when my heart leapt into my mouth at the touch of a hand on my shoulder. Edith's. "Still after that wretched ruby?" she said. "How you waste your time."
"Why? Don't you think I shall find it?"
"I don't know," she said, looking at me with her eyes very wide open. "But I don't think you'll find it there, because Bertram has been through that 3 times already. Did you ever eat strawberries before breakfast and gather them yourself?" So we went into the kitchen garden and ate strawberries till the gong rang for breakfast. Bertram and William were getting quite sulky and savage from the non-success of their search, and the little time I had devoted to it annoyed them.
"I believe,"
said Bertram with an air of gaiety a little overdone,
"that Wilfrid thinks he knows where the heart is, and that he can put his hand on it at any moment."
"I wish I could," I said. "So do I," said Edith, almost in the same breath. "You wish Wilfrid to find the heart?" said William. "Why?" "Oh, no, I don't mean Wilfrid. I meant, at least, well, we shall all be glad when it's settled one way or the other, shan't we?" I had never told Edith I loved her, because I didn't know how my aunt intended to leave her money, and if Edith were to be the heiress of the whole. But anyone will understand my reasons. It was a week after aunt's funeral that I went into the rose garden where Edith was snipping roses into a basket.
"I've been looking for the heart again," I said, "but I haven't found it."
"No," she answered, "and I don't suppose you will. Would a Gloire de Dijon be any compensation?" She began to stick one in my coat as she spoke. Her slender waist in its black gown was very near my left arm where she stood.
"I will take the bud," I said, "but not as compensation for the heart."
"Don't you think," she asked me, "that it might be possible to live happily without a charm to help you?"
"No," I said, "not without a charm to help you. But ruby hearts are not the only charms in the world.
My arm fell on her waist.
Let them find their ruby heart. Let them chop it in pieces and divide it between them and sell the bits, said I.
And you are content with what you have? She asked.
I am content with what I have, I answered, and my other arm went round her.
They never found that ruby heart, though the poor old house was tapped and tested from top to bottom. At last, wearied out, they took the portion of goods that fell unto them and went, fortunately for us, into a far country, and Edith and I were married. We didn't go on a wedding tour, but came straight back to the dear old house. On the evening of our wedding day, we walked in the moonlight through the rose garden to listen to the nightingales. I stopped to hold her in my arms on the very spot where I had first kissed her, and the light shawl she wore round her head and shoulders fell back.
"What's that you have round your neck?"
I said, for something darkened amid the white laces on her breast. She did not answer. I put up my hand, touched with a thrill the whiteness of her neck, and found in my fingers the ruby heart.
"Then she gave it to you," I said. "It is yours?"
"She gave it into my keeping," answered Edith, dropping her chin till her lips rested on my hand. "But she left it to the man who should find it."
"And I have found it here."
End of The Ruby Heart by E. Nesbit. My Friend the Ruby Throat by Catherine E. Dolbear. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Some years ago it was suggested that we add the ruby-throated hummingbird to our list of domesticated animals and turn him to account in greenhouse work, in cross-pollinating flowers and destroying troublesome insects. It did not seem a difficult task. Just catch a few, find what their foods were, free them in greenhouses, and let them do the rest. Just catch a few. We were weeks in catching even one. For more than a year at odd moments we tried. Many methods were used: insect nets, bird lime, a spray of water, open windows with flowers inside, and finally a trap. At last, could it really be? I hardly dared trust my senses. Yes, it was a hummingbird's squeak that came from the little bag, and the boy asked if I was the lady who would pay $1 for a hummingbird. It must be. How had he caught it? Under his cap? How strange! And had it a ruby throat? He wasn't sure. Well, we could find that out. Doors were closed and locked, and screens carefully placed in every window. Then the wonderful bag was cautiously opened. Way down in the bottom crouched the dear, funny little bird, with his bright eyes looking us straight in the face and his long bill pointing at a sharp angle from the wee body. Just a baby one. Would he die of fright? He did not attempt to fly out, so we tore open the side of the bag down to where he sat, but he did not move. Then, placing my finger gently under his toes and lifting slowly, I beheld the jewel upon my hand. Never was a sweeter creature in the world, so beautiful with his green and golden reflections, with his white-tipped tail and trusting face. He looked about, not in the least afraid, and when a moment later we offered him a drop of honey from a fingertip, He sipped it off in apparent glee. Such a busy little white tongue! When the finger was removed farther and farther from the tongue reached farther and farther for the honey. Then drops of water were given and accepted in the same way. After the lunch he still held tightly to the finger, and tipping his head this way and that, surveyed his new home. A whole house, but even that seemed cramped quarters for such a sprightly creature. The new perch of soft, warm material suited his toes, and he was in no hurry to leave. There he sat while I made a strenuous attempt to finish my supper in left-handed bliss. When he was invited to sit on another's finger, he decided to fly instead. The curtains had been drawn lest he should dash out his life in an attempt to fly through glass, but this proved an unnecessary precaution. Back and forth he flew from one room to another near the ceiling. When he tried to alight he had considerable difficulty, but finally got nicely perched on the curtain pole and tucked his little toes under the soft meshes of curtain and went to sleep. We wondered whether he would tuck his head under a wing and what would become of the long bill, but his habit of sleep seemed to be different from other birds we had noticed, for he just tipped back his head and slept with upturned bill. When an hour later we returned with all the wild flowers of our immediate neighbourhood, we found him still sleeping and his position unchanged. Early the next morning I hurriedly crept down to see if he was impatient for breakfast, but he was still sitting where he had been the night before, and when I stood upon a chair and touched him, he gave a sad squeak and opened his bill very wide, yawning like a waking child. Then he was still again, and I feared his toes were entangled and that he was dying. He seemed so weak and cold that I took down the pole to warm him, but there was no fire in the house and my hands were colder than he. To breathe upon him was the only hope, for he had fallen upon his side and his eyes were closed. Honey could not tempt his arrow tongue. No, he was dying. So short a life, so unnecessary a death. What could I do? Remembering the stories of how easily hummingbirds get chilled and how successfully they may be warmed to life, I kept breathing upon him. Faster and faster his wee body shook. Was it the death gasp or returning life? No, it was regular. Nearly an hour passed and he still lived. His health was improving, it seemed. Little eyes opened for a moment. He sat upon his feet. Yes, he was surely getting stronger. But what would become of him during the next 2 hours while I was away from the house? We decided to arrange a sitting room for him, so 2 strawberry baskets were tied together, and in the lower one a carpet of clover blossoms was placed. While I arranged this new home he was taken into bed and kept in warm hands, which revived him so that he tried his wings, though without attempting to fly away, just to see if they would work. Then he was put in his basket for safe keeping, and this was surrounded by warm bedclothes. When I returned 2 hours later, he was in prime condition, had had an early lunch, and was flutteringly impatient for breakfast. The box was opened, and he crept out upon my hands, and was placed upon a wild rosebud in the centre of the table, and he sat there contentedly enough, looking about and sipping honey whenever a sweetened finger was presented to him. Just before we had finished, he decided to have a bit of exercise, and leaving his wild rose parlour, he flew and flew, but not high as he had the night before. This time he alighted on objects much lower, on the backs of chairs, on the frame above the hanging lamp, once upon a plate where he struggled awkwardly like a boy on skates for the first time. He was far too apt a pupil not to learn where it was best to alight. Over the back of one chair we placed a Japanese napkin so he could hold on better, and he discovered the fact at once and never lighted again on any of the other dining-room chairs. The bunch of roses interested him greatly, and he made frequent hovering visits to them, getting his bill covered with pollen. Next he flew upon my sister's back as she bent over the table, and made haste to clean his bill on her big apron. He flew round and round the rooms, but never dashed at a window, though the curtains were left well up. Several times, however, he tried to find out what eyes were made of, and we had to close them for protection. Of all the flowers he seemed to like the evening primrose best, and hurried to probe each new one we presented. Red clovers he tried, but found rather unsatisfactory. Dogbanes seemed to please him, and bluebells, sweet peas, and red lilies. We hoped that if we brought them in straight from the garden he might find tiny insects to keep him well and strong. Water and honey he had found plentifully on our fingers, and he came to believe that honey grew on skin as nectar does in blossoms, and he followed us all about, licking our faces or hands whenever he could get near enough. In the kitchen he was charmed by a big tin can with a gorgeous red and green label. It was standing on the stove, and after trying in vain to find its nectar glands, he alighted beside it on the stove, which fortunately was cool enough so that he was not injured. We noticed that his wings, when he alighted, instead of being placed close to his body, drooped by his side, half outspread, as if he were prepared to dart away at any moment. Another peculiarity was his apparent inability to light while suspended buzzingly over flowers or a drop of honey. We would raise a hand beneath his little body, hoping that he would settle down upon it, but instead he would draw his tightly curled toes closer and hang himself higher in the air, higher and higher, until he seemed to stand on his head above the flower. After several trials he learned to light when a hand was presented. At first we brought this about by having one hand over him as the other rose toward him, and he did not appear frightened in the least, simply stopped his wings and was at rest in a moment, but continued busily probing the flowers. The greatest difficulty we had with him was in getting him to leave a finger after he had settled upon it. If he chose to rest, we could not coax him off. He would nap contentedly while we carried him all about. A large net house had been erected for him in one corner of the room, so he need not be confined in a basket while we were away from the house, and there he spent an hour or more the latter part of the morning. Later he had a little fly about, and more honey, water, and a flower visit. Then he seemed tired and fell asleep. He was put back in his net house to finish his nap, and a little later I found him dead. Was it a murder? Or may the accidental and unexplainable death be forgiven? Is my study destined to destroy hummingbird happiness? Or may it, by careful methods, finally increase the ruby-throat species and add greater happiness to them and those who love them? 2. My hummingbirds visited cannas, salvias, fuchsias, trumpet creepers, petunias, larkspurs, morning glories, verbenas, wigelias, evening primroses, the cypress vine, red clover, blueberry blossoms, Missouri currants, altheas, jewelweed, fireweed, and red milkweed, red field lilies, sweet peas, mignonette, phlox, orange sweet william, lilacs, hibiscus, coral honeysuckles, lantanas, columbines, scarlet runner beans, coral closed clematis, butter and eggs, and various other wild and garden flowers. It is evidently colour which attracts the birds rather than odour, for they have been known to probe the artificial flowers on ladies' hats, to fly to bright ribbons or pictures of flowers. The birds seem to have individual tastes, some preferring one flower and some another. The general favourites appear to be cannas, salvias, trumpet vines, and honeysuckles. If these are in bloom, it is useless to spend much time waiting for visitors among the other flowers. The honeysuckle vine will be visited perhaps 10 times as often as the hollyhocks and lilies. The frequency of the visits is a variable quantity, and has often seemed to vary inversely as the square of my leisure. The birds probably visit many gardens, often long distances apart. I have waited at sunrise in most tempting honeysuckle bowers, and have been repaid for 3 hours' watching by but 2 visits. Then again, the birds have come every 10 or 20 minutes until 9 o'clock, and then every half hour or hour, or at even longer intervals, till toward dusk, when they again come frequently. A casual observer may think that the rubythroat lives on nectar and takes his food only from flowers, but a little careful watching will show that after a visit to the nasturtium bed he lights on a dead twig in some neighbouring tree. Thence he surveys the gardens and pounces upon unsuspecting insects. Their minute size makes it almost impossible to detect what they are. A number of times we observed that one bird would feed while the mate perched some 20 feet away, apparently watching over it. Again and again I crept up close to a bird which was busily feeding in some deep corolla, and was on the verge of dashing my net over it, when from the observation twig a few yards away down came the mate, squeaking vociferously, and the feeding bird at once made a hasty retreat. One day a bird which was sipping among the cannas flew to a canna leaf, and with feet curled up and wings closed, coasted down the sun-warmed surface. When she reached the bottom, she spread her wings, flew to the top, and repeated the performance. After some 10 or more coasts, she went on feeding. Do hummingbird mothers have to punish their children for running away and spoiling their best clothes coasting? On one occasion I witnessed what must have been the love scene. A male rubythroat had taken possession of the coral honeysuckle vine and sat there most of the morning, even though I moved about on the porch and went within a few feet of him. After a while he went away, and a female appeared and busily gathered nectar. Some of the time she fed on the wing, but not infrequently alighted on a twig and bent over to the blossom. She was much more timid than he had been. Finally he returned, and they dashed upward some 10 feet, as if quarrelling, but came back together, and then she perched in the vine, and he flew about in a most threatening manner. He darted back and forth past her, going about 4 feet in each direction. As he flew, there was a sound audible which was very different from his squeak, or from the ordinary sound of his buzzing wings. It was higher in pitch than the buzz, and was produced each time he passed her. Her head moved back and forth, watching him intently. This was continued for 3 or 4 minutes, and then they flew away together. The birds are said to be easily overcome by cold or a sudden shower, and when chilled or frightened they fall into a condition not unlike a faint, and it requires very delicate treatment to get them safely on the wing again. One chilled in this way was found in Celia Thaxter's garden, and she warmed it to life in her hands and placed it in a basket among the flowers. Later, this same bird would come to her as she roamed about the gardens. 3. After days and days of unsuccessful efforts to catch a hummingbird, at last, when the autumn migration season approached and the birds were more numerous, I did manage, by the assistance of a small boy and a park policeman, to get one in the net. It was quickly transferred to a box and taken home, and there it was allowed to fly about my room, where a maple branch was placed across a corner on the moulding. Great masses of flowers were arranged on a large table, and some of these were sprinkled with honey. This capture took place at noon, and before 4 o'clock the bird came to the flowers I held and stopped to rest, alighting on my arm. All went well till dusk, when the poor creature could not be satisfied with such accommodations for the night. I brought in branches of various sizes and kinds, and placed them all about the room, but nothing was satisfactory. The little captive flew and flew until it fell to the floor exhausted. After it had been sufficiently restored by means of drops of water on its head and drops of honey on its bill, it was put in a cage in the closet, so that it might remain quiet. And when we looked in upon it before going to bed, it seemed to be asleep, sitting on the little perch with its head tilted back. Early in the morning it was lively and fed from the flowers, but the restless flying along the ceiling was continued till its tiny bill left streaks of blood everywhere it touched, and the poor bird fell to the floor so often and so hard that we had to put sofa pillows all about to soften the falls. I could not understand the reason of this flying. There were fresh flowers, plenty of honey and water drops. The perches seemed like the ones the bird chose out of doors, but she lacked her freedom, and that was something she could not endure. Early the next morning she was taken to some canna beds and allowed to go. She seemed in no hurry, but sat on my hand and was carried from blossom to blossom, and she would sip from them as soon as she was brought near enough. After waiting 5 minutes or more for my guest to take her departure, I was obliged to hasten it by lowering my hand suddenly. Then she took the hint and flew away. This experience of 2 days of untold misery for both the bird and myself was very conclusive evidence to me that I must know more of hummingbirds' ways and needs before I could handle them successfully, so all efforts to capture them were abandoned. Nevertheless, when summer came again with its semi-leisure and hummingbirds, a few interesting experiments were tried. Instead of going to the birds, I coaxed them to come to me. A bottle filled with sugar syrup was hung against a tree trunk. A nasturtium blossom with its spur nipped off was placed in the bottle, so that the open end of the spur dipped into the syrup. Soon the bird came along, and after visiting the nasturtium bed came to the lone blossom on the side of the tree. Again and again it came, neglecting the gardens and devoting all its energies to extracting nectar from this new species of nasturtium. Between its visits I pinched off one petal and then another, and finally took out the spur, and the bird continued the visits to the flowerless bottle. As the tree was not conveniently located for close watching, especially in early mornings, the bottle was removed to my window in the second story. A jar of nasturtiums was placed on the window sill to flag the bird, and she found the bottle early the next morning. She went to it at once and began to partake of its contents. I held it in my hand, and still she came. She would even come 2 feet into the room to it, and within a foot of my face. Next, a series of bottles was placed on the window sill, containing in order sugar and water, sugar syrup, maple syrup, honey and water, 50%, and pure honey. She went from one to another, tasting each, and then made all her future visits to the 50% honey. For several days the bottle was hung on the hook of the blind, and she came some 25 times a day, consuming about 15 cubic centimeters of liquid each day. Next we tried to take pictures of her, and after several unsuccessful efforts to get pictures looking outwards from the window, an improvised table containing the camera focused on the bottle was placed outside, so that the bird would be taken from the lighted side. All this paraphernalia disquieted her, and for a day she returned to the flowers and refused to come near the bottle. Little by little, however, she gained courage and cautiously resumed her new habit of feeding. But our troubles were not over by any means, for hummingbirds do most of their marketing at early hours in the morning and in late afternoon. An exposure of 1/25th of a second showed a ghost of the bird. She was drinking at the first click, but had gone long before the 25th of a second had elapsed. To have a shorter exposure meant to have more light, and only between 11 and 1 o'clock could that be had, and then only on most favourable days. But during those hours she usually made only 1 or 2 visits. Even when a picture was secured, it was unsatisfactory, and a white background had to be added. This had to be placed only a foot from the bottle, and was looked upon with suspicion. It also cut off my view of the bottle, but I remedied that by a mirror. The chief difficulty, however, was beyond my control. The rate at which the hummingbird's wings vibrated in sustaining the bird in a position of poise over the bottle was 107 per second. The quickest time of the camera was 1/100th of a second, so that the wings always showed a blur. After the bird had become quite dependent upon her new food, I removed the bottle from the hook one night. At 10 minutes to 5 in the morning she came for breakfast, and not finding it in its usual place, came into the room and flew back and forth over me till I got up and served her in the customary way. This was tried several mornings with the same effect. Later a perch was arranged beside the bottle, and the bird sat down for lunch. By this time she was so thoroughly addicted to the bottle habit that we could move the bottle from place to place, and she would invariably find it. At one time it would be by the dining-room window, at another in the netting on the veranda, or on the tree where it was first placed. Ants and bumblebees made no end of trouble, however. The ants fell in great numbers, and a bee insisted upon blocking the entrance. The bird did her best to drive it away by darting at it and squeaking, but it paid no attention. Sometimes it reached too far and fell in. More often it had to be put in a box till the bird was supplied. For in spite of her pugnacious tendencies, she was entirely unable to control the situation. I am told that the same bird must have returned the second year, as she imbibed freely as soon as the bottle was hung out. 4. After watching birds out of doors and coaxing them in, I began to feel more competent to cater to one in captivity, and succeeded in getting one early in the autumn. She was coaxed into a plant room through an open door, and became confused and could not find the way out. We allowed her the freedom of 2 rooms, but restlessness came on at dusk, whereupon I placed her on an orange stick, and she quieted down and slept till morning. On the second day she learned to drink from a bottle and to get tiny flies from the window pane. By the third day she drank from the bottle while I held it, and when the bottle was not hung in its customary place, she buzzed about me till I got it for her. One day she got the feathers of her head very sticky, and I had to wash them for her, which she greatly resented, showing her disapproval by refusing to come near me for some time. Occasionally she got restless at dusk and buzzed along the ceiling, but when I called her she came down to me and became quiet. After being in captivity 10 days, she escaped when the room was being cleaned during my absence. At last, this past summer was set apart for making the long contemplated study, and I went to the aviaries at Shawnee, Pennsylvania, on the Delaware, where there were facilities for such a study. A close mesh wire netting room was selected and a garden arranged. Cannas, salvias, hollyhocks, lilies, verbenas, pinks, a geranium, a fuchsia, and some nasturtiums were set out. There were several dogwood trees and 2 evergreens. A trap was made and painted green, and in the meantime a bottle of honey was hung among the honeysuckle vines. In a few days a hummingbird was attracted by the unusual supply of sweets and made very frequent visits. And when I was sure the bird had learned to recognize the bottle, I moved it from place to place and put the trap near the feeding ground. When the bird was accustomed to seeing the trap there, the bottle was hung against it, then lower and lower to the door, and then inside the trap. So entranced was the little creature that we could walk up to her as she fed, and after a few days it was a perfectly simple matter to walk quietly to the cage and close the door with the treasure inside. When she found herself imprisoned, she made no struggle whatever, but perched on the little branch or flew quietly about as the trap was carried to the large cage half a mile away. When the trapdoor was opened, she flew into the net-enclosed room, and after feeding for a while from the bottle and on numerous tiny insects, she quieted down for the night. At 7 o'clock the next morning she was sitting against the netting, though she had been flying about among the flowers earlier. Time after time I went to see her, but still she clung to the wires in the same position, and when I put my hand over her she gave a pathetic squeak, but did not move. Her claws were so tightly closed about the wire that I dared not try to lift her off. She would not touch honey or water, and we were in despair of saving her. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon the director of the aviaries went with me to the cage, and we decided she must be taken down if we hoped to save her. So with forceps he unclasped her claws, while I covered her with my hand and held her when she no longer rested against the netting. She was breathing, and clasped my fingers when her feet were freed, but still the eyes did not open. However, after we had breathed upon her for a few moments and put drops of honey at the base of her bill, she recovered. The recovery from such a faint is a marvellous thing to witness. The heartbeat gets stronger and stronger, the eyes open for longer intervals, the toes grasp something substantial, and even the feathers show the improving condition and stand out more firmly. From that time on she was a normal hummingbird, testing the merits of the various blossoms in her garden, and arranging her attire with the most feminine precision. In 4 days she would come to drink from her bottle while I held it. Indeed, so rejoiced was she to see it coming that I had difficulty in getting into the cage without letting her out. She would sip from any receptacle I chanced to bring, bottle or spoon or jar. She took from 6 to 10 grams of honey and water solution each day. A banana was hung in the cage, and she fed on the pomace flies which gathered about it. A curious habit, and difficult to explain, was that of almost alighting on a leaf and then pouncing down and seizing the insects that flew out from the underside. Not being acquainted with her bathing habits, I put out an abalone shell as the most artistic bathing dish for her, but never to my knowledge did she pay the least attention to it. One morning, in the midst of a shower, however, she crouched down on the wet blade of a dogwood leaf, and with head outstretched and rapidly fluttering wings, spattered the raindrops in every direction. She went from leaf to leaf until she had succeeded in getting her feathers very wet. Then she perched on a twig, shook off the drops, and carefully preened her feathers. It is not improbable that in the absence of rain, hummingbirds use the dewdrops in early morning. In closer captivity, this bird bathed in a gladiolus blossom. Hereafter, a pitcher plant is to be used. A hummingbird which was accustomed to drinking sweetened water from a spoon one day found water there instead of sweets, whereupon she at once alighted on the edge and took a bath. The extreme hot weather of July did not affect my bird in the least, though hundreds of other birds sat with bills open, as if gasping for breath. Severe thunder showers with heavy rain came, but she flew about as if nothing were happening. Occasionally, in the heaviest storms, she did perch in an evergreen tree. Then I went away for 5 weeks, and when I came back, I had difficulty in coaxing her to drink from the bottle while I held it. She had forgotten me. But now it was time to go home, so she was again trapped and brought from Pennsylvania to Worcester, an 11-hour trip, during which, so far as I could tell, she ate nothing. The migration season did not seem to make her restless, but during the last 2 weeks of October she became weaker and weaker and seemed to be molting. A greater variety of food was given, and she was allowed to fly out into the laboratory, but still she grew weaker and finally died on the last day of October. A post-mortem examination showed carbon monoxide poisoning. During the summer we made a constant effort to catch a mate for her. We did trap another female, but as she was terribly frightened and beat against the sides of the trap, we gave her her freedom at once. It is impossible to get near the male birds with a net, and they do not become accustomed to bottle feeding. The only male birds I ever got were 2 which flew in at open windows, and both died in a few hours. One was dead when brought to me, the other was seriously injured by beating against the windows and walls. Nevertheless, from these few observations, I feel more and more certain that with proper greenhouse facilities it will be possible to breed these treasures in captivity and to establish a most friendly relation with them. Even were the ruby-throat to be of no value for destroying insects or for cross-fertilizing hothouse and garden flowers, he would still be worthy of our love and care from an aesthetic standpoint. So swift is he, so graceful, so altogether lovely. End of My Friend the Ruby-throat by Catherine E. Dolbear. The Ruby-Crowned Kinglet by Henry Van Dyke. Read for LibriVox.org by Ruth Golding. Where's your kingdom, little king? Where's the land you call your own? Where's your palace and your throne? Fluttering lightly on the wing through the blossom world of May, whither lies your royal way? Where's the realm that owns your sway, little king? Far to northward lies a land where the trees together stand closer than the blades of wheat when the summer is complete. Like a robe the forests hide lonely vale and mountainside, balsam, hemlock, spruce and pine, all those mighty trees are mine. There's a river flowing free, all its waves belong to me. There's a lake so clear and bright, stars shine out of it all night, and the rowan berries red round it like a girdle spread, feasting plentiful and fine, air that cheers the heart like wine. Royal pleasures by the score wait for me in Labrador. There I'll build my dainty nest, there I'll fix my court and rest. There from dawn to dark I'll sing, happy kingdom, lucky king. back again, my little king? Is your happy kingdom lost to that rebel knave, Jack Frost? Have you felt the snowflake sting? Autumn is a rude disrober, houseless, homeless in October. Whither now? Your plight is sober, exiled king. Far to southward lie the regions where my loyal flower legions hold possession of the year, filling every month with cheer. Christmas wakes the winter rose, New Year daffodils unclose. Yellow jasmine through the woods runs in March with golden floods, dropping from the tallest trees shining streams that never freeze. Thither I must find my way, fly by night and feed by day, till I see the southern moon glistening on the broad lagoon, where the cypress vivid green and the dark magnolia's sheen weave a shelter round my home. There the snowstorms never come, there the bannered mosses grey in the breezes gently sway, hanging low on every side round the covert where I hide. There I hold my winter court, full of merriment and sport. There I take my ease and sing, happy kingdom, lucky king. Little boaster, vagrant king, neither north nor south is yours. You've no kingdom that endures. Wandering every fall and spring, with your painted crown so slender and your talk of royal splendour, must I call you a pretender, landless king? Never king by right divine ruled a richer realm than mine. What are lands and golden crowns, armies, fortresses and towns, jewels, sceptres, robes and rings? What are these to song and wings? Everywhere that I can fly, there I own the earth and sky. Everywhere that I can sing, there I'm happy as a king. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Wisdom is better than rubies, from a group of Indian epigrams edited for the Library of the World's Best Literature by the translator Chas R. Lanman. Read for LibriVox.org by Ruth Golding. In all the world there are but jewels three, water and rice and wisdom's precious word. The fool, when asked how many jewels he may own, of precious stones doth count his hoard. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.